7 things you have to know about Liechtenstein. Where is Liechtenstein? Located in the heart of Europe, and thanks to the customs union with Switzerland and membership in the EEA, it has parallel marketability in the 2 economic regions, an advantage for Liechtenstein businesses which sell a large proportion of their products abroad. The most important export countries are Switzerland, Germany, and the USA. Liechtenstein is a constitutional hereditary monarchy based upon democratic parliamentary principles. Sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. State power is exercised by the prince and by the people. The prince has the right of veto when new laws are passed. The people can also depose the prince, though, a curious form of government, yet one that simultaneously guarantees stability. Liechtenstein is an employment miracle with more jobs than it has inhabitants, which is why over 55% of the workforce commutes daily from neighbouring countries to Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is a country full of companies. For every 8 inhabitants, there is 1 active company. The corporate density is one of the highest in the world. By the way, in Liechtenstein, we love counting everything by head of population. Liechtenstein is a strong financial centre, but Liechtenstein is also a proper industrialised nation. The second sector accounts for almost 45% of Liechtenstein's gross output. Services account for around 54%. Fastening systems, vehicle construction, dental products, connectors, heating and air conditioning solutions, surface technology, foodstuffs, and much more is produced in Liechtenstein and easily exported. Liechtenstein was the first country in the world to implement a set of rules on the token economy. The so-called Blockchain Act creates legal certainty and the preconditions for an innovative boost in this field. In the meantime, even the famous Liechtenstein stamps are issued with blockchain technology. Liechtenstein stands for outstanding performances, including in the world of sport. If one considers the number of Olympic winter sports medals won in relation to the size of the population, Liechtenstein has won the most Olympic medals. It has a total of 10 medals, all in the discipline of alpine skiing.
My name is Dan Ram, and I am a global MC.
This is it. We're about to start. This is gonna be epic. Gotcha, feeling good. 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 Gotcha, feeling good.
Alright! You feeling good? So even though there's thousands of you here, I'm going to try as much as possible to see you all because every single one of you is super important. Wherever you came from, I'm so glad you're here.
Gotcha, feeling good. 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 Gotcha, feeling good.
All right, all right, all right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Token Summit 2024. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you are here for the first time, brace yourself. Because it doesn't matter if it's 20 people, 200 people, or 2,000 people. We're a feisty crowd. We're here to learn. We're here to engage. And I am not going to hold back. We're going to have a lot of fun today. This is the main stage. My name is Dan Ram, and I'm really excited to be your moderator for what is going to be hours, maybe even days if we really want to. But for now, just day one of a fantastic event. In a moment, I'll introduce you to the moderator downstairs, because if one stage is not enough, we got two. Plus, we got workshops, plus networking. But I want to know really quickly why you are here. At some point later today, I might ask for more engagement. But right now, all I need is a hand up and a hand down. That's it. Really simple. So if you are here, let's start with this. If you're here for the third time, if you're one of the solid OGs who have been here every time, can you quickly raise your hand with 3 in the air? Give me 3. I want not 5, because we've not done 5 of them. We've done 3. Okay, these are solids. Who's here 2 times? Raise your hands and give me 2. Okay, there's 8 of you. Who's here for the very first time? Okay, lots of first-timers. This is exciting. Look, I know the world of crypto, blockchain, and token has so many different flavors as you go from ecosystem to ecosystem. But what I like about this particular ecosystem is it's solid, right? There are hypes, there are fads, there are trends, and then there are the ones who study, make policy decisions, and build structure. And that's what we're here to celebrate, the people who are doing the thinking, the building, so that more can be achieved together. We've got a lot of great content, but we cannot start this event without a dear friend of ours. It's strange introducing him because I think we all know him. But of all the different things I could say about him, he's a dedicated educator, he's an advisor, he's a Liechtenstein attorney, he is the president of the CCA. He goes by Dr. Token. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a nice warm welcome to Thomas.
Thank you, Dan. Wait. Thank you, Dan. I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Quick one. Who thinks we have to have, in the intro video of Dan Ram, we have to have the CCA Token Summit logo? Raise your hand. Everybody, come on. Raise your hand. Everyone?
There we go. All right, done.
That's confirmed. Good. Thank you.
Done through peer pressure. Is that how it's done?
Yes,
I like
that's how you do it. Thank you very much for coming back to Liechtenstein, Dan.
Thank you, Thomas.
Great. So, the third time, I can actually welcome you to the Token Summit in Liechtenstein. A warm welcome from me. Good morning, His Serene Highness Prince Michael of Liechtenstein, esteemed members of the CCA, our beloved association, our generous sponsors, the dedicated organizing committee, and our incredible team, including the talented audio and video crew from Lehnherr, who is also one of our sponsors. You're doing an outstanding job, I can tell. And obviously the Verdutzer Saal team, Erlebe Verdutz, Pink Lemon, who is doing all of our marketing, and our valued guests. And last but certainly not least, our viewers joining us via the live stream. I stand before you with immense gratitude. Without each and every one of you, this event would not be possible. It's your commitment to innovation and excellence that has brought us together today. The CCA Token Summit is held under the esteemed patronage of the government of Liechtenstein, for which we are deeply grateful. I would also extend our heartfelt thanks to our platinum sponsor, Bank Frick. Without their unwavering support, this event would not be possible. You have to count on sponsors and the trust Bank Frick is putting into us in really running this event. Also, a special thanks goes to our, that's kind of strange for me, Nägele Attorneys at Law, obviously my law firm, for the support, and the team. They had to spare me for some weeks lately. And a group of companies, Decentralized, Hodl 10, Nautilus, Cyberneering, and Block Finance Eco, they're also our second gold sponsor. The VIP area, for those of you who hold a princely pass or are speakers, second floor, is sponsored by Niedermüller Law. And last but certainly not least, I want to recognize our silver sponsors, BDO, Corpa, Areva, Bitcoin Swiss, VP Bank, CLL Compliance Labs, Kaiser Partner, Q Blockchain, Eternity Foundation, LCX, and Signum Bank from Switzerland. Yes. Because without all of them, this event would not be possible. I said it again. The summit is especially important because we are at a key moment of regulatory change. Liechtenstein's leadership in blockchain regulation has set high standards and inspired others. The most recent example, for those of you who don't know that, is actually Qatar, because Qatar recently announced their Qatar container model, which is based on the Liechtenstein container model. Likewise, MiCA was heavily influenced by our TVTG, which we have here in Liechtenstein. It served as a blueprint and as a starting point. And MiCA is our main topic today. This new framework will shape the future of blockchain in Liechtenstein, Switzerland, obviously Europe, and beyond. Right now, or maybe in about 10, 20, 30 minutes, the MiCA implementation is going to be discussed in the Liechtenstein Parliament, and that is why the Prime Minister, Dr. Daniel Riesch, is not able to be here in person. He will share a video message directly after my welcome address. MiCA is a huge step forward for the blockchain industry. Obviously, it has challenges, and we will discuss all of them, hopefully, today, maybe some, expectation management. But it allows us to innovate with a clear and secure legal framework. For the first time, our industry has access to 450 million users and 23 million businesses with one license from one regulator. For me, that's the game-changing part of MiCA. Today, we will hear more about this regulation on 2 stages and workshops. And for our Swiss friends, I want to point out the workshop at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, where you can learn how to use Liechtenstein as a gateway to the European MiCA framework. And for those of you who cannot split yourself to join both stages at the same time, I think that means everybody of you, you can watch the live stream later, right? So both live streams are recorded and you can watch them later on YouTube. And ultimately, and finally, as a non-profit association, we want to give you the best experience possible. We spend every Swiss franc and Bitcoin we collect to make this experience the best experience we can for you. So we have obviously amazing networking opportunities. We have premium catering. We don't save on catering. I'm a coffee person. We have amazing coffee, barista coffee. Go downstairs on the right side. You will find Adrian with his team. And we have a special coffee which is only roasted for this event. We have ice cream and more sweet treats. So while you're having a coffee or having an ice cream, fill out the membership form for the CCA and join us today and become a member of our beloved association. Thank you again, and I'm excited for the valuable discussions we'll have today. And now I'm looking forward for the input of our Prime Minister, Dr. Daniel Riesch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this year's Token Summit here in Vaduz. I regret that I am unable to join you in person this year. I am seated just about 200 meters away in our parliament at this very moment. Despite the exponential technological advances as of today, I still cannot be at 2 places at the same time. It reminds me, though, of the importance of places and in-person connections. While we embrace this digital age, places that bring people together, where conversations happen face to face, more than ever hold tremendous value. And Liechtenstein certainly is such a place. Liechtenstein, despite its only 160 square kilometers and 40,000 citizens, stands as a strategic hub for innovation, stability, forward thinking, governance, and successful entrepreneurship. Here in the heart of Europe, we are a place where historically and traditionally, not only businesses but entire industries can thrive. We understand that businesses and entrepreneurs need more than just good ideas. From government side, they need clarity, certainty, and stability. And in a time that is generally marked by progress and speed, but also by doubt, fear, and uncertainty, stability is more critical than ever. Alongside stability, we offer something unique. Dual access to the two major markets, Switzerland and the European Economic Area, allowing companies to operate freely across these economic spaces. Combined with Liechtenstein's commitment to global cooperation and integration, this means that our businesses are not just competing locally, but are able to engage fully with international markets. Just 2 weeks ago, our citizens voted to join the International Monetary Fund, which is further reinforcing our dedication to the international financial system. While the driving force behind innovation lies with entrepreneurs and businesses, in today's increasingly regulated landscape, particularly in sectors like finance, private innovation must be supported by strong public frameworks and structures. Our role as a government is to ensure that innovation is not hindered but rather enabled by these conditions. This is where Liechtenstein truly stands out. Our short decision-making path, combined with a liberal, pragmatic, and innovation-friendly regulatory approach, create an environment where innovation can thrive. Liechtenstein's proactive approach to blockchain regulation is not just a product of policy, it's a reflection of our entrepreneurial DNA and our commitment to embracing change. Long before the world recognized the potential of blockchain, we were already laying the groundwork for its responsible use. The Blockchain Act, the world's first comprehensive legal framework for the token economy, has become a benchmark for regulatory clarity and planning security for businesses. Today, our authorities have 4 years of building expertise and practical experience in the registration and supervision of crypto asset service providers. Experience that is valued greatly by market participants and positions us as a gateway to Europe in the digital asset industry. The impact of technologies like blockchain, generative AI, virtual worlds, and digital currencies reaches across all sectors of the economy. In Liechtenstein, we are committed to harnessing these innovations responsibly by ensuring our legal and economic frameworks adapt in step with technological advancements. This forward-thinking approach positions us as a leader in the sustainable adoption of emerging technologies. With a financial center that has always been driven by long-term thinking, we are not only focused on what is necessary today, but on what will shape tomorrow. The future belongs to those who can combine ambition with action. We do not wait for the world to change around us. We take active part in shaping that change. As we look to the future, our strategy stays clear. Continue building on our strength, our stability, our regulatory foresight, and our innovative and entrepreneurial spirit. In doing so, Liechtenstein will remain a place where new ideas can be realized, where innovation meets long-term vision, and where businesses find both opportunity and stability. With this strategy, Liechtenstein will continue to lead, setting standards for innovation and stability in the digital age. I wish you all a day full of insights here in Vaduz. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is a great pleasure to welcome you.
Do we want to hear that twice? Or was the one time enough? One time is enough. Let's give it up for Prime Minister Daniel. Come. Right here to the middle. Right here to the middle. Thomas, I know you, Pablo, and the rest of the team work very hard year-round to put together a great agenda.
Yeah.
Now the cue for the music. Lovely. So, Thomas, of all the things that are happening today, I know you can't pick favorites. I'm not asking for favorite, but what is one you're looking forward to?
So, like all of them are great, obviously. We have great content for both stages, but Lili Liu in the afternoon on stage 1 was one of the most impressive talks I heard. She's so knowledgeable, and the way how she presents it is amazing. So I would obviously, that's one of my favorites here.
Yes. I know some of you are coming from the CV Summit, and Lily was speaking there as well on a panel, and now she's going to have a full keynote here to present even more of her views, which is fantastic. Now, this special gentleman right in the middle, many of us know him, but for the few that may not, can you quickly introduce yourself?
I'm Ian Simpson. I work at Rule Match, based in Zurich. I wouldn't exactly call myself an OG, but I have been around since the first CV Summit in Zug, where Dan happened to be the MC as well. And it's a pleasure to be back in Liechtenstein to see all of you here and to see the developments in this space between these two fantastic countries working together.
Now, I have to admit, I'm a little bit jealous because usually this is the super cool space with an upper deck and fancy lighting. But I snuck in downstairs, and there's been a whole renovation that's happened. So can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing downstairs?
Right, downstairs, just past the barista coffee, where you can get all kinds of good things to drink. We have stage 2. It's a very intimate setting, newly renovated, as I understand, with great content all day long. Things from CASPs to cybersecurity, MiCAR to LLMs and AI, hybrid finance, everything all together. It's a full program, which requires your full attention, so I heartily invite you to come downstairs. There is actually a special surprise for a special someone who sits in a special seat, and if you come downstairs, you'll learn more about that.
Is that a hug?
No.
Oh, okay.
Something much more interesting than that.
Okay. Well, we like Ian, and we like the content that we have downstairs, and it is a much more intimate space, so feel free to go there.
Jump in, ask questions, join the conversation.
Absolutely. Now that you've jumped in, you guys need to jump out. Let's
Here
go.
we go.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is a personal favorite. I know we should not have favorites, but I'll tell you why. He can simultaneously communicate to European Commission on some of the most complex economic policies and principles, but also talk to his son's high school class and get them not just aware, but interested. That's a special talent to be able to do both. He's found in Cambridge, he's found in Parliament, and he's found right here on the stage. He's been here before. He's absolutely fantastic. We want to welcome on to the stage the principal economist of the European Commission. Please give it up for Dr. Joachim Schwerin.
Well, Dan, thank you so much for the introduction. I have to introduce you to my mother because she still doesn't know what I do, something in Brussels, but it's a really good start. Welcome, everyone, also from my side. It's the privilege of the speaker here to see nothing because, from my perspective, everything is dark here, but I know that a lot of friends and partners are in this room. Thank you so much. This is fantastic. Yes, now I see something. So, my third time here, lots of discussions in Liechtenstein and always very timely. Now, those that have heard some of my presentations before know that I tend to say, and I say it much too often, that we are at a very important moment in time. So I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say today that we are probably in the eye of the hurricane because we've come a long way. We have now a lot of things in place. A MiCA regulation is becoming applicable at the end of the year. Parts are already applicable. We have, of course, for a long time the token law. We had a 5-year cycle at the European level with our current work program, and now we have a new commission, a new parliament, so a new 5-year cycle coming ahead. And that means that we have a moment for reflection. And what I would like to do is, together with you now, but especially through the day, to reflect on where we are on MiCA, but also, of course, on the token economy and on crypto, and where we might be heading to. And it's interesting to put these two terms in the title of a presentation. You know how it works. My friend Thomas Nägele, he calls me and he says, what's the title? And then I have about 3 seconds to think, and I say something about facts and myths or something. It must be the last book that I've been reading. And then I think, what in God's name do I actually mean by that, facts and myths? But actually, there's a lot of myth around MiCA. There's a lot of myth around the token economy, and let's entangle a little bit of this. So on the one hand side, I refer to our markets and crypto asset regulation. But on the other hand, I'd like to embed that in the much broader universe of the token economy. And where better to do that in Liechtenstein, because Liechtenstein, and I'm not saying that out of politeness, has been a true source of inspiration when it comes to the token economy through being an innovative environment, not only from the private, but especially from the public sector. So what I understand as the token economy is basically a vision of Web3. Web3 for me is not the so many iteration of an internet that doesn't work in its current form, being corrupted by big tech and top-down. But it is a space where individuals form parts of communities that self-organize, that define for themselves what they consider as important, what their values are. And then they put these values into a vehicle, into a container. That's actually a reference to the Liechtenstein container model. And this container we call a token. A token is the bridge between offline and online. A token can contain money, can contain finance, can contain intellectual property, can contain nothing or nonsense. But it depends on the preferences, bottom-up, of the communities of what that is. And then the technology enables the safe transfer of whatever we consider as valuable. So at the end of the day, I'm talking about nothing else than what I see as a very ambitious way forward, but I think also a very realistic one, that we are entering into a time where actually finance, if it is digitized, becomes a subset of what I call values in Web3. Because at the end of the day, regardless of what central bankers and politicians tell you, money is a normative concept, money is a promise, money is a belief. And that is exactly of how it should be approached. If you start from that perspective, innovation is like an ocean. And especially innovation in crypto. I'm an economic historian, and I've said it before, I've never seen any space in economic history, and it is well documented, where innovation has occurred at that speed, especially disruptive innovation. And then I'm not even talking about complex combinations of technologies. We cannot talk nowadays about blockchain if we don't talk about artificial intelligence, if we don't talk about supercomputing, if we don't talk about recombinations of technologies, where blockchain actually is an integral part because it is the safest, most integral thing that we have to ring-fence against the risks of, for example, AI models that lack any sort of substance if you go into detail and any sort of quality for data. Regulation is an island in this ocean. Now, there's a lot of people that start with regulation. And I understand that, but that's a little bit the tail wagging with the dog and not the dog wagging with the tail. We need regulation, but regulation is a sort of safe harbor. There are people who like to swim in the ocean, but they would like to return to the shore. There are people like me who don't like to swim, but they might take a boat. There are people who think that their boat is so big that they don't need a harbor. But then they fall ill, or they don't have any food supplies, or the weather is bad, or whatever, and they do want a harbor. And that is, in my opinion, the function of regulation. Regulation is a beacon. It gives you security. And that is what, of course, a lot of players that already exist on the market want. MiCA, in this context, is a grain of sand. It is a minute part that over the years grew into something bigger, but I would neither call it a big island nor even a continent. It is something that organically emerged from a point where actually it wouldn't merit any form of existence, and I explain why. When the Commission started internally drafting MiCA, It was a reaction to the ICO hype. That was 2017. There are some in the room who recall that. And that got derailed relatively quickly, but imagine that without a political mandate, and that is not the standard in Brussels, we like work programs, we like mandates, especially for regulation. We proactively started drafting a text that was only to be seen as a sort of administrative burden reduction exercise, as a sort of support for the opportunities that crypto markets can offer. Second, the crypto markets at that time, obviously, and they still are very, very small. Now we are used to regulation coming in when there are big markets, when there are systemic risks, when there is a lot of demand for that. We didn't have that at the time. So that is why I refer to MiCA as a grain of sand. And the original part of MiCA did not contain the stable coins. The original part contained what I call the utility tokens, although we don't call that anymore in the regulation, and I come to language in a second, which is basically a sort of version light with a view to the prospectus regulation. Now, I do think then when you start doing something like that, that's the same with an academic paper or any initiative that you take wherever you are, you need one good idea. And the idea of just writing down something is not a good idea in itself, it is just a vehicle. So this one idea is actually that intelligent colleagues, and I'm not referring to myself, in the team said, well, let's take a radical approach with this white paper. No one is reading prospectuses. Prospectuses start from the wrong direction because they are full of potential risks. That's not how we approach blockchain. That's not how we approach crypto. So let's put a sort of pitch with minimal information into the white paper. Let's say that if you issue a utility token, you send that white paper to your national regulator. We reverse the burden of proof so that basically the regulator has to demonstrate based on existing laws that you do something wrong. You do not have to wait for that, but you can already issue, and you have a passport for 30 countries, 27 in the EU plus 3 associated. If anything in the financial regulation domain is revolutionary, this is revolutionary. But it was not the time to put that on the market. The time to put that on the market came obviously with the Libra discussion. And then a political desire to have, and that is what always happens in political quarters, especially at highest level, to get into a panic mode, to see something that they don't like, and then you have to immediately react to that. And then it's very good if you have a draft on the table. Now, we didn't have a draft on stablecoins on the table, but we had the philosophy on the table. And I'll briefly refer to that because it's important. I also said it before, it's in the public domain. The idea was to prohibit stablecoins, at least from the leading governments in Europe. And we didn't prohibit stablecoins, but we ended up with a MiCA that had now this stablecoin part, where we don't call stablecoins stablecoins, which is as if you have the body of a very beautiful human being, and then you put an elephant's head on top. That is what we have. It's two sections, two distinct sections that basically do not cover the full crypto universe. They are targeted things on the one hand side of having a prospectus light for utility tokens and to have a MiFID light, in a way, for stablecoins plus a reformulation of the e-money directive. And that is where we are. And then on top of that comes a process which is, in fact, much more interesting than this sort of hybrid being, because that is where we stand now with the finalized product, but also the level 2 standards and the delegated acts. And this is very interesting to see, because that is also, in my opinion, one of these myths. People seem to think that everything in crypto has somehow to be regulated in MiCA. And that is not true from the genesis that I just described. MiCA is a small part of what we have in crypto, but it is a part where we thought that clarification might be useful. And it is also, and that is for me by far the most interesting part, a sort of test run for maybe global harmonization, or perhaps a little less ambitious harmonization at a larger scale. Because it is the first time that 30 countries are getting together and agree on some principles. And I find it funny that we have many people that tell us Global harmonization is fantastic, it is needed, just start with it, we need principles, etc. And when then 30 countries come together, they say, oh my God, what a mess. But this is what you get, especially in a political context. MiCA, in this genesis that I have described, has 3 phases. Phase 1 is the innovation phase. That is the Commission draft of MiCA. It is innovative. Phase 2 is the political process. That is then when the European Parliament and the European Council come in, and every party in the European Parliament, regardless of what type of regulation, of what type of topic you have, needs to put their topics into that regulation to prove why they exist. So regardless of what it is, it has to be green, it has to be inclusive, it has to be social, it has to be whatever, which means that the text is exploding. And the text is exploding in a way that we are not used to in some quarters of the world. I was in Switzerland yesterday, and people consistently said that, why is this text so complicated? Regulation in Switzerland and perhaps elsewhere is easy, and in Liechtenstein as well. Well, that is what you get when you get so many players on the table. But I would still maintain that the final result is a good one, and I'll explain why. Not because it is fantastic regulation, it is certainly not. But it is a learning curve that is a very honest attempt to put on the table what we know right now and what we don't know. It is a basis for further discussion. That is how it should be seen. But then comes the third part, and I'm polite today, so I'm not commenting too much on that, but that is when the regulators at European and national level come with the level 2 standards. And that is what I call the bureaucratic phase. The bureaucratic phase is not the Commission proposal. The bureaucratic phase is what we see now, that all these terms need to be filled with life. What can actually be the reserves for stablecoins? How should environmental standards be interpreted? 1,000 other questions. And then your little tiny white paper of perhaps 20 pages becomes a telephone book of 500 pages again, because all of that somehow has to be in. That is not the original idea. And this is, I think, why we are in the middle of the hurricane, because now we have to deal with these things, now we have to interpret things. And if you consider that in traditional finance on capital markets, we start with securities laws where we don't have a European definition on what a security is, you might get an idea of how difficult it is to align along these standards and along certain principles. And that perspective must come from the one hand side, from the sector itself. I'm very happy to observe that a lot of companies, a lot of interested parties are self-organizing to find possible solutions to questions they see with a view to MiCA. And there is, for example, a roundtable series that I am supporting, where yesterday we met in Zug. Tomorrow we will meet here to have a discussion on specific areas in MiCA where industry finds it difficult to deal with the language and where they would like to have guidance. And I think it's for industry to self-organize. Because, as said, this is a learning experience, and you have a lot of regulators, especially young regulators everywhere, who instinctively understand digitization and crypto, but you're also still faced with a legacy system, including in the regulatory bodies, where they take their remit very seriously, and I respect them for that. They do have a clear indication of what they are supposed to do. But being proactively supportive in interpreting such new rules is not necessarily core business, so they need support. They need support from you, but they also need support from us to remind them from time to time, and I'm happy to do that, what the original idea of MiCA was. And the original idea of MiCA is streamlining, downsizing on administrative burden, enabling innovation, and especially seeing MiCA as a vehicle of developing a language that helps us with a view to Web3 and the token economy. So where does that lead to? I get many questions on MiCA 2.0. I'm happy to see that so far it has not appeared in any document that we have in Brussels for the next 5 years. It might pop up, but we don't have it yet in mission letters or speeches or statements. Now, what would that be? That's a little bit the same discussion as with Web 2.0 and Web 3. There are people, and I also have some colleagues, that think in Web 2, Web 3 terms like a tree that annually gets another ring. So Web 4, Web 5, Web 6, etc. If you interpret Web 3 as a decentralized space, that is the end of it. If you really go into self-organization, collective liability, into new forms of governance in DAOs, new forms of business models on DeFi, that is basically something that cannot be the subject of top-down regulation, and certainly not in finance. So from my perspective, and I speak for all my colleagues at the technical level, no one has the will or sees a need for a MiCA 2.0, because if that is on DeFi and related things, that would be decentralized, that is not financial regulation in a traditional way. But as said, there can be a different political choice. We do not know that yet. Secondly, we have always said from the beginning that whatever we do, and this is a reminder that I gave a couple of minutes before also on finance, it has to serve a purpose. Bitcoin is nice, crypto is nice, everything else we talk about is nice, but it has to serve a function for society. If it does not serve a positive function for society, you can still do it. It's mostly not illegal. As my colleague said, there's a difference between perhaps being stupid and being criminal. So no problem with some forms of NFTs and other things and many things that are out there. But if public money goes into this, public resources, it has to serve a direct purpose for citizens and for small and medium-sized enterprises especially. And that is the real economy, that is the use cases. So what we urgently need to develop, and that is in a way my remit as being responsible for blockchain, crypto, and token in the real economy, is an alignment of rules that we have in the real economy and rules that we have in finance. And to give you just one example, Tornado Cash is the perfect example for that. In my opinion, and people don't like that when I'm saying that, I don't care, Tornado Cash, the judgment in the Netherlands, is a scandal. It is a completely misguided view of what smart contracts are and what actually the liability of operators is and what not. Imagine a situation in the real economy where we all know that bank robbers drive fast cars, mostly German cars, happy to see that, black Audis. And when these people rob banks and blow up ATMs, that could be easily prevented. Every car, especially every new car nowadays, has a tracking mechanism. You know where that car is. It has all sorts of cameras. There are possibilities to prevent people from entering the car. There is not a technical obstacle to prevent abuse of cars for criminal purposes. I don't know anyone who goes to the board of BMW or Audi and arrests these people because bank robbers use cars. I hope that this applause comes from people that are not bank robbers but pro-crypto. So we have a talk about that, Thomas, after the speech. That is only my view. I'm not saying it's representative. What I'm saying is that even if you think that I'm wrong, and happy to do so, we need to discuss what we see from a societal perspective as the set of rules we want to give us in an environment where online and offline, where real economy and finance merge and need to have consistent horizontal rules. There is a discussion in the US starting that takes my argument and says that this is a fantastic argument for self-driving and centrally controlled cars. No, sorry, it is not. It is the question of how do we want to live as a society, because a zero-crime society is the most totalitarian society you can envisage. We know that crypto has a lot of tools to prevent different forms of crimes. Some other things have to be stepped up. But we need to be more consistent when we look at what you actually put on the market in terms of code, in terms of IP, in terms of infrastructure, and what the liability is. And this liability is a collective liability, which is why I'm very happy to see that a fantastic team has just finalized a study on decentralized autonomous organizations for the European Commission, where we look into these governance perspectives from, I would say, a new angle. And we have the team actually sitting here, so thanks very much for the excellent work again also here, and reach out to them if you have questions on this. In essence, this is a learning curve. I'm far away from saying that any of what I'm discussing now needs to be put into new forms of regulation. There is a consistent view in Brussels that, and I say that in my words, but it's not far from what I hear from everyone, that we had a little overkill of regulation in the last 5 years. Now it is time for implementation. Now it is time to see how that works on the market. It is time to see what the next logical step can be. That, in my opinion, is the task for the next 5 years, plus, and I'm a little bit advertising now what we have later today in the panel on industrial use cases for blockchain. We are using crypto to get that deeply into the real economy. One example is an open source blockchain infrastructure we have been building for the last 5 years to detect fake products. We use NFTs. We enable industry with its solution to find a way of onboarding that on our platform, to give authorities access on a need-to-know basis, like a COVID passport, green or red. They must not know the details on everything, but just know if this product is correct, it's an Antigua product or not, and we work on that. We have a lot of initiatives building on verifiable credentials, working towards digital identity, but in a way that fully protects privacy. We have an initiative on the digital product passport coming up that builds on these works and will result, hopefully, in more transparency and better assurances for public and private players on the quality of products and if they meet regulation or not. But not from a top-down perspective. All of this is bottom-up. And the same applies to finance. For finance, we will come up with a report at the end of the year on those things that are not regulated in MiCA, DeFi, NFTs, other things. And I think that we excluded them for very good reasons that I alluded to from the MiCA regulation, but we have to consistently fight for that because there's a tendency by others to put everything back into MiCA. And that would be, and I conclude with that, the wrong perspective towards MiCA. MiCA is not your we cover it all regulation. MiCA is not your guidance on every detail. MiCA is a painful exercise of trying to understand how we deal with crypto and what we have to improve. But, and that is the strong positive message that I finish with, it has enabled us now in 2024 to be much wiser than 5 years ago. We know what the issues are. The issues are on the table. We are not discussing the use of blockchain or crypto anymore. We are not discussing the necessity of having Web3 or the token economy anymore. It is clearly on the table, but we are discussing now every detail of how actually it should be structured and organized. And this is not nice, but this is very much necessary, and I count on Liechtenstein to not lean back, but also to see themselves in exactly this position in the eye of the hurricane. We got there. It's a cozy position right now. Let's celebrate today. Let's see what we achieved, and tomorrow we start again to do the earnest work of what follows after the token law, what follows after MiCA, and how we can create really meaningful input to the real economy, but also to our citizens. Happy to explore along these lines, happy to discuss, and I wish all of us a great day here of innovation and communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we have native Liechtenstein speaker coming up. In fact, she told me that in her teenage years, she used to do ballet on this very same stage. She will not be here to do ballet. She'll be here representing the Financial Market Authority in Liechtenstein, where she leads the regulatory laboratory, the Financial Innovation Department, and she's here to talk about MiCAR. What is the position here in Liechtenstein? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dorothea. One more thing. Dorothea would like to make this a conversation, and so she's going to speak for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to pass a mic around. That is not to scare you, that is just to have an opportunity to connect directly with her and ask any questions that she has. So just to note that, and I'm going to get you a clicker.
And please be fair. Danke. Ist das okay? So. I am convinced that we need to be open to new ideas and technologies without any self-imposed restrictions. We need to actively engage with new technologies, look into them, and find solutions where we see potential. And those are not my words, but the words of the Prime Minister of Liechtenstein, Dr. Daniel Riesch, who we just heard welcoming remarks as well from. My name is Dorothea, and I'm heading the FMA internal fintech team called Regulatory Laboratory / Financial Innovation, or in short, we like to call ourselves FinLab or RegLab. Sorry, I'm a slide behind, it seems. Today, I will update you on where we, as Liechtenstein, stand with the adoption of MiCA. But first, I believe that we need to take a look back. For years, Liechtenstein has positioned itself as a crypto hub within the European Union. It is committed to foster and enable innovation within the financial market. This is shown, for example, in the Financial Center Strategy of 2019, where the government defined 4 principles that represent the values that guide all government action. And those 4 principles are: number 1, legal certainty and stability. Number 2, integrity and quality. And then number 4, collaboration and integration. And I believe the 3rd principle that I haven't mentioned yet is the one that is most important for us, for everybody here in this room today, and it is innovation. The principle states that government enables and supports private innovation. Government and public authorities are open to new technologies and business opportunities. Liechtenstein's commitment to new technologies and innovation is also shown in the fact that the government created an innovation framework to continuously further develop the regulatory conditions in a way that allows for that innovation. And part of this framework is, on one hand, my team, the FinLab with the FMA, but on the other hand, also the Office for Financial Market Innovation and Digitalization, headed by Dr. Clara Gerger, who is the next speaker after the break. And finally, and Mr. Riesch already mentioned it in his welcoming video, Liechtenstein's commitment to foster innovation is also shown in the fact that already back in 2016, it started as one of the first, if not the first countries worldwide to lay down the basis for the creation of a national blockchain legislation, the Law on Tokens and TT Service Providers, in short, TVTG. And this, I remind you, this was 8 years ago. So, the TVTG aims to ensure trust in digital legal transactions and to protect users on the blockchain. And in accordance with that principle number 3 that I just mentioned, it also aims to create optimal, innovation-friendly and technology-neutral framework conditions for the provision of services on the blockchain in Liechtenstein. It therefore introduced, on one hand, civil law provisions relating to tokens and the rights that are represented in them, as well as how they can be transferred, and on the other hand, a supervisory system through the FMA. As the TVTG entered into force on 1st of January 2020, I can say that we were already able to have 5 years, or gain 5 years of experience in working with service providers in the crypto space. In particular, we received applications from a total of 62 entities during those years, leaving us with a current number of 26 entities entered into the register of blockchain service providers in Liechtenstein. Among those entities, you can find half of the banks that are active in Liechtenstein, 5, a handful of trading platforms, as well as, last but not least, 18 custody providers. And all those entities will be subject to the new rules of MiCA, and will therefore need to transition to the new regime throughout next year. So, where do we stand with MiCA today? We all know the status in the EU. MiCA entered into force at the end of June of last year. It will be fully applicable by the end of this year, with certain parts of it already being applicable, namely the parts regarding the issuance of ARTs and EMTs, so asset referenced tokens and e-money tokens. In Liechtenstein, the situation is a bit different because MiCA is neither in force nor applicable yet. And why is that, you might ask? Even though MiCA as a regulation should be directly applicable anyways, it's because Liechtenstein, together with Iceland and Norway, is a member not of the EU, but of the EEA, the European Economic Area. In that area, we apply relevant EU legislation after its incorporation into the EEA agreement. This slows things a bit down, but it's a very important process for us, as it gives us the chance to address certain necessary adaptations for our country. For example, MiCA gives certain tasks to national central banks. Liechtenstein does not have a national central bank. So in preparation of the incorporation into the EEA agreement, we were able to define who will take on the role as national central bank for Liechtenstein regarding MiCA. So all those small adaptations that we are able to make are then agreed upon by the Joint Committee of EU and EEA member states. And that's where we stand right now. We just submitted, I think 2 weeks ago, the draft of this decision to our EU counterparts. And our goal is to achieve incorporation into the EEA agreement by February 2025. But in addition to work on the EEA side and incorporation into the EEA agreement, it is also necessary to prepare a national implementing regulation for MiCA. This regulation is necessary, as in it, for example, will be defined who will be supervising authority. It is planned that this will be us. It is also defined what tasks and powers that authority will have, what the supervisory fees will be, and when sanctions might be necessary. We have been working on this implementing regulation since last year, and it entered into public consultation in March of this year. And Thomas, as you said today, as we speak, currently, it is read for the first time in Parliament just a few blocks away. It is planned that the second reading will be done in December, and then we hope that the implementing regulation will enter into force on 1st of February 2025. So just a tiny bit later than full application in the EU. So now that I told you that the FMA will be the national supervisory authority with regards to MiCA, it's clear that also we needed to prepare for the new regime. And we did that, and are still doing that, by creating an internal project for the implementation of MiCA in the FMA. And the project is under the lead of my team, but with expertise and individuals of all supervisory divisions within the FMA. And one of the first decisions we had to make is to try to allocate the tasks that MiCA will give us between the supervisory divisions. And we decided, and therefore it is planned, it's not finalized yet, that the supervision of CASPs, or the crypto asset service providers, as well as the issuers of Title II tokens, those that are not EMTs or ARTs, would lie with the asset management and markets division. And the supervision of issuers of EMTs and ARTs will lie with the banking division. So it's important to know that we will not build a new unit to deal with the new tasks, but we will rather hand over those new tasks to teams that are already supervising entities that are working in a similar space and that have expertise regarding that. So that's important for us to know. What's important for you in this room to know today? Since this week, it's possible to submit so-called pre-applications to us. And they are only pre-applications because we don't have a legal basis to formally accept applications yet or to decide on applications. We have created an extensive form that you can use for those pre-applications. This is not on our website, but if you are interested, we will send it to you directly. It is not on the website because we believe that it will need certain amendments, especially then when the level 2 texts are really finalized, because they aren't yet. We have sent that form 2 days ago to 12 entities, just so you know. And please also know that we also offer informal introductory meetings to new market participants. And those are especially important if we don't know you yet and you don't know us yet. Because on those meetings, we will get to know each other, discuss your planned business model, as well as the licensing process. We have done over 10 of such meetings during the last few weeks. So I would like to really encourage you to take this possibility and get in a meeting with us if you are interested in such a MiCA license. And if you have questions or want to get into contact with us, you can do that through our FinTech email address. And please inform yourselves further on our adoption of MiCA by visiting our website. Thank you. And I thought maybe there might be some questions in the audience today.
Are there any questions? We have a microphone right here. You just got to raise your hand, and you can ask a question.
If not, then we can all go to break sooner.
Oh, there is a question right up here. Over here, can you bring the mic up to the front, please? Okay, I'll take the mic. I'll do the running. I need the exercise anyway. Let's go. What a surprise.
What a surprise.
You've got a question.
I have one question, Dorothea. First of all, thank you very much for giving us this update. As we try to position Liechtenstein as the gateway to the European Union,
Yes.
and having you on stage, and obviously you cannot talk about names or who is actually interested, but do we get some interest from the Swiss ecosystem to get access to Europe via Liechtenstein?
Yes, indeed, we do. I mean, you can look into the registry, because I believe last week or 2 weeks ago we registered a daughter company of a Swiss bank, Signum Bank, Signum Europe AG.
Thank you.
Any other questions in the audience? Yes.
Yeah, I just have a question on business model. Is there any preference from your side on a business model under MiCA application?
Can you repeat the first sentence? Is there any?
Is there any preference on a business model from your side as a regulator for MiCA applicants that are new on the market?
On what business models we especially like? Or do I understand it?
Stablecoins, for example?
Again?
A stablecoin business model, for example?
If we like that one.
No, I mean, if you have in general preferences, or is it just kind of like you are pretty much like, let's say, agnostic to any type of business model as long as the...
I would say as a regulator we have no preferences.
Okay.
And we are neutral, and an applicant has a right to pose its application.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay. If not, I saw Dr. Clara standing there on the side. I think she's going to get mic'd up. So we're going to take a little networking break, and when we come back, we'll hear from her. But can we give it up for the wonderful Dorothea, please?
Thank you. Have a great day.
Coffee and tea out in that direction. See you very soon.
providing cherished respite for travelers and enduring alpine beauty to more than 38,000 citizens. The small Principality of Liechtenstein covers just 160 square kilometers but boasts a storied history. The German-speaking principality sits tucked between the countries of Austria to the east and Switzerland to the west, and will reach a landmark year in 2019 when its citizens will celebrate the principality's 300th anniversary. Liechtenstein's formation stretches back to 1699, when Prince Johann Adam I purchased the lordship of Schellenberg. More than a decade later, in 1712, the prince bought the county of Vaduz. The two Alpine territories were merged by Emperor Charles VI in 1719 as the new Imperial Principality of Liechtenstein. Gaining its sovereignty in 1806 during the volatile Napoleonic Wars, the nation went on to become a member of the German Federation until 1866 and would maintain its independence in a Europe twice torn by World War. To cement its sovereignty, the Principality took a significant step and joined the Council of Europe in 1978, as well as the United Nations in 1990. The country's citizens also voted to become a member of the European Economic Area in 1995 to increase the Principality's economic reach. A customs union signed in 1923 with Switzerland enhanced the country's dynamic relationship with the Swiss. The country also uses the Swiss franc as its currency. With the signing of the Constitution of 1862, Liechtenstein obtained a parliament to represent its people. When a new constitution was signed in 1921, the small country transformed yet again into a constitutional monarchy on a democratic and parliamentary basis where Parliament would nominate members of the government and the prince would appoint them. Ever since, Liechtensteiners also have the possibility to vote directly on laws and other matters of public interest. Liechtenstein's past and present have been shaped by its partnerships with its neighbors, Austria and Switzerland. In fact, it was an Austrian emperor who put the two halves of Liechtenstein together in 1719. The relationships of the princes of Liechtenstein to the Habsburg family, for which they held important posts, such as advisors, diplomats, and military leaders, led to a customs union with Austria in 1852. This union ended the economic isolation and boosted the state finances and economic development of Liechtenstein. The customs union was dissolved in 1919 after the collapse of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire after World War I. Because of the European Economic Area, Liechtenstein and Austria are now once more connected with an open border. Liechtenstein is a compact yet compelling nation. Innovation, cooperation, and foresight have helped the country endure for 300 years throughout incredible upheavals in Europe and the world. Its citizens treasure their traditions and the princely family and welcome visitors interested in the rich history of their nation.
All right, we said let us continue, so let us continue. I hope you had some coffee. I hope you had some tea. Max, you're going to like this one because I was talking to someone backstage and I had the great joy of meeting her husband. You know, up here, everyone gives their professional side, but backstage, I have the joy of meeting them in the raw, in the element. And for the first time I met her husband, and her husband is a jazz trumpeter, just like you, Max. So there we go. You never know what we talk about backstage. Backstage conversation was about how the two of them met, the many pairs of shoes, the value of fashion, and not about financial regulation. But that's what she's going to talk about here. She wanted to save the best part for this conversation. So come on in and have a seat. We're very delighted to have the director of the Office for Financial Market Innovation and Digitalization here for the Liechtenstein government. She drives the Liechtenstein Governance Innovation Framework, and she's also the co-chair of the European Blockchain Association. She is wonderful, she is confident, she is knowledgeable. Please give a nice warm welcome to Dr. Clara. Enjoy.
You're so sweet, thank you. So hello, everyone. Really dangerous is backstage conversations. But here we are. Well, I think we still have to wait a bit for my slides coming up. But I just wanted to say, I mean, you are really coming and have come to the right place. Not just Liechtenstein and this Token Summit, but this is the place to be if you want to know what's happening in the cutting edge, at the cutting edge of financial innovation, blockchain, compliance, cybersecurity, tokenization, policy regulation. We're really covering it all, and the wheel is coming full circle. And I think there's good news, because at the end of the day, of this day, I hope that you're all are going to have really great new insights, and at least you will know what your lawyers are telling you. And I think this is already something that can help. But apart from that, now we're diving into our financial innovation and how we from Liechtenstein's side are envisioning the regulatory future and regulatory foresight. So, as you all know, Liechtenstein really is a small place with our 160 square meters. But our history and our evolution, our whole journey has been nothing short of transformative. And the economic success story began with us in 1923 with our with the Swiss Customs Union, which really laid the foundation for our economic growth and future success. But it's not just the Swiss Customs Union, but also our entrepreneurial spirit. And that has really a long tradition in Liechtenstein. So it's been a lot of family-owned businesses, especially after the Second World War, who then have been thriving and flourishing and actually building into global players in their industries. And, but it's not that we are just successful locally. We're also deeply integrated into international networks, and one of which is, of course, the European Economic Area. So this gives us and our market players access to the single market in Europe, and really opening the doors for our export-driven and export-orientated economy here in Liechtenstein. That brings us to where we're standing now, with a really successful economy that actually has this 42% of its GDP from the industry, and the 10% from the finance sector. And if you count with it the tax, insurance, and of course also the legal services, it amounts to the 20.9%. So this is the basis that we are building on in Liechtenstein, and now we're looking into how we are actually shaping the future. For that, our USPs, so what really defines that and what we are building on, is that as many jurisdictions, also we are trying to square the circle. So we are looking at how we can solve this innovation trilemma that all the regulators globally face. So really to have market integrity, but also clear rules, and at the end of the day, of course, also financial innovation. And at the core of that is our philosophical approach to regulation, which means that we don't want to introduce barriers to innovation, but we want to introduce framework conditions that are actually enabling innovation. And of course, also our businesses, they profit from our political and economic stability and a business-friendly environment, and the approach to regulation apart from this philosophical idea is in a very real way is driven driven by that we introduce really pragmatic, proportional, innovation-friendly, forward-thinking, and risk-based regulation. And one thing that I, in that context, really want to highlight in view of the theme of this year's Token Summit topic is that our authorities have now 4 years of experience in the registration and supervision of crypto asset service providers, right? So that makes Liechtenstein a proven and also trusted jurisdiction for everyone that is looking to innovate in that space. So with that, Orhan Harari very, very, very well said that electricity light did not come about through the constant improvement of the candle, right? And I love candles, but still I also love the choice. I love to have electric light. And these innovations, they often come from unexpected sides. This is what it says, right? And it's driven very often from the market. It's driven by technology, but very often it really challenges our entire systems. And this is where we're coming in, because this analogy is not only true for technological developments, but also it holds the same truth for regulation. Sometimes we cannot just tweak the old models. We really have to rethink them entirely. And this is what we're doing here in Liechtenstein. And one example how we're doing this and how we've done it, especially, so to prove that we've already done it, is our Blockchain Act, the TVTG. So this very often cited first comprehensive regulatory framework for the token economy. It's not just a bunch of rules. This really is, yes, principle-based and technological neutral for starters, so no rules, but it really created an environment, a framework for the whole token economy. And it created an environment where these businesses can thrive, where they can innovate, and at the same time, we ensured that there is consumer protection and that we can actually introduce trust in digital transactions. And I believe, and I can say that because 5 years, no, actually even 6 years ago, I haven't been working for the government yet. And so I can really say without bragging that this was a bold move politically. Because back then, I mean, remember 5, 6 years, 7 years ago, there was no comparison, there was no best practice. There were no international standards, there was no international coordination in that space. So that was really venturing into new territory, right? And yes, we had a really steep learning curve, and of course, inevitably, we also had some growing pains coming to that, but this is what it means to lead the way and introduce new and pioneering legal frameworks that are then shaping the ongoing financial market innovation and the digital innovation in a way beyond even financial market innovation. So, this is the theme of my talk here. Not just, we've heard a lot already about MiCA and how that, of course, is a catalyst for innovation in the blockchain space. Also, how that is, of course, a huge benefit of having one harmonized legal framework for the industry for such a huge market. That is definitely going to help. This is amazing. But we also have to keep in mind that MiCA was designed in the framework of financial market, in the framework of financial market regulation. So, and as we all know, blockchain goes way beyond that. Blockchain is introducing really a trust and transaction layer in the digital space, a decentralized one, a better one that really offers new opportunities in the real economy and in the token economy for real world applications and way beyond the financial market sector. And so this is what we are in Liechtenstein looking at when we're talking about thinking and innovating beyond MiCA, because MiCA is a great start, but it is only the beginning. So how we're doing that, institutionally and structurally, we're doing that as one element with my office. So the Office for Financial Market Innovation and Digitalization. And I like to think as my office as some kind of time machine. So this is where we are going ahead. We're exploring new ideas. And we're bringing these ideas back into the here and now and creating impact and creating solutions and suggesting initiatives and suggesting approaches that help Liechtenstein in the here and now and probably also lend inspiration for others. My office, this time machine, of course, is really elemental in driving innovation forward in Liechtenstein. And in a little bit less flowery speech, you can think of it as a really dedicated competence coordination and consultancy unit for and within the government that deals with all the topics related to innovation, digitalization, and emerging tech. And we are subordinated to the Ministry of General Government Affairs and Finance. So we report directly to our Prime Minister. And we are there to ensure that Liechtenstein keeps at the forefront of digital and financial innovation. But of course, this is just the structural part, the institutional part of this innovation approach. Of course, there are things, and I'm going to show to you now 3 aspects of things that we have already implemented that go beyond MiCA, and then 2 areas that we are at the very moment looking into. So one thing you've also probably heard mentioned already quite a lot, this is our civil law of tokens. That is introduced and with our TVDG. And it introduces the token as a legal object in our legal system. So that means that in many other jurisdictions, you don't know what a token legally is, how it is legally defined. And why is that important? Yes, because a token represents certain rights, usage rights, ownership rights. It can represent tokenized, it can represent IP rights. So it's super important what happens with the token, how it's being transferred, and how you actually, as a holder of the token, acquire also the access to the right, and if you can actually exercise the right of the right that is represented, the underlying right, the right that is represented in this token, right? And so this is where the civil law for tokens come in. We have this legal certainty and this legal clarity, what the token is, how the transfer works, what happens in situations of if you lose a token, or if you buy a token that actually has been stolen, for example, acquisition of in good faith. So who belongs this, who has now the right, who is rightful the owner of the token, and who can actually also execute these rights. So this is where this enforceability of tokenized transactions is coming in. So here in Liechtenstein, everyone can enforce the rights that have been transferred via a token. And in the case, that's why I'm saying the transfer of the token may transfer ownership, because if you see further down, if we're talking about IP, in order to protect actually the creators, it is contingent on the consent of these creators that also the right that is attached to this token or underlying this token is being transferred with the transfer of the token directly. So these purpose-built legal framework, this legal clarity that we have introduced with that is one of the foundational elements of our TVDG that also remains, of course, in force and applicable in Liechtenstein also once and when we have MiCA coming up, if all goes right, at the 1st of February of next year. But as you can see also here, I made this example with IP because I think it's not just art tokenization, but to bring in a new use case and application that is very practical, and I believe, and also in a very interesting field for the industry to look into that, and that really shows how the token is a verifiable record and of this creation and ownership, and how also this token enable fractional ownership of IP assets, and how we here in Liechtenstein ensure that the tokenization and the transfer of IP rights is legally enforceable and in one streamlined process. And yes, further down the road. Potentially, we're looking into that. I see that there might be some adjustments needed in our IP laws, but of course, we aim for progress and not perfection, so let's do one step at a time. One other thing I want to show to you where we're going again beyond MiCA is our token lending service provider. So we introduced this token lending service provider role, which in the first revision in our TVDG that came into force at 1st of February this year, was driven by realizing that there's a gap in MiCA. So there is no regulated, there's the token lending activity, partly also staking, is not regulated. So, and this is a gap in MiCA in our opinion, and we need to close this gap in the interest of consumer protection and legal clarity. However, ESMA in June this year came out with answering this question if staking is falling under MiCA or covered by MiCA, and as by now we know, yes, staking, certain aspects of staking, always very careful here, are considered an auxiliary service to custody services, which is covered under MiCA, but they're different, they're very distinct differentiations, clearly, logically, in comparison to our token lending service provider. So our token lending service provider, there, the service provider really acquires ownership of the token. And it's important also to know, because there is no segregation of assets, so if the service provider defaults, clearly then also the consumer is bearing the loss. So there's a certain risk with that. And to hedge that risk and to deal with that risk, this is why we have these other additional provisions under this article that require the service provider not just to register with the Financial Market Authority, and that there's the compliance and oversight via our Financial Market Authority, but also that they have to hold 10% of the capital of the value of the tokens as a minimum capital requirements. Also because there is no asset segregation in the case of insolvency. As I said before, we have very strict risk management roles and risk assessment roles that ensure, and also actually information obligation from the side of the service provider towards the consumer to ensure that the consumer is informed and can himself assess these kind of risks. So there you see the difference from the staking services under MiCA, and in practice that will certainly be a topic for discussion, not just here, but also on EU level. So what exactly, which kind of staking is covered by MiCA, how is the differentiation, and so there is definitely some room for well, education and explanation that we will have to fill in the next year, I would say. But moving on to one other thing that we already have in our framework established. We already had, that custody service provider roles in the TVDG before the revision, before MiCA coming up, actually 3 of them. Now we've reduced it to 1, and why we still thought that it's important to keep that custody service provider role, that was because we realized now also again there is a potential gap, there is an interest, or we are interested in consumer protection and legal clarity, because it might be that these NFTs are not just some fun thing, but that they can really represent very valuable assets and rights, and so it is essential to protect the ownership and the value of that in the interest and for the consumers. So this is why we left and have now this additional custody service provider role of for NFT custodies. It's just called a normal custody service provider role, but it addresses logically only NFTs and NFTs that are not covered, so tokens that are not covered under MiCA. Also, by the way, the slide before with the token lending service provider all tokens I'm talking about here are only the ones that are not covered under MiCA. So there's no way to get a lower threshold registration under the TVDG and avoid and circumvent MiCA regulation. So that is definitely an important point. One other thing, so this is something that we haven't done yet, so that is more in the sphere of the time machine activities, right? Where we are dealing and looking into DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. And I don't know how familiar you are with it. I really like this analogy of thinking of it like as a magical vending machine. And as you can see, this magical vending machine, it's doing way more than just giving out snacks. So it orders the snacks itself, so it restocks. It also takes care of its own renting bills for the space and insurance, and it covers the cleaning maintenance aspects. It pays all these transactions itself. It schedules it itself, and then it even decides what snacks it restocks or reorders based on the consumer votes. So it's an entire ecosystem that's functioning in a really autonomous way. However, it's important to notice, of course, this vending machine is not writing code. This vending machine is not creating a product, and also this vending machine is not providing any other services than that. So it needs to commission then outside external parties to fulfill these tasks. And in the coordination of this commission, of course, the code, the smart contract comes in that ensures that if the task is being completed correctly, then also the payment is being issued. But it's not about only the vending machine. At the end, we're talking about these key elements of decentralization. So it means that no one single person is in charge, but everyone involved has a say. Then we're talking about the aspect of being autonomous. So what does that mean? That it operates autonomous, it operates on its own based on some predefined rules. And the organizational part, so the O, means that it coordinates a group of people. So it coordinates their collaboration towards a common goal, which is also governed and organized and managed by these predefined rules. And this decentralized structure, governance structure, operational structure, really introduces a complete new paradigm in how we can think of governance of an organization, operations of an organization, and the whole functioning of such an organization. So I believe that not only rightfully so, as of now, the predominance of the DAO organizations are actually in the DeFi space. But there is more and more interest in DAO application in the industrial sector. And I can see why, because everywhere in the industry where you have the need to solve some coordination failure issue, the DAO governance structure just naturally lends itself to coordinate that. And it offers us potentially in this more digital, virtual, and digitally connected world, a way how we can coordinate our working together, our collaboration in a better way, in a new way, and in a more efficient way. So I think this is a potentially super interesting topic, and this is why, driven by the industry, by an innovation club. So this is the way how you bring in ideas that encourage our further development of our legal framework conditions. So by a consortia of some market participants and advisors, they introduced this innovation club suggesting that we in Liechtenstein should look at introducing a new legal form for DAOs. Because again, candle, light bulb, we cannot just tweak the existing systems, we have to rethink them entirely. And so this is where we are at. We're looking at that, and the key focus within that, what we're trying to tackle and what we're trying to solve is how we can limit the liability of the DAO participants, while at the same time ensure, of course, accountability and compliance for the DAO so that it doesn't become a vessel for any illicit financial activities, terrorism finance, and so on. Of course, that we don't want. And we want to think of it in a really new way. So how can we enable purely digital entry and access? And how can we, with that, create a legal certainty for decentralized decision-making without, at the same time, having the traditional central boards or management? One other thing, and I have to be very clear on that, this is again not a topic on our political agenda as of now, but being the time machine that we are, of course we are looking in that, and it's not a cynical combination of two buzzwords. I think there lies real merit for the industry in the convergence of these super powerful foundational technologies. So why? Logically, we all know about the tremendous potential that AI holds and the power that how it can enable us to really solve some of the current really, really challenging problems that we see in the world. But at the same time, where there's light, there's darkness. We also see a lot of challenges with AI coming in, especially when this AI is centralized, or this AI operating system are centralized and organized by central entities, and the power concentration that comes with that. So we all know that this brings a certain risk to the democracy, to capitalism, to our way of life. And, surprise, regulation is not going to solve that. So what is going to solve that? I believe it's going to be decentralization. And there's a lot of hype in the blockchain space, but there is also a lot of work that has been done in the whole data attestation, identity attribution, and verifiability aspects. So this is where blockchain really shines. And I think if you introduce these elements and combine them with AI, that can actually introduce the trust layer we're looking for, and making sure that AI operating systems for the future are decentralized, that they're fair, that they're transparent, and that they're safe. And I think this is something that on various levels we have to talk about, and maybe think about how can we address that, how can we bring in this thought in the various ways on political level and in the market. Because, I mean, I personally, at least, I believe more in the collective than in the collected intelligence, and that this general more of intelligence also is empowering us as human beings, and that it will create more respect for life and us as human beings thriving, looking ahead. And looking ahead, and this is also my last slide, and a call to action to you. I mentioned it already before, the Innovation Club that we have as one of the state innovation formats that we offer from government side. So this is really to fast track your innovation ideas. And this is to ensure the dialogue between the market participants, so you innovating in that space, and us trying to being in the business of change per se, structurally, that we can take in this input, these insights, and shape together a safe and future forward-thinking and further pioneering framework and framework conditions in Liechtenstein in the digital innovation and financial innovation space. So it's as simple as that, hence the screenshot. Go to our website, Impulse Liechtenstein. There you see further information on the Innovation Club, and right there and now you can actually straight bring in such an Innovation Club, or also, of course, you're always welcome to drop me an email and call me, and we will take this up. There's no guarantee we will implement it, but it's a really lean way, a lean process to collaborate and together to shape the future here in Liechtenstein for our economy. So thank you so much, and yeah, we don't have questions, but I'm around the whole day, so please come and speak to me.
Let's give it up for Dr. Clara.
Thank you.
Was that good?
Yes.
Yeah? Where can I buy your shoes?
Oh.
We'll talk about that backstage.
We'll talk backstage.
Excellent. Well, this next gentleman has a Wikipedia page, so he's very important. He also has his own castle, and I think we all know who's coming. In the past, he has been very kind to send videos and to participate as a patron, but now we have him in real life, here in person. I'm of course talking about none other than His Serene Highness, Prince Michael of Liechtenstein.
Thank
Nice
you.
to have you here.
Good morning. I'm actually a bit different here because I'm not a specialist in technology, but I've been quite long in business now, I think about close to 50 years. And I look at these new technologies and what is developed from a point of view of a user. And from another point of view, I've always seen the need for innovation in the long time I've been in business. And there's a lot of things which have changed since I started, and that was back in the 1970s. And where probably there was over a long time a big lack of innovation and of development was in the financial system. There were shake-ups, there were crises, there were good times, but there was not too much happening in the financial system. And when we look at the financial system, we have to look at two things. We have the money, which is actually the raw material, and then on the other side, the financial system is a very important infrastructure for the society and for business and the economy. What do we expect from the financial system? It's actually we expect efficiency, we expect reliability, and we expect resilience. These are three very important ways what we expect from the financial system. Of the money, we actually expect that we have something which for us is a means of exchange and a mean of setting prices, but also a mean of storage of values between some trades. And this is the way what money is about. And there we also had a development. We had the old thing with metal coins, gold, silver, and later on the gold standard. Then it developed in the 20th century to the fiat money, which should reflect the economy. And there's a problem, and now the question is, where is all the money going to? What is the future of money? What is the future of the financial system? I got actually on the money side, I got interested, bizarrely enough, I think it was 2014 in Bitcoin. And it was at the World Economic Forum. And at that time, Jack Lew was the Secretary of Treasury in the United States. And of the 45 minutes he had to talk, he used about half of the time to tell how bad and dangerous Bitcoin is. So he was bashing Bitcoin. And when I heard that, I thought, well, if it takes that much time to talk about it, that must be something very interesting. And so I started to look into this world of cryptocurrency. There's another aspect with money. There was always a role of the state. The state tried to have a certain monopoly, on one side claiming that that gives them a guarantee of keeping the value, for instance, 500 years already with the coins. And on the other side, it is a part of power, which the state lacked. But there was always abuse of it. In the old times, already in the times of the Romans, they mixed copper into the silver, which was the means of them, what we call today the quantitative easing. So we have a problem not only in the financial industry, but we have also a problem in its raw material, their money. The financial systems worldwide had, as I said before, ups and downs over the last years. We have, if I talk about Europe, I think we have certain number of problems which are special. For instance, a big problem of Europe is that there is no single capital market and the banking union doesn't happen. And this would be very important for the competitiveness of the European way. And we see also strange things. If we look just recently now, UniCreditor wants to buy Commerzbank. Two old, well-established supertankers in the financial system. Now, there are two things which are contradictory, which is needed now. On one side, we say that the European banks are too small compared with some of the Asian and American banks. On the other side, there is this too big to fail issue. But I think this should be left to the market. Now the German government comes in and wants to protect that Commerzbank stays German. And this doesn't make much sense in a European way. These are all problems of an old system, which probably is not as functional as it should be. I don't say it's totally unfunctional. I don't want to bash now on banks or old institutions, but I think there is a big need of innovation. And there is what is called in German an Innovationsstau, sort of a traffic jam in innovation. How did I get into that? And I said, well, we have to know more, and we have to know more where, as a user, as an investor, where is the monetary and the financial system going to? And I saw the need for doing that. And actually became, and I was thinking for a while about that, and it was in 2018, I was actually asked together with Thomas Buschmann, he's professor in Zurich and Stanford, to talk at a summit which was a Central European summit far in the mountains in southeastern Poland, close to the Ukrainian border. And we were asked there, they asked me to talk from the macroeconomic side over the global monetary system, and Thomas Buschmann over the banking system. And we were sitting then together, because there was not much to do in the evening, having a beer, and we complained about the financial systems. And then we said we should do something, and we should do something to get more in a holistic way how it should develop. We said also about it very much in the old style, and we saw also that there is a digitization with the banks, but quite frequently they just digitalized their old business model. The solution was that Thomas started with me what we called the Vaduz Roundtable. This was a disciplinary group of some 25 people each. We met twice a year, and we called it the Vaduz Roundtable, and we really discussed disruptive tendencies in the financial system. And there we said what we called the Vaduz architecture. Oh, we see. Yeah, where we put together and said, well, there are different things. We have the regulation, we have the state, we have information technology, and in between we have the financial system. And we were also talking about the different users which were in there. The users are the nation states, actually monetary system and regulations, the citizens, the users, the customers, and the machines. And while we were doing that, there was a lot of changes. We had to deal with the digitalization, with experimental and new technologies, financial technology, and blockchain, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. This is all known here in this known things, but it was always also the question, how can that be used and being usable in the financial system to be commercializable, to help the financial system to be more efficient, more resilient, and more reliable. We also looked at certain tendencies and tried to explain it. And there we very strong, obviously, looked into the way of cryptocurrencies in the different forms. Also on the development of the central bank digital currencies, stable coins, etc. It came out a very interesting views from the different participants. We had people from central banks, from technology, from regulation, from insurance, from banks, so a whole group of people who were discussing these points and people who could also use it. We then saw that that actually the outcomes, because we were always looking into the future, that the outcomes were quite usable, as we had then always a report which we brought to interested people. But we still saw that there is a lot of way and also needed explanation so that people can really implement it, because it was all extremely interesting, but the important thing is that it's usable and implementable. And we saw it works, but we also saw a big lack of information. And if we look at this information, for instance, this token summit here is extremely important because it reminds of the possibilities which can be done, etc. And we wanted it also with this Vaduz roundtable. We wanted also to put from Liechtenstein ideas out which are complementing to what, for instance, the people here are doing, what the government is doing in simply dispersing informations and giving ideas. And it is the ideal location because, you know, normally states and governments are not very helpful for innovation and for new ideas. They normally rather block it or start regulating even before it's applicable, like the AI regulations of the European Union. But I think what happened here in Liechtenstein with the law on blockchain, on the distributed ledger technology, was a real innovation, an innovation in legislation, which happens very rarely, and which gives to Liechtenstein a certain standing in that way, and which we have to use. When we saw that the reports of our roundtable were really interesting and useful, we then decided to do something which we called Duck Duck. This is a magazine we launched in the mid of this year, where specialists are giving forward-looking views to themes. We want to publish it 6 times a year, every 2 months, on certain very specific themes, always 7 or 8 specialists writing to a theme. For instance, we had in July, we had the future of money and finance. Now in September, we had regulation in the age of digital finance. Then there will be new ones coming out on crypto and blockchain, cui bono, or digital assets and stable coins. What we actually tried to do was to help decision makers to be informed and to be able to do something without necessarily going into too many details. Also, there's a lot also of details in here, but it should help that. And we see it sometimes that it's necessary to use it, but a user does not necessarily have to understand all the details as the people here do. It's like when I drive my car, I don't know all the details of the engine, but I know the principle. I think we have to be very happy that we have now this technology revolution in the financial sector. It goes, as I said, here in the more developed markets, it can increase, when it's well adapted, efficiency, reliability, and resilience. But there are also other parts in the world where we are nearly overbanked, which are underbanked. Let's look at Africa. A good part of the population does not have any bank account and are not able to do the system, but they all have smartphones. And we can see that some countries in Africa and some systems in Africa have innovations where we can only dream about, mostly in the payment system, which is very, very important for them. So I think I want to close there. For us, we saw a certain obligation to contribute to that by giving better information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You may head in that direction over there. And to all of you, we're about to go on a lunch break. When we come back, we'll have our first panel. And so enjoy your break and see you in about an hour. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
7 things you have to know about Liechtenstein. Where is Liechtenstein? Located in the heart of Europe, and thanks to the customs union with Switzerland and membership in the EEA, it has parallel marketability in the 2 economic regions, an advantage for Liechtenstein businesses which sell a large proportion of their products abroad. The most important export countries are Switzerland, Germany, and the USA. Liechtenstein is a constitutional hereditary monarchy based upon democratic parliamentary principles. Sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. State power is exercised by the prince and by the people. The prince has the right of veto when new laws are passed. The people can also depose the prince, though, a curious form of government, yet one that simultaneously guarantees stability. Liechtenstein is an employment miracle with more jobs than it has inhabitants, which is why over 55% of the workforce commutes daily from neighbouring countries to Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is a country full of companies. For every 8 inhabitants, there is 1 active company. The corporate density is one of the highest in the world. By the way, in Liechtenstein, we love counting everything by head of population. Liechtenstein is a strong financial centre, but Liechtenstein is also a proper industrialised nation. The second sector accounts for almost 45% of Liechtenstein's gross output. Services account for around 54%. Fastening systems, vehicle construction, dental products, connectors, heating and air conditioning solutions, surface technology, foodstuffs, and much more is produced in Liechtenstein and easily exported. Liechtenstein was the first country in the world to implement a set of rules on the token economy. The so-called Blockchain Act creates legal certainty and the preconditions for an innovative boost in this field. In the meantime, even the famous Liechtenstein stamps are issued with blockchain technology. Liechtenstein stands for outstanding performances, including in the world of sport. If one considers the number of Olympic winter sports medals won in relation to the size of the population, Liechtenstein has won the most Olympic medals. It has a total of 10 medals, all in the discipline of alpine skiing.
Okay, very, very dramatic re-entry back into the room. It's nice to have you all here. I hope you had some nice food and something to drink, but more importantly, I hope you made some friends. For me, coming back for the 3rd time to the Token Summit, I must say it's really nice to see old friends, but also really nice to meet some new people. So, whoever you are, whether it's the first time you're here or the 3rd time that you're here, please connect. I would say that is the heart of why events in general organize, but especially Token Summit. This isn't the kind of event where you just sit and absorb. This is the kind of event where you should sit and meet people. So between sessions, I know you two probably know each other, and you two probably know each other, which is why you sit next to each other at the moment, but also find other people to sit next to, because most of them are nice, except for 4 people. So everyone else is a delight to talk to over here. Speaking about a delight to talk to, one person who is just energy and power and heart and mind at the same time is the very good-looking moderator for the next panel. Please give it up for Pablo. Come on, y'all. Show some love for Pablo. Pablo, you and I could probably do 10 episodes on a podcast about your life, because you are multi-continental, multi-project, I don't think multi-family. I think you just have the one family. One family who I got to meet your wife for the first time. I know your boys who have been supporting and volunteering. Such a great family, obviously headed by a great man. There's many things we could talk about, but can we talk about the most nerdy one? You're doing a PhD.
Yes, yes.
Why?
Because I'm curious. I'm a very curious person, and I love to learn.
Yes.
And actually, the professor who's leading the PhD, I was complaining that there wasn't enough research on it. And he said, instead of complaining, why don't you do something about it?
That's smart. And also, Dr. Pablo does have a good ring. So that would be very nice as well. Where are you doing the PhD?
Actually, I'm doing a PhD on DAOs and decentralization. So
okay.
It has to do with our topic today.
And also, you love your home in Uruguay.
Yes.
What is the most recent thing you have done to your house? Because you showed me everything from different renovations and new ways of thinking about stuff.
Well, we're building a new house now in Uruguay. So Uruguay is always, we like to say, that is our cable to earth. So we always want to go back to remember where we came from and have our friends. So hopefully after we retire, with my wife Mariana, who's in the, we will be able to go back 6 months in Uruguay and 6 months here in Switzerland.
What's something that is there that you cannot experience here?
Probably the childhood friends, you know, friends that we've known since we were 10 years old. And I think that can't be replicated anywhere in the world.
I love that. It's always nice to hear kind of what drives people and what they do. Because, of course, on the other side of things, you are the co-host of this event. You're also on the board of CCA.
Yes.
And what are some of the other...
Well, I have a company called Late 47.
That's right.
And we try to help companies come to Liechtenstein.
So there's a lot that you do professionally, but it's always nice to know what drives you personally as well. Are you ready for this panel?
Yes, I'm very excited for this panel. I think this is a very difficult topic to tackle, decentralization. And I think that we have 2 panelists that are going to be really, really good in explaining this journey towards decentralization.
Amazing. So on that note, you guys ready to welcome up on stage? I'm going to say their names. You're going to clap. Easy as that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up Martin and Gregory.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They asked you to lift the mic.
The what?
Lift the mic.
Lift the mic. Lift the mic. The mic's gone. So, first of all, thank you for coming after lunch. I know this is a difficult thing to do. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Today we're going to talk about decentralization in MiCA and DeFi. This is, for me, a very interesting topic because it's what's not included in the regulation. However, DeFi projects should really, really look into the concepts of decentralization that are in the law. So with us, we have 2 panelists who, in their own experience, have been going through the journey of decentralization. We have Martin Schmidt from the Administrative Council at Q Development. And we have Gregory True, from founder and CEO of QPQ. So first of all, I'd like you to introduce yourselves a little. Maybe Martin, you can start.
Thanks, Pablo. So my name is Martin, as Pablo said. Thanks for having me here. I'm supporting a protocol called Q, which as Pablo alluded to, is and aims to be decentralized, meaning there is no centralized company behind it, running it, making decisions, calling the shots. You know, of course, every protocol has to start somewhere, and that is typically with a person or a group of people initiating the protocol, coding, setting up rules, and so on. So this is what we've been doing with the Q protocol, and the journey of the decentralization to me is a very exciting one, and not an easy one, because there are not many precedents, I think, in the space, you know, neither in crypto nor anywhere else where that has worked. So you don't have a playbook that you can just use. A lot of it you need to you know, make up yourself. So yeah, very excited about this panel about decentralization, and also the context of MiCA is an important one. I think it's good that there is an exception for decentralized protocols in MiCA, but at the same time, we all know that regulation can move in the wrong direction when things are left open. So a very crucial question, I think, will be how will this be interpreted you know, in practice?
Perfect. Greg?
Greg Chu, founder, CEO of QPQ AG. I've been on this journey now for 23 years, trying to achieve what I refer to as the Internet of Economics, which is the restitution to the individual and the communities in which they reside, both their data and their economic capacity. And that sounds very grand and very, very difficult, and it has been. You know, 23 years. I started off spending a lot of my own money trying to build a system that united all of the major markets around the world into a single system. And ultimately, the problem with that system was it was massively centralized. So in order to get the major actors to work with it, they just wouldn't, because you've got this massive single point of failure, and no matter how well regulated or covered you are, or how much capital you have, ultimately, that's a massive concentration of power. So I shelved what I was doing in 2009, believing that a technology would come that would open the door. And I saw those things emerge with various distributed ledger technologies. And I made the erroneous assumption that given that they were getting hundreds of millions of dollars, they were going to actually build a blockchain that worked, but nobody did. So I focused my time on how we might get to a state of being able to, and the team that I assembled, in terms of how we might actually be able to bring whole assets on-chain completely to the satisfaction of any regulator, and also restore data to the individual, but understand that those individuals don't exist as islands, they exist within a context of a wider world with big data sets against which we make a lot of our decisions. Unfortunately, nobody did solve the blockchain problem. So I was very lucky to unite with a team who had some fantastic ideas and also a base to build upon that allowed us to do that. So today, QPQ is sort of a container with a whole variety of things to come, but the beginning is the Gajumara, as we call it, which is an actual blockchain that actually works, instantiating a cryptocurrency that puts the currency back into crypto.
Right. Excellent, excellent. I think one of the main topics and the reasons why we're here, it's for, in MiCA we have Recital 22. And in the Recital 22, basically what it's mentioning is that if a crypto asset service provider is fully decentralized, they do not fall under the MiCA regulation. The difference between a recital and an article is that the article is actually in the law, and the recital is actually the spirit of the law. And we were discussing a little bit outside about what a big difference this is in terms how the European Union creates legislation, in that adding this recital to interpret what is the spirit of the law. Because today we saw Drasim give what I think was a brilliant explanation of the legislative process in the European Union, going from the Commission, which had a 10-page reference in terms of what was going to happen, then went into the political body that added another 999 pages to it, and each one contributed to it. And then we have those laws that are then going to be taken by the regulators and implemented. So we might probably have another 2,000 pages added to the regulation. So if you are a decentralized project, a DeFi project, it's going to be very difficult for you to navigate all of these thousands of pages and really concepts in terms of decentralization. So the first question that I have for you is sufficient decentralization, okay? What is, in your opinion, and maybe Martin, you can start in the context of governance, what for you is sufficient decentralization under MiCAR?
When we started working on Q, we focused on governance because we saw that it is one of the aspects that is simply missing or underdeveloped in much of the crypto world. So you have a lot of focus on decentralization on the technical level. Now, I agree with Gregory that for the most part, it's not very successful, but at least there are people working in it and addressing the technical aspects of decentralization. In my view, that wasn't and still isn't the case to the same extent in the governance area, meaning that you can have a protocol, DeFi protocol, that works on a decentralized blockchain, runs on smart contracts, but then you have these vectors of centralization in the governance where essentially critical elements are controlled by multisigs or admin keys in the protocol, and those then are handled by a very small group of people, sometimes as few as two, with major protocols, things like oracle choices, parameter choices, and so on. And of course, then decentralization completely breaks down right there. So this is the element that we focused on very much with Q. Now, the question of what is sufficient decentralization, I think, is one that will need to be answered in the coming years. I think that's very much a question that will need to evolve over time. I'd like to look at it from a functional perspective, meaning that if you have sufficient decentralization, what that would mean for me as a user of those protocols or products is that I actually have a higher level of security using those products and protocols than I would have if they were not decentralized and subject to regulation. So in an ideal world, sufficient decentralization for me means that the level of security that users, consumers, other protocols, other applications have using those decentralized protocols is actually higher than what it had been previously with traditional finance or traditional products that people use that can now be deployed on a blockchain basis.
For me, it's really simple. The entire purpose of blockchain is to be able to trust the message, not the messenger, securely at scale. Those are your tests. If you can't actually trust the message, you have to in some way, shape or form trust an intermediary, then in that case you are requiring trust. And if you are requiring trust, then you must have oversight. And that oversight typically occurs in the context of having regulatory oversight, which means that they're subject to auditing and so on. So we look at all of the layer twos, as they like to call themselves, who are really payment service providers without the grace of being regulated as such. And you can see that they're highly centralized operations in order to pretend that a square wheel is not square. Ethereum. If you start at that point, then I think you have to appreciate that instantaneous decentralization simply doesn't happen unless you smash something. You have to have a progression toward that state. But ultimately, the intent is very important in that. And I think one of the things that we talked about a little bit earlier was that it's not such a problem that something is decentralized. It's when it tries to pretend that it's decentralized that's a really big problem. And that's nearly a cancer eating at this entire industry, because it's extraordinarily difficult from somebody who's not technically grounded in it to be able to analyze something and really draw out the realities of where the points of control are. And of course, the irony of the whole thing in this point is that one of the best speeches ever about centralization and power was by Tony Benn when questioning the European Union in the ascension of the United Kingdom. And it was the 5 questions to power. And I can't remember them precisely, but it was, what power do you have? How do you use it? To what ends? Who gave you that power? And how do we take it back? And so where you see a centralization, you nearly need to apply those questions to it and ask the question, well, if we can't take it back, for example, if we can't depose you, then actually your power is absolute. And so it goes on. So it's a continuum along all of those points that people need to evaluate. And I think it's very tough for an outsider to do because of the dense technical writing that tends to come with these things, and in some cases, works of literary fiction and art that should be preserved for humanity as examples of quite immense works of prose. But that doesn't help people.
Yeah, one of the things that I've been working a lot with is that decentralization is not a point in time, it's a process. And it's an evolution. So I think this really has to be considered because you have stages of decentralization according to the advancement of the different projects. And this should be considered in the regulation. As I say, nothing was started truly decentralized, not even the Big Bang. The universe was not, decentralized. At one point, it was a centralized point, and then it became decentralized. So I think it's very important for us to consider that evolution. And in that context, I think that both of your organizations are sort of examples of that journey, and you both have had different journeys. So I would like to, just for the clarity and for people to understand a little bit what it takes for a company to go through a decentralization process, and the reason why each of you have decided to do that is important. So if you want to start, Martin, with Q, and again, tell a little bit your journey and why you decided to become a decentralized company.
Correction would already be, the company is not decentralized. So I work for a company that supports the Q protocol. The company is centralized, the protocol is not. So I think that's already, sorry to correct you on that, but that's already an important distinction that often people miss, and they use those terms interchangeably, which they shouldn't, and that then causes confusion with users, with regulators. And to be honest, we can't blame the regulators if they think you're a centralized company, if that's what you're telling them. So I think here, the semantics are actually important, make a difference. As to this journey, I mean, for Q from the beginning, it was clear that it should be or is or should become a decentralized protocol, because otherwise there would be no point in having it. So I always say decentralization is a cost. It's actually expensive, because by design you have duplication of infrastructure, you have duplication of efforts on the governance side. So unless there is a specific reason for a project or a protocol to be decentralized, probably it shouldn't be. It should just be a company, which is completely fine for many use cases. And the reason for decentralization is that you want things like incorruptibility, you want censorship resistance, you want certainty of rules that apply on a global scale, irrespective of which country you're in, which jurisdiction you're located in. So these are the functional aspects that are derived from decentralization. So for Q, that was the very purpose of Q, for the Protocol 26 in the first place. And as you said, every project has to start somewhere. It starts with people, And even Satoshi Nakamoto was a person or group of people that started Bitcoin. So you always start in a centralized manner. But I think what Greg said, the intent and making that clear from the beginning where you had it is important, because if you don't have that very clear from the beginning, it's not going to happen, because it's an uphill struggle. It's always easier to fall back onto centralized structures, because that's where we have established processes, where we have infrastructure, and what we're doing in the decentralized space is new. So a lot of things have to be that everyone who's doing serious work in this space is doing it for the first time, and that simply takes more effort than just using established processes. But if you have this end goal in mind, if you have the intent that the protocol should be decentralized for the reasons that I mentioned, then it's also clear why the effort is worth it.
Right. I think because we were discussing a little bit today, I think one of the interesting concepts is that you can admit as an organization, if you want, that you are not truly decentralized yet. You are in that process. And I think it's very important in terms of regulators to understand that, yes, at this point, there are certain aspects of what you're doing that are centralized, and that you're in the process of decentralization. And I think that was very important to me when we had that conversation, in terms of, there are aspects of Q that today are centralized.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even an admission. I think it's imperative that you're clear about, where things stand. I mean, there is nothing worse, as I said, than someone claiming decentralization. I mean, there is this term DINO, decentralized in name only, and that is much more dangerous than being fully centralized, because you're deceiving users and the public about what you're doing.
They're deceiving regulators as well.
Right.
They're deceiving everybody. And I think this is something that there's an unfortunately large amount of in the market. There are plenty I could stand up and point at on stage, one after the other, and show you exactly how they're lying to people. I shouldn't have to, because actually if the regulators were doing their job, they'd be taking them down. But I think it's a difficult situation where regulators are being accused of crushing innovation, when actually I think what's really happening is the industry is failing to behave like an adult and communicate with regulators like adults. So we talk about the journey of decentralization. Right. For us, similarly, I'd support the point that Martin was making, that QPQ is a centralized entity. I'm a majority shareholder of the company, so it's clearly centralized. But the Gajumaru is the blockchain that we have built to go out into that. And we reject the entire layer 2, layer 0, layer 1 narrative, because really layer 2 and layer 0 are attempting to predate upon the credibility of a blockchain protocol by pretending to be associated with them. Layer 2s are centralizations in order to expedite flow. Layer 0 is a company who wishes to be a central counterparty to every transaction and should therefore be the most regulated entity in the entire market, but they're not. So what we intend to go with instead is the idea of RIPA, Resource Infrastructure Platform Application. And if you look at the blockchain firmament, there's a lot of infrastructure, there's plenty of platforms, and there's a few applications that aren't simply fraud. What's missing is that resource layer. Now, if you're going to put a resource layer into the world as we intend, you really cannot have any governance whatsoever, because you're really putting yourself in a position of total centralization of power. And that is something that no amount of saying how good I am is ever going to change. You cannot trust me. You can never, ever, even if I were the Lord Jesus Christ himself, you cannot give me the keys to that kingdom. So we actually went the opposite direction from this. We decided right from the outset that there would be, once we got through testnet and whitelist mining, there would be no governance of any kind at the resource layer. Now, the object of the resource layer is to enable all of the infrastructure to connect. So if you think it through, that's exactly what you want. You want an open trust market in which people can operate transparently and fairly, and for that reason, it has to be proof of work. I should explain that a little bit. The big problem, proof of work essentially allows for an open and fair competition for who is going to be the leader and write out what happens on the chain next. And each time somebody new is elected, and it's elected through a completely transparent process. When you see what's happening with most of the blockchains, they work in an anonymous proof of stake. So put your hand up if you work in a company where you'd be comfortable with the board voting and you not knowing who voted for what. You wouldn't, but that's actually what you're supporting whenever you use a blockchain that uses anonymous proof of stake. It's ridiculous when you start to unpack it. So we went down the proof of work route for this, which means you have an open competition. It's Bitcoin next generation, quite literally implemented. And it means that you can trust because there is no intermediary. It is completely decentralized. We've actually gone one step further because there is this question of, well, what happens when professional miners step in? Well, you're going to have maybe 10, 20 of them who control the market, or in the case of Bitcoin 3. Actually, we thought we could use whitelist mining to try and bring 100,000 people from Zug, Schwyz, Liechtenstein, Newolden, our home spots, as it were, and actually get them mining, because we implemented the cuckoo cycle that allows it to be done with CPUs and memory function instead. And it's not a perfect answer, but we're trying to use the period in which we have some control to broaden the access and acceptance of that control to everybody else before it becomes something that's open. I think that's as much as we can do to ensure the decentralization, but the key point is there must be no single one ring to rule them all type thing in this. And as Ulf will talk later on panel 3 o'clock downstairs, that is what we call the Garden of Eden problem. And to date, every other blockchain has bitten the apple, and that apple is the temptation to become the blockchain itself. Your business model is being the blockchain.
I think that's actually a very interesting. Could you briefly explain the Garden of Eden?
It's as simple as that. It's that the temptation is that we could build this amazing thing that could emancipate the world and create an infinitely larger economy than the one we have because everybody can participate fairly and transparently, or we can own the chain and we can run it, which they've all done. All of them in one way or another have all bitten this apple. You know, people criticize Solana because they're honest about having bitten the apple. They've all done it. And in doing that, they suddenly cast themselves out of the Garden of Eden. And the Garden of Eden in this context is providing an infrastructure, a resource layer upon which everything can be built that nobody owns, nobody controls. And I understand why, because it's very difficult. We talk to funders and we say, you know, we've spent 60 million to get to this point. And by the way, we're going to make the whole thing free and open to everybody. That's a hard sell.
Right.
But what you have to believe in is that capitalism is not about I win, you lose. Capitalism is about I win, you win, we win. And it's about creating a bigger pie for all. And in doing that, we will profit extraordinarily well with the other businesses that we want to roll out onto an actual blockchain that actually works, which right now doesn't exist. Well, it will from, I think, closed beta is the 14th of November, 6th of January for testnet. But it doesn't exist at the moment. And when you think of the hundreds of millions that have sunk into these projects, you know, as one of my co-founding team says, where's the project to colonize Mars? Because they've done nothing else. They've spent an awful lot of money on getting some of the most magnificent marketing and some of the best prose writing this side of Shakespeare. But they haven't actually delivered any real innovation.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for me, that's why this concept of decentralization or this journey of decentralization is so fascinating. Because there's not a formula that two organizations will have the same journey to decentralization. But we do have to find a way to provide regulators with a measure to be able to describe that sufficient decentralization, because it's going to be very complex. So in that context, how can we provide regulators to be able to describe that measure of decentralization?
I think the interesting thing is that what you pointed out at the very start was something very un-European Commission-like, because for the most part, the EU exists to create new jobs and compliance, and that way sustain the economy. But in that specific context, they open the door to the spirit of the rules. And the spirit of the rules opens the door to intelligent analysis. That dialogue between adult and adult. And I think it's something, we touched on this in the little chat earlier, something like an independent rating agency that was actually able to look at a series of measurable contexts, but also look at other aspects to that, have wider conversations. You know, as we say that there's all these rating agencies like Standard & Poor's, and most of the information that they summate and provide to you is actually publicly available. What you're really paying them for is the intelligence of their analysis on top. And a rating agency that understood decentralization, understood how to impose those measures, but also understand the intent and purpose and the spirit of what was being worked on from the other side, would actually be extremely useful for their purposes. And when you look at the wider firmament of what we described with Micah, and I think was very intelligently exposed this morning, was that the regulation started off being quite succinct and clever. And the more the committee got bigger the regulation got, the more unwieldy it became, and the more useless it became, the more difficult to manage it became.
Well, which in many aspects is true.
But I think this would be an opportunity point where actually you could bring intelligence back into the process. And instead of having a highly fractured market where every regulator is looking at this differently, an independent rating agency could give it some real flexibility, but also teeth.
Yeah, I like the idea of having a private market solution to that, because I think one thing we can, probably the only thing we can say right now with absolute certainty is that even if we got the most intelligent people in a room to come up with a definition of what elements of decentralization would need to be fulfilled, we'd find that to be suboptimal, probably a few months from now, because that's the whole field is one that's evolving and emerging. So we do need some flexibility in design and defining what sufficient decentralization means. Of course, the dilemma is we need to have a solution at some point, rather sooner than later, because otherwise there's going to be massive uncertainty for many projects in the space. So I think the focus on private market solutions, coming up with measures, indices, criteria, would be a step in the right direction to make progress.
I'd also say this, very often we talk about the relationship being from the person potentially seeking regulation. I mean, we will. There are value additive services that we intend to provide to people who use the Gajamaru and indeed any other chain, and we will set those up in Switzerland and in Liechtenstein. But why is that dynamic only one way? Because actually, if regulators were to come and talk to the team at QPQ, we have some of the most experienced people anywhere in the world in this industry, and we've got papers written on all of these things internally. Come and ask us what we think. And, ask us. We don't mind telling you the truth. Is that centralization? Yes. Why? Because of X. Because, I had a very interesting moment about 4 months ago. A friend of mine sent me a paper from a certain blockchain and asked me to evaluate it for him. And I sent it back, covered in red ink and very furious comments. Because, no, I take this very personally, because I've been doing this for 23 years. This has been my life work. My blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this. Every penny I've ever had has gone into this. I want to see this done and done well, and I'm passionate about it. So I sent it back, and I said, how on earth does nobody see that that's total centralization without any sign of a blockchain anywhere within the entire thing in any form, shape or form being described? And he wrote back and said, Greg, you're probably one of 10 people in the world who could make that assessment in that time frame. That's the problem. So why is that the problem? Why? Because I'd be very open to someone coming into me, the SEC if they like, come in and ask me, is that centralization, yes or no? Why? X. Learn from us. Don't just put it on us to come to you. Come and talk to us. We want to engage with you. We want to see this work. I'm sick and tired of having to listen to children in this industry. I'm sick and tired of being told that we need sandboxes. No, you don't. Sandboxes are for children. You need to play by the rules, and you need to treat adults, you need to treat regulators like adults and be treated like adults because you earn the right to be. That's how we need to build.
I totally agree, and actually, that was one of the reasons why I fell in love with Liechtenstein.
Yeah.
Is because here you can actually sit down with a regulator and explain your ideas, and they'll give you the thumbs up, thumbs down, and you can actually work through the whole process. And I think that's one of the unique things that we have in Liechtenstein in terms of regulation.
It is.
So they're already kicking us out. I told you this was going to go really quickly. Thank you very much. It's fascinating, both of your stories. And if anybody wants to talk to them after we get off stage, they're going to be available. So thank you very much, and see you next year.
And a final word.
Yes.
Having spoken to Martin before this, I think it was an incredibly brave act to put he and I in the same conference, never mind the same panel.
we did behave nicely,
you
though,
did
right?
behave
Didn't we?
nicely. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Pablo, Martin, and Gregory.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Martin.
Thanks, Pablo.
There.
Pablo, you only undress over there, man. Don't start taking it off here. Okay, I am so happy the next speaker is here. A few days ago, I saw her in Switzerland speaking, but on a panel. And even the last couple minutes backstage, the wealth of information that she knows around the world is truly incredible. I mean, for example, this is like back in the day, but she was the CFO of an entity that ended up building a multi-million-dollar hospital in China with, I think, over 500 beds, which is insane. And she's also an incredible entrepreneur that has sold her businesses and now has become an investor in the crypto space. She is the co-founder of Anagram. She's also on the founding team of Osmosis. She contributes to it, and she's advises Brave and so many other projects. She's also very busy talking to someone in the back, which is what I keep checking on, but I think she'll be ready in a moment. Please welcome the president of the Solana Foundation. It's the amazing Lily.
Hi, I'm Lily. I'm the president of the Solana Foundation. And there's been a lot happening in the Solana ecosystem, almost a little bit too much to talk about. So I decided to choose one thing about what I find to be not just the future of Solana, but really sort of 15 years into cryptocurrency, what is this technology and what is this ecosystem going to do, right? Which is truly innovative. And within Solana, we call that vertical PayFi, right? There's a number of different verticals these days that kind of application verticals that have started to develop critical mass within crypto, within blockchain. And so I want to talk about how Solana is building the original vision of programmable money. All right, so started off, not everyone kind of puts Bitcoin and Solana next to one another, but what I want to talk about is basically how Bitcoin kind of created this original vision of not just digital gold, which is what we now associate Bitcoin with, but really a vision of a global financial system, an internet of money, programmable money, and how that original vision of Bitcoin is something that Solana is helping to advance today. So to start off with, what is the original vision of blockchain? Well, for starters, the white paper is, the title of it is a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. It is not digital gold on the internet. And so what did Bitcoin propose? Well, for starters, it proposed basically this technology that would allow mathematically, algorithmically enforced self-custody. This is a photo, this is a screenshot of the original Genesis wallet, the first Bitcoin wallet. And why is self-custody important? Well, what it means is that you have mathematically, algorithmically enforceable digital property rights, and as our lives become ever more digital, that becomes pretty important. And then what Ethereum gave us, and we just celebrated a 10-year anniversary of Ethereum's founding, Ethereum's creation last night, is if you bring smart contracts into that, then on top of that, you can have the possibility of programmable money, and programmable money allows you to build new financial primitives that are accessible to anyone with an internet connection, which gives you an open financial system where anyone with an internet connection also effectively has a bank account. And so for those of us who've been in crypto active users for a period of time, you've probably all seen these applications on the internet. It's Etherscan, right? Send a transaction, kind of see what your money is up to. And also MetaMask is a dramatic improvement over the Bitcoin Genesis wallet in terms of usability. And then also, probably a number of us have done swaps on the internet, and one of the largest DeFi platforms, Uniswap. Pretty amazing what you can do, all with just a couple of clicks, and permissionlessly, within moments, sort of having access to a fairly robust global liquidity layer. Now, there's just a couple of issues with that, which is that on a really popular day, one click might cost you $800. And that is a bit of a barrier to actually building a truly open financial system that can accommodate the demand of 4 billion people, because frankly, the number of people that want to be paying that to click a button is fairly limited. And also the number of people that will want to be paying $2 and waiting 2 minutes to click a button for a basic payment is also going to be limited. And more broadly, though, why is any of this important, and why are any of us here 15 years later? It's because these elements, self-custody, right, open financial system, these are the basis for economic sovereignty in an increasingly digital world. And economic sovereignty is the basis for self-sovereignty in an increasingly digital world. So I don't know who here has read this book before, The Sovereign Individual. Maybe a couple of hands. I highly recommend it. It was written in the 90s, and it's incredibly prescient, not just about digital currency, but about all of the different use cases and ways we would interact with one another with the advent of the internet. And what it talks about is there's like this 20-page section where it basically gives you a blueprint of Bitcoin, where it talks about how mathematical algorithms are going to basically control the transfer of value on the internet. Sounded crazy at the time, 1995, 30 years later, here we are. Okay, so let's get back to Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin? Today we see it as digital gold. This was not always the case. When I got into crypto 10 years ago, it was an active debate as to whether Bitcoin, and kind of as all of blockchain at that point was Bitcoin, practically speaking, is it a store of value? Is it a medium of exchange? Is it a technology platform? All of the companies that started building on Bitcoin about 10 years ago strongly had the view that Bitcoin blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain, should be a technology platform, should have a roadmap that was going to evolve over time. The core devs strenuously disagreed, and that's where Bitcoin became store value, digital gold, and now that is an accepted narrative, $1 trillion market cap with much more room to go, right? That's great for Bitcoin, and that's great for the industry. So then the question is, do we believe that there's anything behind these two other narratives? And if so, who's going to do that, right? Bitcoin has chosen to not do that. And in my opinion, everyone from Ethereum afterwards is in this space, right? If Bitcoin is digital gold in the same way that silver is not gold and silver is never going to be gold, the other blockchain technologies are not competing to be gold. They're competing to build a better open financial system, an open financial system that allows anyone on the internet to have access to a bank account. So going back into a little bit of blockchain history as well. All right, so if we start talking about payments, medium of exchange, technology platform, the other narrative that you probably will have heard a lot is, well, blockchain is better because it's faster, cheaper, and constant, right? So 24/7 settlement, seconds or minutes rather than hours and days, and that's pretty good. I just think it's not good enough. So I think technologies only get real traction, transformative technologies that are so different and require a lot of infrastructure and a lot of new consumer behavior can only have a chance of real adoption when it's 10x better. And I think that this narrative around faster, cheaper, constant is good. I just think it's not 10x. And it reminds me of the late 90s, early 2000s with the Internet of Information, right? Web 1, Web 2, however you want to characterize that, where a lot of people thought, in fact, most people thought, the internet was going to be around to help digitize things like the newspaper. and that the existing barons of content and news were also going to own the internet because, obviously, right? Except that's exactly, of course, not how it really worked out, because new technologies are always about enabling new markets. So what actually happened was, with the internet, it really opened up a long tail of content creators in the early days with bloggers, and now in so many different forms of media, and enabled the long tail of content producers and content consumers, which is basically all of us, and revealed, organized, and monetized, matched the long tail of supply and demand for content. Similarly, 2010, new technology, the iPhone, there's always been a market at any given point in time, in practically any location, for riders and drivers. And finally, with the new technology, the mobile phone, you were able to match that and hence enable something like Uber, right? So new technologies, in other words, always have to deliver 10x value. And I don't think faster, cheaper content, it's a start. I just don't think it is the end point, because I don't think it's 10x. I don't think it's good enough. So then, all right, why hasn't this existed in crypto to date? This is where Solana comes in. I think, generally speaking, there needs to be 3 conditions fulfilled in order for this whole vision of open financial system, programmable money to actually take place. What are those 3 conditions? One is performance. The other is capital liquidity and talent liquidity. So what do we mean by performance? Well, if you want to do payments, you've got to have a network that is as snappy as what you expect in Web 2, right? Which is effectively, you click a button and that thing happens, you don't have to worry about it. So a couple of ways of expressing performance. This has been talked about every which way over the last 6, 7 years, right? One is time to finality. Another way to express this is the cost to do another very common thing, which is to mint NFTs. And finality, 400 milliseconds. NFTs, to mint 1 million NFTs on Solana, it's a couple $100. By comparison, Ethereum mainnet be about $30 million. OK, so the second is capital liquidity, right? I think the core use case of crypto has always been about building this financial layer, which means that the core network effect, since money is all about network effects, is to have a lot of assets, a lot of capital in one place. And not just capital in terms of Bitcoin, digital gold, because as much as we love Bitcoin, no one thinks about their daily life in sats. How many sats does a cup of coffee cost? No one knows. All commerce is still based in fiat currencies. No matter what you might think about fiat currencies, that's just being pragmatic. So you've got to be in an environment that is performant and also has liquidity and capital, both in terms of stock and flow. The third criteria is talent liquidity. If all of the developers in your ecosystem are employed by the same company, that's not an open ecosystem, and you haven't built an open platform with kind of like the hive mind of innovation and developers, which is the hallmark of blockchain. So 3 conditions: performance, capital liquidity, talent liquidity. Said another way, fast and cheap, with a lot of money that people actually want to use, and developers. And importantly, I don't think we can look at this and say, well, everything is a trilemma. Because in Solana, it's not a trilemma. And you have to have all 3 things in one place. And there are a number of networks out there that assume criteria 1 and 2 are inherent trade-offs with one another. The problem that I have with that is if the core use case here is financial, then a financial market has a core feature, which is that unified liquidity is better. And if your core architecture is one that forces you to fragment liquidity in order for it to be usable, then you're creating a less efficient financial market, and in a way, you kind of fail at kind of the core application space of this entire industry. OK, so it's not a trilemma. And so as I think about kind of programmable money, what we call it within Solana is PayFi. It's not one product, it's not one application, it's a vertical, PayFi. So the first question we oftentimes get is, isn't PayFi just DeFi? No, it's not. Because DeFi, what's happening, we typically think about DeFi as trading, which is #1 application space, if you will, in this entire industry to date. So DeFi, you're sending in one token, you're getting another token back. In payments and in settlements, the core unit is not a trade. It's a settlement where you're sending in a token and you're getting a good or service back. And what that means is that the thing that you're getting back has a production kind of value chain to it, which means that there's a market to be made around the time value of money. And then another observation that we've had, especially after 2008, which is I think what inspired Bitcoin to begin with, is that no one owns anything when you log into your bank account, it's a UI, and you don't actually own that stuff in there, right? Not your keys, not your crypto, and payments don't actually exist. When we pay people digitally these days, it's not like I have cash in my pocket and I hand it over to you. It's actually a chain of lending and IOUs that goes through some form of the banking system. And so what blockchain is essentially doing is the current world is actually payment is an IOU chain, and we're replacing the IOU chain with the blockchain. The third observation is that in the way we use money today, what we mean by composable finance is starting to collapse down the kind of assumed barriers between these three kind of basic functions of how we use money. One is payment, and then saving, and then investing. And I'm American, at least in the US, these three types of ways of using money are regulated by very separate entities, and they're typically sort of done by very separate companies. And so you kind of like go here to pay something, go here to save, and then you go there to invest. And it's actually kind of hard to move your money between them. That's something that, when you have open finance, composability, smart contracts, open primitives, then you can start to collapse some of these things down together and add value to customers, consumers alike around the world. Okay, so what are some of these new financial primitives around settlement, not trades, that help monetize these new markets, these new micro markets around time value of money? 3 examples, retail one to start off with. We've all heard of buy now, pay later, which is Klarna and Affirm. I think in crypto, you can do something for kind of like the retail user, which is buy now, pay never. Sounds pretty good. How would that work? Well, if you're buying coffee, say it costs $5, and instead of charging that on your card and paying that about 45 to 60 days later, 30 days past the close of the statement, what you could potentially do is take $50 of your savings, put that into lend borrow, and the interest you get off of that lend borrow, which is typically between 5 and 15%, that interest can be used to programmatically pay off the $5 of coffee that you just consumed. And if you can do $50, you could do $500 or $5,000, depending on how much principal you put in. The interest amount will vary, and that will vary the total amount and time it takes to pay off the original cost of the cup of coffee. This is the type of thing that you cannot do outside of crypto. You can only do it in crypto, and you can only do it where you have a performant payment layer, liquidity in stable coins, and also sufficient sort of critical mass in financial primitives like lend-borrow markets. Here's a second example of something that I think you can only do in crypto. So creators, right, typically sole proprietors, digitally native producers, and digitally native kind of oftentimes single-person companies. Well, let's say a creator has a 1 million view video, and it'll be worth, a range, let's say it's $10,000, and they're gonna be receiving that $10,000 over time. What if they had the ability to get an advance for, let's even call it $9,000? I think a lot of creators would go for that because that allows them to finance their next production and accelerate the growth of their business, right? Notice that there's nothing actually that unique about this mechanism. Because this is something that has been common sense in business from the start of time, that if you have access to credit, you can potentially accelerate the growth of your business. But this is a market that is largely unavailable to actually a fairly large industry today, which is content creators, digitally native content creators, and maybe these are the types of products that you can build on-chain and make them globally accessible. Third example, and this one is seemingly the most mundane, and in crypto, actually like boring things. To innovate on boring things means that there's actually a market there. So with accounts receivable, what you have is, I think everyone's aware of what happens here, right? Someone owes me $100,000 in 30 days. I'd maybe take $95,000 today rather than $100K 30 days from now. And so what's interesting about this is I think what blockchain can potentially do with advent of stablecoins and programmability is to really open up the long tail of this market globally. Today, this market exists, and it's already a huge one. But in order to participate in this market, typically a few things have to be true. One is you have to live in Europe or the US where there's deep financial markets. You've got to have 3 years of audited financial statements. You've also got to have a pretty good relationship with your banker. And then even then, it's hard to finance, for example, a single invoice, right? And to do any of that quickly. So if you have these more on-demand, more efficient financial backends provided by blockchain, global settlement, instant settlement, transparent, then maybe you can increase the number of these types of corporate financing transactions you can actually do. So that's how PayFi can actually be useful and helpful and value-added today. And so just a little bit on how this can actually be architected. There's no new tech that actually really needs to be built. This is largely really just about building the markets around this. We all use liquidity pools today, typically for trading. What if you took that liquidity pool, which can be peer-to-peer, and payment providers, which typically do three things. They do KYC, they facilitate the transfer of funds, so you're also taking credit risk on your payment provider, and then they also manage pay and payout addresses. If you take those three functions, and instead of assuming they should be vertically integrated, you start to disaggregate them so that a payment provider is largely responsible for KYC, you can source liquidity globally and control various parameters as to who you want to be in or not in that pool, and then programmatically, of course, it's very easy with HT wallets to manage pay and payout addresses, then you can sort of both simplify, add more trust, and also access more global liquidity for something as simple as payment processing. An iteration on that, an extension on that is to add sort of not just payment processing, but actual sort of lending products into this more DeFi-enabled model where at the origination of that, it's no longer just KYC, but it's actually a credit originator. So if you think about the market for time value of money, well, it's built into all commerce that we engage in today. And these are a lot of the markets that we already have names for, right? Supply chain finance, payday loans, credit cards, corporate credit, interbank repo markets, insurance markets, and the list goes on. So those are some of the things that we've been thinking about within Solana. Right? A lot of when people think about Solana, there's so many things to talk about these days. The DeFi ecosystem, payments, stablecoins, certainly also meme coins, DePIN, creators, NFT ecosystem, so many things to talk about. Many of these things are really only possible where you actually have a performant network that is more like Ethernet than it is like 56K internet access. And so this is just PayFi, one of many things that we think is only possible on Solana today. Thanks.
The main thing I want to know is, since Lily is here, does anyone have a question for Lily?
I think we have some time for questions.
But you're also sticking around for a little bit. But does anyone want to ask a question publicly? No? If not, we can dim the light down and you can just relax again. Okay, dim the light down. You're stressing them out. There we go. They feel better that way. All right, let's give it up for Lily.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you for being part of this. I love all the different voices that we can bring on the stage and the different personalities they represent. I was asking the next gentleman, what's the last crazy thing you did? And he told me the time that he decided to join a race without having the proper race clothes or shoes, but did it for a good cause. Now, that's not the mindset he brings to regulation. He's a little bit more he has better methodologies. That's the word I wanted to say. And better systems in place. He's a wonderful gentleman. We're delighted to have him over here. He's worked in the security sector at the Austrian Financial Markets Authority for the last 5 years. For 5 years at that point, was a member of the FinTech Advisory at the Federal Ministry of Finance. And today, what he does is he's the head of regulatory compliance and public policy at Bitpanda. He wrote a book, pre-MiCAR, and I guess we soon need to have him here to write another book on post-MiCAR. But here to talk about MiCAR on the horizon is the wonderful Christian. Come on, y'all.
Hi, all. It's a pleasure to be here in Liechtenstein. Thanks a lot for the invitation. So what I will do today is to give you a little bit an oversight, what is MiCAR on one side, and then deep dive in one or two things. I'm also happy if you have some questions, we can also do that at the end. The overall idea for me is to stretch the whole horizon, where we're going with MiCAR, what are challenges, and what are the main topics in there. So yeah, I don't think I need to say too much about Bitpanda, but still I brought a small overview about Bitpanda and MiCAR. I did another overview of what are the actual obligations of CASPs, so crypto as a service providers. We talk a lot today about MiCAR, but we also need to go a little bit deeper to understand what are those things. What do we really need to follow through? We make a little bit of deep dive into the current challenges of MiCAR. We make another deep dive into the license applications. I talk a little bit about partnership opportunities, and at the end, I talk about opportunities ahead, because as I said in the beginning, it's about challenges on one side, but also a lot of opportunities are coming with Mika. So let me jump right into it. So Bitpanda at a glance is quite easy. We are a huge European broker. We are licensed or registered in more than 10 countries. We have more than 350 assets on our side and more than 600 employees. We are natively grown in Vienna, so in the heart of Europe, so to say. I know Liechtenstein is also the heart of Europe, but there might be two hearts. This slide looks very complicated, but Mika is complicated by its nature. I think important, and we heard it several times today, there are two types of persons regulated: issuers and so-called CASPs, crypto asset service providers. So while we have the issuers, we have different kind of assets, unbacked crypto assets or other crypto assets, asset reference tokens, and e-money tokens. I will not go so deep into that topic today. I'll go more in the service providers. We heard today a lot about them in general, but also about custody, about the interaction with staking, about also exchange service, trading platform. So that will be my focus. But as it always is coming up, one important point: what is actually not in Mika? One big thing: security tokens are not in Mika. They are still in MiFID and they are exempted. Also, DeFi is not in Mika. There are several. It depends, and lawyers need to be very precise about that. But in general, DeFi is excluded. Same with NFT and same with lending. But let's go a little bit deeper and see what are the actual obligations that are coming for all the CASPs there. Let me start with the very obvious thing. It's a fully fledged license. So I don't know how much of you are familiar with the current regime. It was more registration. It was more to be AML compliant, but not a fully fledged license. Now we have a fully fledged license, and that is, I think somebody mentioned it on stage today, a mini MiFID or quite similar to MiFID. We will have own fund requirements. By the way, who is here for tomorrow's roundtable? I'll do a deep dive into that. Just as I said it, can go up high because they are bound to the fixed overhead costs, and you're only allowed to cover it with capital equity tier 1. Very deep dive, will not go into that, but for the bankers in the room, they know what this is. As said already, similar requirements as in Mika, as in MiFID. So we have, for example, ownership control procedures, but also fit and proper, internal control systems, etc. You need to in-depth document everything you're doing. You need to have policies, and you need to be really prepared to answer all questions regarding your business model. One big topic in the crypto industry: price, fee, and post-trade transparency. So we had a lot of these discussions in the past, but now it's very clear that you need to be adamant, transparent with how you're treating your customers, what prices you charge them, what fees you charge them, etc. Another big point was mentioned today as well is the whole asset segregation safeguarding part. That is on one side on the crypto side, and on the other side on funds, as they're called in Mika, or fiat if we call them normally. And then we have marketing rules, risk disclaimers, ESG information, and I could go on and on and on. Why did I do this slide? I know all of you are somehow familiar with Mika, but maybe not on a comprehensive level. So I wanted to just walk you through this and ensure everybody sees what is actually coming, because otherwise it's just a piece of paper and nobody knows the detail. Complaints and risk manager, very interesting, different than in banking laws. No officers per se are required, but what we understood is the expectations of the NCAs that you still have them. So that's a very unique situation. Conflicts of interest and outsourcing management, we know that in banking, in investment firms since ages. And then not to underestimate trade surveillance, on one side market abuse, and on the other side personal account dealing. I know these were just the basics, so let me go one step deeper, and I think that's quite important. So if we look at two different angles, and we heard it a little bit today from Dr. Schwerin, we have level 1 text, Mika, that is, I would say, proportional. It is, at least regarding CASPs, we had some discussions about how stablecoins are regulated, if this is very strict, too strict, maybe prohibitive. But on the other side, it's tailored for crypto. And that is something I want to mention, because at the beginning of the whole regulatory discussion, it was always, do we want to be MiFID compliant? Do we just add crypto as a MiFID financial instrument? And I'm very happy, personally, but also for the company, that we didn't go down that road. So while we have this quite tailored and really fitting regulation on level 1, we saw something on level 2 that not only me is seeing critical, but the whole industry. A lot has been copy and paste from MiFID. And I do understand that, because ESMA is coming from that sections. But they didn't take level 1 text into account. So from my point of view, sometimes they go even beyond level 1 text, or at least reach the border of it. So it's going to be very interesting how the Commission will play that out in practice. Brought some examples that I just don't speak theory, conflicts of interest. They, for example, define personal account dealing. That is a very common thing in MiFID. Is now a thing for MiCA, although level 1 text is not mentioning it. Remuneration, similar. Record keeping, I call it MiFIR Lite, so everybody who is familiar with reporting under MiFIR, there's a similar thing where you now need to do the record in the same way as you would for MiFIR. ESG, another big topic. It was downgraded in the final report, but nevertheless, there were many, many obligations in this regard, much transparency. And last but not least, transfer services, where very detailed guidelines were, so to say, published. One thing I want to mention as well, MiCA is not alone. Maybe in Liechtenstein it's a little bit easier because of the EEA, but there's travel rule coming, there's DORA coming, so don't underestimate the changes ahead of you. Some challenges here. So one thing is many unclarities. I bring to you two things that are mainly topics that are broadly discussed in the industry. Are e-money tokens subject to the Payment Service Directive? It has huge implications. You need another license, you need a strong customer authentication, you need 100 other things. That is a huge discussion. It goes up to all levels with all regulators. And the other part is how can you actually differentiate between asset reference tokens and security tokens? Also not the easy thing. And we will need to see more clarity in the years to come. I already mentioned the high own fund requirements. What also has been mentioned today are different licensing frameworks. We heard today that also Liechtenstein opened up pre-applications since 1st of October. Same in Austria. Other countries do a conversion of existing license, or sometimes they are also doing some kind of simplified procedure. I'll do a deep dive in the license application later on, so I'll not go too deep. One topic that is very much on our forefront and on our agenda is the so-called reverse solicitation topic, or the level playing field. We are all aware that there are players outside of Europe that are currently entering Europe, having customers here, but they're not yet subject to regulation, subject to registration, etc. So currently we have an unlevel playing field, and we really need to change to a level playing field under MiCA. So enforcement is key. One last thing, just that I mentioned it, MiFID knows a tied agent system. That is not known in MiCA. It brings some unclarities. If you cooperate with other players, how can you do that? Good. A little bit about the licensing procedures, but I don't go too deep. I just want to bring you the main message, very, very detailed. So hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, hundreds of documents, descriptions of your business model, of every detail, the policies, etc., etc. A special challenge in this is that you don't have a final text. So you're like assuming what could be coming and what might be the final text, but you don't know. So you're creating policies based on a draft. That's very interesting. And also you have no literature. So you have many unclarities, and it's for you as CASP to decide how you want to set it up. Some practical tips. Pre-alignment with your NCA is strongly recommended. I would strongly recommend to do a gap analysis and ensure that you're really MiCA ready. That is more than just for the license application. That is also how you can run the system and be compliant with all aspects. And last but not least, a dedicated project team, including a subject matter expert and also some kind of project management. Last but not least, I'm happy that we already filed it in Austria. So we did this on the first day possible. That was the 1st of October. Yes, We love that. We're very happy, and I'm especially because it was one of my main projects, so happy for that. Cool. As I said, a little bit about the licensing. I think I'll talk a little bit about white label partnerships because it's connected. There are some discussions out there to see whether you want to have your own license or if you want to cooperate. This is not a marketing thing. I just want to mention that we also have a dedicated product for that. So we work together with banks, with fintechs, with other players on the market, and we have different kind of possibilities to do so. We know, for example, introduce a model where we're just connecting and they refer the customer to us. We know a fully integrated service. We also know services where they bring their own license and we are just cooperation partner. So I think overall, you can imagine that you have your own electronic banking system or whatever front end, and we can plug in crypto asset services for you. It's not that easy, of course. We need to decide on the contract. We need to decide on the whole framework. We need to have a deep look into the whole KYC and AML requirements, but in general, it's possible. We have some cool partners already, just to mention one or two, Raiffeisen Wien, or also N26, and also some fintechs. The main message is, even with Mika, this is something that is for sure out there. If you're interested in that, please reach out. We're happy to facilitate and start this discussion. I know, it's a lot of text, and I know lawyers should not make slides because they have way too much text. But I talked a little bit about challenges. I want to talk about opportunities. And I want to make one thing clear. There might be some unclarities, there might be some over-regulation, but Mika is really the right step at the right time in the right direction. It brings, we heard it today in the morning, clear and harmonized regulatory framework, legal certainty. That is the key to innovation. Without legal certainty, you have no chance to innovate. It's also strengthening investor protection. That is a big, big topic that we saw in the past. There was, of course, big topics like FTX, but also other cases where we see that potentially some topics were not addressed and were, so to say, missing from an investor's protection side. It also helps to remove, if you want to say it, rotten apples. So players who not play by the rules. But again, this brings me to the last point, that is enforcement. We need to really ensure that those players are then also effectively exited from the market, so to say. So we need strong enforcement, otherwise we will never have a level playing field. And one thing that is also clear, the costs will partly increase with Mika on the CASP side. So that means we need to ensure that everybody who is not playing by the rules, who is trying to get an unfair advantage, is really paying the bill in a different form. We are, of course, known for our regulatory compliance stance, but it should be very, very common, as it's very common in banking. There would not be a single bank out there that is not playing by the rules. But overall, I think it's also a big chance to increase trust, support that it's really becoming a mainstream asset, but also, and it has been mentioned as well, the whole passporting thing. So you can imagine, currently we have more than 10 registrations. We're running operations in more than 10 countries, having contacts and questions from 10 different regulators. You can imagine that this is also something that can be bureaucratic or even red tape. It's a great opportunity that then you have one license that you can passport through whole Europe, including the EEA. Yeah, I think that's the main points from my side. I think, last but not least, I think personally, Mika is a very good step because it brings clarity and it enables us to bridge the gap between crypto on one side and the traditional finance on the other side. So I think it will be a main push that crypto will become even more a mainstream asset, even more a topic for the traditional finance as well. I have a summary, but I think it's more of what I just said. So I'll just sum it up, and then if there are some questions, happy to take them. Mika, fully fledged regulation for CASPs and the crypto market. Level 2 is partly overboarding and is going sometimes even beyond level 1 from my point of view. Mika is not alone. Don't forget about DORA and travel rule. Different challenges expected, no final legal text, unclarities. We have detailed specifications for the license application, and we strongly recommend to have a pre-alignment. Ensure that you're ready for MiCA, that you don't underestimate the whole project, but also see the opportunities. MiCA is a step in the right direction, and this is the way to go for Europe, but also for you as a CUSP. Passporting, investor protection, bridging the gap, I just mentioned it some seconds ago. Last but not least, my quote of the day, so to say, the best regulation is only as good as its enforcement. So we all need to work together to ensure that we really have a level playing field. Yeah, that's about it. I think I have one thank you for your attention slide with a panda, because we're a bit panda at the end. So thanks.
Thank you very much. So I know there was at least one gentleman who really wanted to talk to you, and I told him that the best place to find you is over there. But before you talk to that person, is there someone who wants to ask a question to Christian by any chance? Okay, well, you've got your guy waiting over there on the side.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
But
everyone doing okay? You're doing great. I like that. One person is doing well. So I came in the middle, kind of weirdly, creepily looking under the seats because I heard something. So how many of you are coming to the gala dinner? Who was invited to the gala dinner tonight? You were? You were. The rest of you, I don't know what your plans are this evening, but we have a gala dinner every year where the speakers come and the organizers come, and for 2 times 2, that means 4 people, we have hidden envelopes. But by we, I shouldn't say we, because I didn't. I was looking for them. But under 2 seats in this auditorium are envelopes with 2 free tickets to come. So check under your seat. And if it's not under your seat, you're also welcome to check under the seats next to you, because there are, in fact, 2 envelopes with 2 free tickets, which means Michelin star restaurant tonight. Really nice restaurant. If you found an envelope, can you wave it in the air like you just don't care? Wouldn't it be really sad if it wasn't there and I just wanted you to stretch? No, but it is there. It is there. I was told by Thomas that there's one in this section where these 2 gentlemen are. Somewhere there is one, and there's one in the far right back where the one man is sitting by himself. Around there is one. That's what I was told by Thomas. And this is not me just trying to, for my entertainment, because it is, in fact, very entertaining. But there are 2 envelopes there. No? No luck yet? It can't be that difficult to find 2 envelopes with 2 tickets. But I'm surprised that the 2 people I said it was close to are not looking for it, because it's like literally around you is what Thomas told me. Where is Thomas? Nothing yet. Okay, you know what? I'm going to come during the talk and just be crawling underneath your feet looking for it, because it is there. No, no, no. Very anticlimactic, I must say. This was supposed to be one of those Oprah moments, like you hold it up and I'm like, you're coming for dinner. But I guess not. Okay, we'll look for it some more. I might try to give you a hand as well. Especially this gentleman in the red trousers is searching the hardest for it. And I like that. He's about to get the flashlight out. Oh, here we go. Flashlight's out. Boom. That's the way to do it. Commitment. Okay. I am going to make another introduction to our next speaker over here. And I don't think it's there. I don't think it's up here. I think it's over there. Where's Thomas? Janine, do you know where this was hidden? He didn't tell you either? You're his wife. You have secrets? Okay, I guess that's how it is. All right. We'll look for it. But the lady in the aisles, you're doing the right thing, because there's supposed to be one over there in that area. Yeah, better keep the camera focused this direction, because this angle is not a great angle on some of them. Yeah, just keep. Oh, you are keeping it. Okay. You gave up. You tried, though. You get points for trying the hardest. If I find it, I'm going to give it to you, because you're fun. Yeah. I'm going to look for it. Okay, let's welcome up our very next speaker. Hold up. I haven't given you a big introduction yet, and then you come up. Okay, here we go. He is a qualified auditor and advisor in the financial services sector. He's worked with KPMG, Deloitte, UBS Investment Bank, and now he's the client the Chief Clients Officer at Signum Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Martin.
Hello, thank you for having me. Great to be here in Liechtenstein. I was a bit scared to come to a foreign country, but actually the people who briefed me said that Liechtenstein is not so different than Switzerland, so I was then curious enough to make the way here. Now I will have a short presentation about bridging tradition and innovation to build future finance with MICAR, I think, which is very much in line also with the history and story of Signum. And it's a bit about, our strategic decision as Signum Group, why we now venture into Liechtenstein. And I hope this will be interesting to understand a bit the strategic rationale, what we do, how we do it, and also what we will do in the European Union. Now, first, a brief introduction. So, who are we? What is Signum's mission? I mean, we empower everyone everywhere to own digital assets with complete trust. And of course, we also don't want to exclude people in the European Union to benefit from this value proposition. That's also why we now decided to venture into the European Union through Liechtenstein. Then born global, so we have, since Signum was born, a very global presence, a very global DNA. Initially founded in Singapore and Switzerland, both tier 1 jurisdictions when it comes to regulation, which was also important for our journey. Now, for us, the EU is the next logical step on this strategic journey, because, of course, the addressable market is quite significant. And for us, why we want to do is actually we see MICAR really as an enabler, because I think what MICAR brings, and we will also dive into this later, is actually, I think for the first time, there is a very clear bar which is set across Europe. And as a regulated player, we don't mind too much how high the bar is, but we want to know that the bar is not moving too much, because that's very unfortunate as a regulated players. I think some unregulated players, they probably don't care whether the bar moves or not, but of course, as a regulated player, you want to know exactly what you're working towards, and that's now with MICAR for the first time the case, and that's also why we said it's now time to actually also venture into the European Union. Now, just as a group, we also already today service more than 1,900 primarily institutional clients across the globe. We have more than 4 billion in assets. We serve customers in more than 70 jurisdictions, but it's currently heavily centered towards our home jurisdictions, Switzerland and Singapore. We employ a bit more than 250 employees, and we serve more than 20 banks. I think so far not yet a bank in Liechtenstein, but we are also working on this. But in Switzerland, we also have quite a strong market share there. Now, when you, of course, provide digital asset services, I think there are two very critical components to this. On the one hand, technology. You need to be technology on top of the things. And on the other hand, I think you also need to bring trust. I think that's probably something which really changed over the last 5-6 years. But I think trust, especially for the institutional adoption, is a very critical element. And whatever we provide in terms of service to our customers, I think we always bring these two elements together. So this trust and technology together, which is very much in line with the vision of Signum to empower everyone, everywhere, to own digital assets with complete trust. These two components, of course, we also bring them to the European Union, to Liechtenstein, to then allow people to own these digital assets with complete trust. Now, when we quickly look from a strategy perspective, I said we started in Switzerland and Singapore. Basically, we ramped up these two jurisdictions in parallel. Both of these jurisdictions offered at this point in time a high regulatory certainty when it comes to digital assets. In Switzerland, the way was then to actually go for a banking license under the supervision of FINMA. In Singapore, it's a bit more fragmented licensing regime, which means we obtained their different licenses. You see it here. First, we had a capital market services license, which allows you to do certain crypto offerings. But if you want to pair it with fiat services, you also had to obtain the major payment institution license. So we are already used to operate in different jurisdictions with different licensing regimes. Then the first touch point with the European Union was actually Luxembourg, which for us was actually primarily driven from the fund business. I think our strategic hypothesis was and still is that the mass adoption in terms of fund will probably also happen in Luxembourg as for traditional funds. Then we ventured also into United Arab Emirates with a Category 4 financial services permit. For us, I think a market with tremendous growth, tremendous opportunities, especially when it comes to high net worth individuals and family offices. And now we actually just received the VTG registration 2 weeks ago. And we then also plan to actually apply for the CASP and transition the TVTG registration into the CASP license as soon as this is possible in early 2025. Now, why is actually MiCA a clear enabler for this? And I think on the one hand, we see a drastic tightening of digital asset regulations, right? I think when you look at how these regulations now evolved over time and also how comprehensive the framework is, it's of course a lot that you need to comply with. On the other hand, with this tightening of the regulation, there is also much more clarity. And I think this was also difficult in the past, also in the European Union. That's also why we did not make the step yet, because the clarity was probably not there to an extent which we expected it to be there, which meant what I also mentioned in the beginning, you had a moving bar, and when there is a moving bar, then there is a lot of interpretation in it, and interpretation is, of course, as a financial institution, quite a significant risk. And I think this is now something which is, significantly better with MiCA, and that's something that we appreciate, and they said, okay, now we have this clarity, even though the bar is high, but the clarity is there, so now we can take this risk and also bring the brand into the European Union. And another key enabler for us is, of course, and this comes to this trust element, which is very essential to Signum and Signum Group, the KYC AML related questions. Also there, I think MiCA has a very good regime in place, and this is also something which we were really looking for to make sure that whatever we do in the European Union is also compliant with the other standards that we comply with as a group, and also then has this trust element. And the institutional players, of course, they want to make sure that on this end, your processes and your policies are safe and sound. Then, of course, the harmonization aspect is also very important, right? I think so far the licensing regime was much more fragmented, and this harmonization is of course now also something where we say the costs to set up a framework, to set up a technology platform, to obtain the licenses are now easier to justify, because through the passporting you can then really address the whole European Union and not just a singular country. And this is also something, of course, when we did a strategic analysis and also a market analysis, which then led to the conclusion that it's now the right time to do this step. What will Signum look like in the EU? So we will have two main channels, the same channels that we also use group-wide. On the one hand, we see that API layers are, of course, important. I think especially when it comes to financial institutions, institutional players with a lot of trading volume, I think this is a necessity. And there you can expect a seamless end-to-end integration of APIs across the full value chain of digital assets. And then we also bring a client portal. Actually, the client portal we also refurbished a bit for the European Union. You see a teaser here. Here, I think we really want to make it very easy for people to access this asset class, that it feels on the one hand crypto native, on the other hand that it also feels very familiar to what you already probably know from traditional trading products, so that it's very easy to familiarize yourself with how this platform looks like. Now, in terms of timeline, I said the TVTG license we already have. Now we are basically setting up everything in terms of operational readiness, but I think it still takes probably a few months until we are fully ready, and then also the first clients can actually experience this platform live. Now, summing up, I think what we see is, yes, institutionals, they look for quality, they look for a high level of certainty, and we also see that more and more institutionals, they embrace these digital assets. This is why we think there is a strong value proposition of a brand like Signum to enter this space, and this is also the justification of existence for players like us who really aim for the highest regulatory standards. On the regulation, yes, there is a tightening. A tightening, of course, leads to higher costs, but this tightening also means much more clarity. MiCA also brings a harmonization across different jurisdictions, which then also means with the costs that you face to obtain the license, you can address a bigger market, which then also justifies these higher costs. Now, with this, I think it's also for regulated players like Signum an unprecedented opportunity. And this means then, to the last point, we also expect that the competition for regulated digital asset banking services with the enablement of the MiCA regulation probably significantly picks up. And I think this is then to the benefit, of course, of the end customer, because the competition, I think, always drives innovation, always also makes sure that services are priced fairly, that there is price competition in the market. And I think for this, we are excited, we are ready, and we are very much looking forward now into the upcoming months and years. I think it will be interesting to see who moves into which jurisdictions, who is then the winner across the European Union, and we are keen to be one of the key players also in the European Union after already having us established in Switzerland and Singapore. Now, I also planned a bit of time to answer any questions that you may have. Don't know whether we have a microphone. All questions have been answered. That's also good. If that's the case, then I thank you very much for the attention, and I wish you a pleasant conference.
Third row.
Okay, so for the few that are in the room right now, we had to reshuffle the schedule a little bit. We are still trying to get a hold of Olga and try to figure out where Olga is. But meanwhile, we have our following speaker here already, ready to go. And maybe it'll be his lucky day and he'll be given more time on the clock to speak. So on that note, let me introduce our CEO and founding partner of DCAP, which is an investment advisory boutique specializing in Web3. He's got a fantastic concept to reality talk that he wants to give to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, not Olga. He doesn't look like Olga. Let's give it up for Claudio. Thank you, Claudio.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction, Dan, and thank you, Thomas, and the team from CCA Token Summit for having me this year. In the next 10 minutes, I would like to talk about or present you why we have chosen Bank Frick to issue our core satellite digital investment solution and give you a bit of background to that product and how it works. But first, let me introduce you quickly to DCAP. My story began in investment banking back in the days at UBS and Barclays Capital in the capital markets division. In 2010, I discovered Bitcoin. Unfortunately, I didn't buy any back then. In 2015, I started to actively trade Bitcoin and afterwards Ethereum. I first engaged in geo-arbitrage, that's taking advantage of price discrepancies between exchanges, particularly between the time zones. Markets were quite inefficient back then. There still are. And some of the great and big institutions in crypto and hedge funds actually originated in that kind of investment strategy, and it's still run by some of the funds today. I wasn't as successful as Sam Bankman-Fried, but it was okay. In 2018, I co-founded IM Labs. This is a Web3 agency based in Zurich, and it's developing smart contract software for blockchains, for corporations. And during 2020, 2021, during the last bull market, we have been approached many times, how to invest into this space. You guys are working together with DeFi projects, NFT projects, you are involved. What should I buy? What should I not buy? And so the idea emerged of launching a dedicated, fully focused asset manager with a team comprised of people with various backgrounds. We put together a team with engineers, tech people, but also it's important to us to have people in our team at DCAP with decades of experience in managing risk, in managing institutional-grade investment solutions. So in 2022, the second half of 2022, we launched DCAP together with our strategic partners. And it was clear for us we want to build an institutional-grade setup to bridge this decentralized world with traditional finance, to have a dedicated team focusing on that niche of Web3, this niche new asset class that is emerging. And for us, it was clear we want to be fully licensed and regulated. So we started the process with FINMA, the Swiss regulator. We got licensed in 2023. And we are live with our investment products this year, since 2024. We have 2 investment solutions which we are currently managing. First of all, we launched a multi-strategy, Web3 multi-strategy investment solution, which is investing very broadly across the value chain of the Web3 ecosystem. So we are investing into, of course, core infrastructure, digital asset tokens, but we also select service provider, infrastructure providers who have listed equities, like exchanges, like Bitcoin miners, like software and hardware producers, like other asset managers. And we also have a bucket to invest into funds for strategies that we don't cover ourselves, that we don't execute ourselves. So that's the first investment solution that we launched in February this year, the Web3 Multi-Strategy Fund, which produces nice returns for a little bit less volatility than if you go pure into digital assets. Also, we wanted to launch a fully digital product, our digital asset core satellite strategy. And for that, we wanted to find the right partner. And for us to find the right partners, we had clear criteria. We wanted to find a partner with expertise, and launching a digital asset investment solution is something different. So you need to know the processes, you need to know the digital asset service providers, you need to know how to deal with the regulator on that side. So it's a different world. So we were looking for somebody with expertise in the field of digital asset, crypto, and capital markets. We wanted to work with somebody who can offer us a wide universe. It's a core satellite investment strategy where we invest into the core products and the core projects of Web3. But we also want to invest into megatrends in smaller locations, into upcoming new megatrends of, projects which just have emerged, which are smaller. And for that, we need somebody, a banking partner, who can offer us a very broad and wide asset universe. For us, it's important that we have broad distribution. And I think if you launch a product, actually you should start thinking about distribution first. Because oftentimes you see that a product is being launched, a strategy is being launched, and then you find out, oh, I can't sell it to this region. These investors are not buying it because it's not in that format. So we wanted to find a solution where we have maximal flexibility in distribution across regions and across client segments. Also, obviously, with the bull market coming, we wanted to have a short time to market. So that's, related to the first point, expertise of your partner, experience of your partner. You want to have something ready within a short period of time. And we are in Web3 and crypto, and for those of you who launched investment products in that field, you seldomly going to start with multi-billion seed money. So usually you start a product investment strategy with a couple of millions, and then you grow your product over time with performance and track record. So you want to find a solution that has low fixed cost. You want to have a solution where the price, the cost, the fees of your product are related to the asset under management. Because with that, you can keep the total expense ratio of your product low. So why Bank Frick? Bank Frick has in-depth expertise in the field of digital assets. It's actually the blockchain bank. They have a business line called blockchain banking. They have issued before us several digital asset products. They work with several digital asset service providers. They have expertise. They are an entrepreneurial bank, and that's what we were looking for. Bank Frick works with many custodians. They have business lines open with most exchanges, custodians, market makers. So with that, you already get a very wide range of service providers you can onboard to your solution with Bank Frick. And with that, you get a very broad universe you can invest. Distribution. Bank Frick set up a issuing structure in Jersey. It's that you can use when you issue a AMC, as we did. And it's a protected cell company. And this cell company is issuing structured notes under a EU prospectus. So with that, you have basically access to the whole EU market. You still need, of course, passporting, but that is easily done. And with the prospectus, under EU law, you also have access to retail. So you get the broad regional access to your clients, but also across and through the client segments, you can sell, distribute your product. Very important point. And we are just opening Austria now, next to Switzerland, and we are in process of opening other countries for our Megatrends certificate. Time to market. You know, things take longer than you plan, usually. And we were, I think, the second AMC that Bank Frick issued under the new structure in Jersey. It took us a bit longer than we thought, but nowadays it's between 2 to 4 weeks, and it also depends on you, the issuer, the manager. You have everything ready on your side, but Bank Frick can accommodate you very swiftly. And we have very low fixed fees in our structure. Most of it is bound to the asset under management, which suits us very well. And we have time to grow the product over time without running a high expense ratio. So what have we actually built? The Web3 Megatrend Certificate is a solution that is investing into the core infrastructure products of Web3 that are established, that have network effects, which are producing value, creating value, which are core to the ecosystem, and which are here to stay. But you also want to have a smaller allocation into so-called megatrends, new narratives that are emerging in Web3, new sectors that are building on top of the Web3 rails. And for that, our solution is called Web3 Megatrends. The problem that many investors face today is that in crypto, you have a vast spectrum of opportunities. If you look at just what's listed on CoinGecko for each sector, I mean, there are over 100 layer ones listed. I'm sure most of you can't name 20. There are over 300 projects listed in the Web3 social and entertainment sector. Again, it's just overwhelming. And issuance and emergence of new projects is just getting faster. It's not slowing down. At the same time, you have the problem of so much innovation leads to a lot of failure, of course. And if you look at this statistics from CoinGecko, you see that alone in 2021, out of those projects issued in 2021, over 5,000 died. So, you know, fundamental research is extremely important for asset selection, especially in that space where every other week there is a new, big, shiny thing. What we are looking is, we are really looking into the chain, what's happening with each of these projects. We're looking into how many smart contracts are programmed, deployed, what is the user base, how is the user base growing, how are transactions growing, what are the volumes. We're looking at social media, we are talking to the teams, so that's what we do, deep fundamental research to select the right products for our solution. But as I mentioned, we also have those trend cycles in cryptos, which are very important. It started really with Ethereum back in 2015-16, with the smart contract platforms emerging. Then decentralized finance around 2017-18. There was another strong trend cycle. Many of these exchanges disappeared again. Then we had NFTs and the metaverse, if you remember, 2020, 2021. Again, this was a strong trend cycle with many projects emerging and disappearing. And we see that during those trend cycles, interesting projects emerge, and we try to select those which are the most promising, and we trade them or invest them on a tactical basis in smaller allocation in our core satellite investment strategy. So 70 to 80% of our AMC is invested in core infrastructures, and then we have these megatrends, which are 20 to 30%. Here are some examples: layer 2s, decentralized physical infrastructure networks, gaming, decentralized social media, and AI built on Web3. So before I finish, just quickly, where do we see the future? When we started DCAP, our goal was actually to launch our fund on-chain. This is clearly superior infrastructure to us. I think every one of you who ever directly interacted with the blockchain, directly interacted with a smart contract, probably had this moment, this aha moment, say, wow, this is big, this is powerful. And especially for the financial industry, I think blockchain is a super big use case. If you haven't done it yet, you should really try and take some time and interact with a smart contract directly and see what it can do for you in a trustless, permissionless setting. And so we see the future of asset management clearly on-chain, that all these contracts that we have obeyed to, these regulations and guidelines, that they are coded, hard-coded into smart contracts and we cannot breach them, that we have more transparency and better liquidity. But also, I think it's important that those on-chain products are bankable, because many investors still these days, I would say 80%, don't have a wallet. And you have to have this optionality as an asset manager and also as a custodian to offer both, to keep the tokens in your bank account, but or also have it in your private wallet if you wish so. So on-chain and bankable. And before I finish off, this is the use case, the big use case for blockchain in the financial sector. This is actually a graph that I copied from Michael Saylor, a Bitcoin Moxie. And I quite like it. I think the data is from the JP Morgan Wealth Report. It shows all the asset classes that we have, how big they are in US terms. Real estate, 330 trillion, bonds, 300 trillion. And if you think about that, only digital asset crypto is part of public infrastructure. It's really digital as being tokenized, where the medium of exchange is part of the code. Then we only have 2.5 trillion. Okay, today is a bit lower, maybe 2 trillion of all this wealth cake, which is truly digitalized. And the 99.7%, the rest is still analog. I mean, look at our company. We don't have tokenized our shares at DCAP yet. So we run them in a spreadsheet. We send out PDFs to our investors or letters. They exchange shares, they come back, we update our spreadsheet, our bookkeeper checks our spreadsheet, reconciles everything. So that's the world, how it's functioning in financial assets today, and that's not digital, and that's the big, big potential and the big use case in our view for blockchain technology. Thank you very much for your time and interest, and hopefully Olga arrived in the meantime. If you have any questions, I'm going to be around outside afterwards.
You can't miss this man. Tall, good-looking. Find him outside the networking area.
I'll buy you a beer.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Let's give it up for Claudio, please. Okay, I know we had a little shift in our program, but the good part is Olga is here, and she's ready on the side. If you don't know, she's a very prominent entrepreneur. I've seen her on the scene for many years in different shapes and working in different companies, and we're so delighted that she's here. She's a chairman of the board at Smart Valor. She's been nominated twice for the top 100 digital shapers, and she's currently working on a concept right at the intersection of Web3 and AI. Please give it up for Olga.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Happy to be here. I've known this stage for a while. I'm going to spend around 15 minutes sharing with you some thoughts on the importance of blockchain technology in the big AI game. Within this presentation, I'm going to first refresh our memory about what AI agents are, give you a couple of examples of applications of AI agents on the blockchain, and then zoom out a little bit and think about the AI in a big context. So let's get started with AI agents. What are those? Basically, it's very simple. It's just the same software. The difference is this software, is this time, does not just execute tasks. It can also make decisions and execute them autonomously. So now let's think about it. AI is basically just a software. And all of those applications will do a lot of jobs and tasks for us and make decisions. And with that, I think we will very soon arrive at this, one of my favorite books. Who knows this one? 4-hour week, right? So this is probably where we're heading, sooner than we think. But guys, let's think about it, how we're going to arrive there. It's not going to happen instantaneously, right? It's going to be a gradual progress. And within this progress, there will be kind of like islands of especially fast progress, right? So what do you think? Where the first AI agents will become most powerful? Let's think about it. A very simple question, thought experiment. What do you think? For AI agents to work together with financial services, what is easier? To interact with bank, which is basically complex infrastructure, databases, different layers of application, legacy systems, thousands of people, right? So this is a bank, right? And on the other side, we have smart contract, DeFi. Now, from the perspective of AI agent, which is just a software, just a code, where do you think the collaboration is going to work most smoothly? The answer is obvious, with the smart contracts. It's easy for software to work with the software without people. And this is a key to understand, because then, to all these conversations where people say, oh, AI and crypto is just a hype. No, it's not. And the reason is very simple. Software can talk to software. This is where the collaboration is going to happen. And this is one of those islands of innovation that we're going to see within the blockchain and AI agents. Now, examples. How can it work? For this, let's have a look at how the best of the finance works together today. Wealth management, right? In wealth management, what happens? You have roles, right? There are 3-4 people that provide services to wealthy individuals, right? We have research analysts, the guys doing research. We have investment manager making a decision in what to invest. We have people that execute transactions, and of course, risk managers, right? So if you're well off, high net worth, ultra high net worth, you have a group of people working for you. Now, how this is going to translate into the world where finance is run for us by AI agents? Now, it's not going to be one agent. It's going to be, at least initially for now, also a set of agents, right? It's easy to imagine, and actually, last year we kind of try to understand how could this work in a DeFi environment, right? And we came up with this vision of the first multi-agent DeFi set, right? Where you will have different agents for different roles. Pretty much the same as in wealth management and in banking. So we started to develop something that we later called Elan AI. So this is kind of like a blueprint for research analyst. The second agent is currently working title Vesper. So this is a transaction execution manager. And the third one is a risk manager. If we just focus for a minute on those 3. Let's have a look. What's Elan AI? Elan AI is today available on App Store and Android. Guys, try it out. The idea is it's somebody who is non-human research analyst, right? Without body, without flesh and bones, but is doing the same work that you do when you want to invest. Scan the news, research, look at the price, look at the technical analysis, listen to podcasts, right? See what's going on Twitter. So this guy is supposed to do all of this for you. And of course, you know, nobody can release the project as a product completely ready. It's iterational product development. So we released the first version of Elan AI last October, and later added many more functions beyond the news analysis, technical analysis, instant reports for any asset in different languages. It's been quite successful, and we have first integration cases, for example, with second largest Korean crypto exchange, BitHump. They have Burrito wallet. It's their non-custodial wallet. And today, people in Korea see Elan AI within the Burrito application. Pretty excited. I learned last month, as we hosted our summit in Korea, that people are excited. There is no advertisement. There is none of this. It's just pure information. You don't need to listen to podcasts, right? You get a summary. And very soon, you will be able to talk to this agent. You will be able to engage in conversation. That's the next step. Another exciting example is currently we are working on Transaction Execution Manager. This is basically ChatGPT for your wallet. So instead of doing transactions manually yourself, you will be able just basically to talk to your agent, and the agent executes your transactions on the fly in non-custodial area, but also with exchange accounts. Now, how to make this work? How to make this useful? Not just to like 300,000 users, but to millions. We figured out that, you know, the best way to move forward is basically to give the technology to developers and creators. The technology in the meaning of pre-developed agents, right? This is something that is currently the work of Griffin AI working on. They call it Agent Playground, and the Agent Playground is basically a platform that provides access to different AI agents and AI solutions. And towards Q1 of next year, this Agent Playground is going to transform into AI Agent Builder. Now, why this is relevant or could be relevant for you? It's because to build a sophisticated AI agents, you need the whole team. You need machine learning engineers, data analysts, developers, front-end, back-end. You need the whole thing, right? But what if we could develop similar agents, but with a little bit different functions, right? And you could develop your own and sell it and monetize and share with your community. And basically, we all could build our own solutions, cut to the needs of the niche users that we cater to. So this is basically the idea of AI Agent Builder, that on that platform you can come and, without a code, develop your own AI agents. This is very exciting development, and I'm very much looking forward to the launch of Griffin AI platform and Agent Builder. Now, maybe at this point, let's pause here. I think a lot of people in blockchain space are building now a lot of different applications. But the key is that what we achieved until now, guys, if you think about it, what we achieved with crypto in the last 10 years, everything that has been built beyond speculative use cases in finance, right? The most important breakthrough is basically financial services, not governed by any country or by any regulatory system, but basically out there, right? Accessible for everyone, DeFi. And it's completely irrelevant for us, but in developed countries, right? It's mostly important for people in developing countries, people that don't have access to financial services. So that's been actually the only big interesting use case, right? For us here in Western countries, what is this about? A little bit more efficient payments, or securities on the blockchain? Okay, it's going to be cheaper, faster. It's not really a breakthrough, It doesn't change our life. But in those countries, it will. And it will, over time, even more. I think that's the real importance of blockchain finance. We will start to understand it just in the next 10 years to come, when it will reach more and more mass adoption phase. But for now, blockchain is still quite a niche. So how the blockchain technology is going to play a role in the big AI game? And the answer is simple. And it's not a comprehensive answer, it's just one of the answers. And it is basically that blockchain technology can enable to make AI agents more autonomous. What does it mean, more autonomous? If multiple agents work together, they need to interact and they need to pay each other. How are they going to pay each other? With credit card? Via the bank wire in 3 days? Obviously not, right? But imagine if every agent has its own wallet on-chain, right? Can pay on-chain, instantly exchange information, have identity. How do I know which AI agent should I trust? Should I use Elon AI? Vesper? Is it going to drain my wallet? Like, what's going to happen? So creating these identities for agents on-chain can solve a problem and be a very interesting new solution. So those are examples I'm sharing with you. This is just kind of like, the top of the iceberg, right? Something that is easy to understand and that is just there to see already today. There will be massive use cases in all the other areas. How to build a better consensus algorithm, how to enhance better learning algorithm, right? How to record the usage of data and how LLM distributes the data, right? There is massive, massive opportunities there. So at this point, I think we established this understanding that blockchain will be a very important component in the developing a better AI solutions, right? That's established. Now let's maybe in the last 3 minutes zoom out. And this is the part I'm absolutely excited about. If you think about what has happened in the last 80 years with our devices, right? One computer used to be a room probably of a half of the size, full of tech and hardware, and that was one computer, right? And then later this huge computer became just a PC under your table, and later it became a laptop, and now it's just a phone, right? And already today we start to see in clinical trials all this, little chips that inserted in human brain, and all of a sudden people can talk, can communicate, right? So from these massive computers to smaller computers to phones to chips, right? Like this software is on the way to become part of us, somewhere in our body. And this will mean, guys, that our cognitive capabilities will grow far beyond the human level, right? We will be speaking 10 times faster. We will understand any languages. We will know what we don't know. The capacity of a human brain will be expanded beyond our wildest imagination. How exciting is that? Wow. And more than that, also our body will change, right? We will get first some parts we already have. Today, people with different parts of their bodies that are non-biological, and this will extend to the degree that at some point you will face a choice. This is it, right? You're like 90, 100, maybe 120, we will live longer, right? But it's biological body. And today, when we talk about AI and agents, we say that, well, we will always be more creative. We will always feel more, right? We will be always more conscious than them, AI, right? But at some point, guys, I believe we will arrive at the stage where having a body, a biological body, will stop to be an advantage and will become a burden. Because this body will have to die and theirs will not. So at some point, we will arrive at the moment where we face a choice. This is it, or is there something after? So, with that, we as a humanity is probably standing in front of massive leap in our development, similar to the one where we were, Homo sapiens and Neanderthal, and moved to human beings with developed language and skills. I think we are facing this kind of iteration in our history. What an exciting time to live in, right? And with that, I would like to finish my presentation with just one quote that I really like. I think it brings us very good to the point. And it's a quote from Mustafa Suleyman, which is basically saying that AI is to the mind what nuclear fusion is to the energy. Limitless opportunity and the dawn of the new life. With that, dear ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention. It was great to spend time with you. Thank you so much, and see you soon.
Thank you so much, Olga. Ralph, real quick, we're about to take a coffee break, but after that, this incredible man is going to take the stage. For those who are debating if they should come back or not, what are we going to talk about?
We're talking about the green block. This
Yes.
is one thing, but we talk about something else. Yeah? How can you be too early?
Yes.
We are often too early. Olga has been too early with an exchange in Switzerland, probably.
Yeah.
And some here have been too early, and I will talk about a little bit about that.
So that's the privilege of knowing some people personally, is what should be private conversations we're going to now do on stage, because most investors and entrepreneurs don't share about where they made mistakes and what are things they can learn, because they're just going to sell you the pipe dream, do this, do this, do this. But Ralph has kindly offered that the first 7 minutes, we're going to ask unscripted questions. I will ask him some questions. So if you want something that's not on the agenda, real talk with a real investor in the crypto space and an ecosystem builder, come back for 30 minutes from now. What's the time?
4:15, 4:20.
Okay, so come back at 4:20. Don't miss out. See you soon. Bye, everyone. Go get some coffee. All right, man.
Just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion, I was
Okay, so we're back for the final stretch, and I'm not gonna lie, I like this next speaker very much. So I know some introductions are very professional, their media teams write to me and say, this is what you gotta say, and some introductions are just because I love them, and they're good people. So do me a favor right now, the people that are in the room, you can absolutely be on your phones and your laptops and do work, because this is a working conference, but can I ask you to come a little bit closer, just so I can see you, because that would be so nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come a little bit closer, come on in, but come in closer, and you can still work, just closer, because these amazing speakers are coming in actually to talk to you. Surprise, even though we are live streaming. Which camera? That camera. Hello, online crowd. We are live streaming as well. Thank you so much for coming closer. I appreciate that. I know all the cool kids always sit in the back in every country, back of the bus. This doesn't make you uncool. This makes you very special. VIP seating up in the front. Okay, I think the last few people are coming in. Like I said, I am not gonna lie to you. I like this man very much. We're friends in Switzerland. We're friends in Liechtenstein. We're friends in Dubai. We will soon be friends in India when he comes and visits me there. So we are multi-continental friends. He inspires me in all those places because he's always a leader and an initiator. Not only is he an entrepreneur and an investor, what I like about him is he's an ecosystem builder. So it's not just about him doing well. He genuinely cares about others doing well and changing things. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. And for the next 6 minutes, you will get an unscripted, raw conversation between two friends, a student and a master, about when things don't work out so well. So no further ado, let's welcome up my friend, soon our friend, Ralph. Ralph, first confession, I still don't know how to say your last name.
Glabishnik, very easy.
Do you know how to say my last name?
Dan Ram.
No, it's Ramamurthy.
No, it's okay.
So it's equal. We both can't say each other's last names. 2 days ago, I had the great joy of sitting at your table in your shed. For those who don't know what is the shed, it's not what you think. It is not something in the back of his house. What is the shed?
The shed is a private members club in Zug, and basically my place where I have breakfast, lunch, dinner with friends, family, business, whatever. But it's also 1,500 square meters of restaurant, wine bar, cigar lounge, meeting rooms, the facility to meet people, basically. A small ecosystem.
A small ecosystem. And casually, one of the co-founders of Ethereum is also sitting at dinner with us, telling us amazing stories that will never, ever show up on a stage, tell us what really happens. That's the kind of stuff that you like to do. You pioneer, initiate things, because why would you build a private club in Zug? Most people will think there isn't enough people to join it, and yet you did. And over the years, I've seen you try a lot of different things. For a moment, can you share what is one thing that you think you do wrong in your investment strategy?
What is one thing what I think I do wrong? I do too many things. This is good, but this is also bad, because if you're not focused, you're going to lose.
That's true. Yeah, too many things. And although diversity of portfolio from an investment point of view is great, but resources, attention, and focus, that's tough, and especially if it involves training people and guiding them. Backstage, we were talking about also the struggle of being early to the market. And all of us are early, right? This community, this bubble is early, because the rest of the world is not having the conversations we're having here. But you've been earlier than even early. What are some of the challenges of that?
Yeah, probably I came in 2005 to Zug.
Yeah.
So this was even before the crypto valley, so it was too early. On the other side, we decided to invest in blockchain applications and not in layer ones or layer zeros, because we said, look, the infrastructure didn't make the money in the first time of the internet. The applications did. And we said, all this Ethereum, Cardano, Tezos, Near Foundation, this will never work out. Let's invest in the applications. That was probably the wrong direction to go. We're happy that we also invested a little bit in the other things, but our main focus was on the application level. And when you look today, and when you're very honest, there's not a lot of traction on that side at the moment.
What's something that you think you do really well? What is a Ralph ingredient that has helped you stay long-term in this space?
Look, I think it's bringing the right people together. I'm never judging someone anymore. You know, when I met Vitalik the first time, I bought him after 10 seconds. I'm not smart enough to him. And then when you see Vitalik singing on stage, would you give him your money? But still, we trust the Ethereum blockchain. We trust smart contracts. So what I learned in that space, never underestimate people and stay open.
That's good. That's a good mindset. Yeah, Ralph, on the wisdom. Just me. I was the only one that took something from that. Do we appreciate Ralph's wisdom here? Oh, yeah. Peer pressure always works. If you want to win an audience, force them to do things. That's what they told me in emceeing school. You're wearing green, probably because you're about to talk about...
The green block.
The green block. Excellent. So how much time do you need? An hour, 2 hours?
4 hours, that's okay.
4 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the scripted part of it, ESG under Mikar. Welcome again, Ralph.
Thank you very much, Danram. ESG under Mika. Two very boring topics. 2 times it's about regulation. 2 times it's about what do we have to do. But when we look back the last 20 years in the financial industry, unfortunately, the most projects have not been done because of more efficiency. The most projects have been done because of more regulation. So when you look into sustainability and more regulation, then you see a combination between them. So I don't want to go into the details, but what for me personally is very important, when the blockchain technology only created a new financial system, we haven't been successful, at least in my opinion. The blockchain technology should be much more than that. You know, we're talking about banking the unbanked. It's an old sentence, but a lot of people in the world, they're not having an identity. Without an identity, you're never able to be banked. Without an identity, you can't be part of payment systems, you can't be part of online shopping, you can't order Uber, you can't do nothing at the end of the day. So the sustainability, this is a very broad topic. I mean, you see here the corporate sustainability, you see low emissions, transparency, and all the things. I'm not the biggest fan of carbon credits. I'm not the biggest fan of measuring carbon footprint of big corporations, but regulation says we have to do it. At the end of the day, what I believe, this technology, what we are talking about, AI and blockchain in combination, can support this and make it much more efficient. I'm a big fan of decentralization. I'm a big fan of decentralized energy production. And I'm a big fan of thinking about how can we use technology to make this more efficient? How can we do the payments automatically? How can we use IoT in these things? And this is really an interesting thing. So what does it need to build something for ESG projects? As always, it needs a community. I mean, when we use the blockchain technology and we use it in one big corporate, probably you don't need the blockchain technology. Take a database, you will be more efficient. You need to connect different people, and in the best way, you connect people who are not trusting each other, because we're using trustless technology. Then, as always, we need capital. And capital means how can we invest into this project? You know, Zug is a very interesting place because Zug is not only the crypto valley or the heart of the crypto valley, Zug is also the so-called commodity valley. There's a small company, you probably heard about it, called Glencore. It makes more revenue than Nestle. It's the biggest company in terms of revenue in Switzerland. And Glencore has a lot to do with sustainability, has a lot to do with capital, has a lot to do how the commodity process will be automatized and digitalized and optimized. Then, at the end of the day, infrastructure. We are trying to use blockchain technology and infrastructure to measure these things. And on the investment side, we see rather smaller projects having issues to be financed, so we started together with the Hashgraph Foundation, with a big layer one behind with Hedera, a project where we invest 50 times $500,000 into sustainability projects running on a blockchain. So 25 million, not bad, but the challenge is, what we are searching for now is corporates who also want to invest 500,000. So we're talking to Siemens, to Glencore, to Johnson & Johnson, to other companies, and we try to say, look, this technology makes it more efficient. This technology helps you to follow the regulations, but it helps you also to save money and be more efficient for the future. So if someone here in the room is connected to a big corporate, I heard there's Hilti, for example, in Liechtenstein, we want to have these big companies working with us on efficient solutions to solve the sustainability topics with blockchain and AI. Here you see some areas where you can work on. It's a lot on detailed work. It's a lot of stuff behind. We're working with universities. We're working with top consulting companies like Roland Berger, with the DLT Science Foundation, and a lot of others, to say, look, where can we put the things on? In the Middle East, for example, we have the biggest waste management company called BIA, and they're producing recycling credits. And these recycling credits are going to trade it. Or we helped E.ON, the big energy company from Germany, to open up a carbon credit exchange in Abu Dhabi. So there's a lot of things which are outside of the financial sector. And they are still regulated at the end of the day, because you connect logistics, you connect supply chain with the direct money flow, with the cash flow. At the end of the day, very interesting area. And look, when we started the Crypto Valley, yesterday in Zug there was the celebration of 10 years Ethereum. When we started this, there have been the first people on stage and talking a little bit about, digital assets, or at this time not digital assets, Bitcoin is interesting, can be the future of money, and things like that. 10 years later, Switzerland has 34 banks offering digital assets to the customers. These 34 banks are more than, I think, in the rest of the world, institutions offering digital assets to customers. So out of a small idea and vision, there followed a big execution. And we saw before the presentation from Signum, I'm super happy that Signum did this, what we thought would happen. They came to Liechtenstein to build the bridge into Europe. When we opened up in 2019 the civil labs in Liechtenstein, that was exactly the idea, because there was the Blockchain Act, super cool thing, the first one. But if we're really honest, the last 3-4 years, it was a little bit quiet here. But today we see now these things are coming into place, and Switzerland is leading, and before Switzerland, Liechtenstein was leading. I mean, Bank Frick, without Bank Frick, the Crypto Valley wouldn't exist like it exists today. I don't know if you know that, but we had nearly to send every of our startups and projects in Zug to Liechtenstein to be banked. And it needs always the smaller players to take a risk. A big player is never taking the risk. A UBS, a CS, they're still not there. Now, okay, Julius Baer, Zürcher Kantonalbank, number 3 and number 4, Postfinance, they're there. But the big players are not taking the risk. And this is what I like on Liechtenstein. I mean, Liechtenstein and Zug are for me very similar. Small, but risk takers with an entrepreneurial spirit. And I hope that in 10 years, we are going to talk about blockchain technology making the world more sustainable. I have 3 kids. I really want to give a sustainable world, made it better through technology, to my kids. I don't know if you saw the speech from Olga. Olga Feldmeier talked before about AI and how AI might be taking over our bodies and we may be half robots. I really hope this is not in my time. I also really hope that it's not in the kids' time of my time. I want that this technology is supporting us indirectly, that we can be human, that we stay human. Probably we have more time to do things which are satisfying us because technology is more efficient at the end of the day. But if we're very honest, who wants a 4-hour week? We would be all bored out and we would have a risk. What are we doing at the end of the day? So if I don't work 70 or 80 hours a week, I'm bored. But my employees say, this guy's never working, he's only having lunches and dinners. This is a perspective what work is or what is not. Yeah, again, I don't want to go into all these details, but sustainability is a huge topic. And I take food security as an example. A few of you know I spent half of my time in the Middle East, and When you look into Dubai or the UAE, 9 million people living in the desert, and when you then ask how much of the food you're using are you producing by yourself? This is less than 5%. Now, you see right now we have some crisis worldwide. Some planes are probably not taking the direct line at the moment, but you need to have a sustainable and secure food security line that everyone has to eat something on the next day. Technology helps you to make this better. Technology helps you to calculate the waste, to calculate the warehouses, to calculate everything around that. And at the end of the day, the people get what they want. Not only the very expensive Bordeaux, also the rice and all the basic food which should be there. So what is the green block? The green block is again an ecosystem what we are building, and it's ecosystem number 3. So the first ecosystem you probably heard, it's the Crypto Valley. We have been co-founders of the Crypto Valley Association and everything around. We are always very, Liechtenstein is part of the Crypto Valley, so CCA might be part of the Crypto Valley, at least in the mind. The second ecosystem was Crypto Oasis. So we took the idea to Middle East. In Switzerland and Liechtenstein, we have now 1,200 companies in the blockchain space, with more than 5,000 people working there. So it's really relevant for the area. In the UAE, it's already more than 2,000 companies over there, more than 10,000 people over there. So there's something going on. And we said, let's create a new ecosystem. This ecosystem, we call it the green block, is a bit similar. It's just global, and it's only in the sustainability area. The first thing is the ecosystem. The second thing is the Green Block Launchpad, where you can finance your projects in that area. The third thing is the Venture Studio, what I explained to you before, where we invest into projects, co-invest into projects. And the fourth thing, what we're working now on, is Green Block Capital. We need follow-up investments. These things are really very capital intensive. There's another company in Zug called Partners Group. I don't know who knows Partners Group, but it's really one of the world leaders in private equity. And they invest only in infrastructure, 27 billion Swiss francs. So 27 billion only in infrastructure. And we need to come to that space that we get the bigger pockets to build bigger solutions, which are sustainable for a growing mankind. I mean, there are a lot of things around, and I and our team, we want to do something with the technology, which is more than only meme coins, 100x, or Lambo in front of the door. And if you're interested in that, I will be here for the dinner. I'm there to talk, because there are a lot of ways how you can interact with us. The ecosystem, what you see here, and what we are doing, you can be an ecosystem partner, you can launch your project, we can build an ESG solution together, or we are searching for investors for the capital part. So in that case, thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope regulation helps us to a more efficient future.
Thank you, Ralph. Nice to have you here. If you have any questions, make sure you catch him during the dinner or later in the networking. On that, I'm going to bring on our next speaker already, because he's ready to go. He's been here every year since we started. He's a self-employed lawyer in Liechtenstein. He specializes in data protection law and compliance. And 5 years ago, they founded the compliance service provider CLL Compliance Labs. And they actually recently celebrated their 5-year anniversary, which is a big deal. And today he's going to be talking about compliance harmonization in Europe. Please give it up for Dr. Ziggy.
So, a very warm welcome from my side in this late afternoon now. And I'm very pleased to tell you that this is not about a formal presentation. I will not go into deep with MiCA or AMLD 6 as we see it on the slides, but what we will speak today about is harmonization. So if we look at Europe, I think this is a common understanding of harmonization. And as you can see from above, I copied that picture. This picture was already taken by Prince Michael, who also is or was a speaker as of today, and he already used that picture like in 2020. So if we look at that picture, we see something very crucial, which is there is a very colorful and diversified crowd coming out in one way. All is aligned, everything looks the same. And my question as of today is harmonization a threat or is it good actually? And if we speak about 2 to 3 things today, which is MiCA and of course the harmonization of anti-money laundering laws, I would say that bringing that diversified systems into a unified system could be a big chance for us all. Because we can make use of a market that is 440 million customers heavy, which means if we establish a framework of harmonization during or all over the EU, we end up in having the space and the opportunities to streamline operations, to cut transaction costs, and to make the things work better without working too much on regulation in the future. So what is the main trigger of MiCA? And I know you already heard a lot about MiCA, so I don't need to tell you the details. I mean, it's all about harmonization, and the European Union did something unique. The European Union tried to establish a harmonized, or is about to establish a harmonized market within the crypto field, which means we have a market of 440 million people that are allowed to access harmonized and passporting or products that could be passported all over the EU. Of course, harmonization always means standardization, and as we are at the beginning of a framework that is harmonized and could be seen as one market, there is of course a beginning or a initial try to standardize the definitions for crypto assets, which means standardize products, standardize the understanding of products, and start off with the product. So as of this morning, when I attended the panel as a moderator, we exactly were talking about the standardization of products being a threat for the business. But as always, we need to begin with something, and it's upon us to streamline these definitions by practice and to get them in our daily work. And a third pillar that is very important is combating money laundering and terrorist financing, which I will come back under the AMLD 6. And of course, consumer protection is also of a big importance. Why? Because it's all about credibility, and at the end of the day, it's about protecting our customers to bring acceptance to the market. And this exactly is done by putting on consumer protection rights and rules. Last but not least, of course, the improving of the competitive conditions within the European crypto market, which we could think of the topic reverse solicitation, which also has been a main pillar of this morning's discussions. And I tell you that because this is one hard topic that is still discussed, how to enter the European Union with products that could fall under MiCA but not being licensed. And I can tell you, as of today, you better not. So what we can see from MiCA so far is like it's divided in 2 categories. So we first of all have the crypto asset issuers. And on the second hand, we see the crypto asset service provider. Again, it's all about harmonization. So we have clear topics on how to address the different service providers and how these rules should apply within the whole European market to be able to do business. Why I'm showing you that is simply the next slide, which is again a piece of regulation that will enter into force as of the end of the year, which is the EU transfer funds regulation. And the main interesting part about that regulation is that it will align with traditional finance in terms of that you need to send information with your transactions between two CASPs. And what is also very interesting and what is to a certain extent a game changer within the financial system is that the CASPs are, as of next year, formally falling under the definition of a financial institution, which then means financial institutions can also be a part of the so-called correspondent banking regime. So there is no longer a gray area for CASPs to operate with banks and to make use of the correspondent banking regime, but they can formally be covered under the correspondent banking, or at least similar to a correspondent banking system, and could within that framework work together with the bigger institutions and make sure that they cover the traditional business models by offering new products within the crypto space. So as I said before, the main pillar of EU of the TFR is of course to cover CASP transactions and the providence of information on the transfers under the TFR as well, and that both sides of the institutions get all the important information regarding the beneficial owner, the sender, and the receiver of a transaction. So next to that, there is, and I already outlined that last year, there is a blacklist coming up from the EBA, which means that any crypto service provider which is not playing by the rules will be blacklisted, and we can expect that they are taken from the market. It's again as simple as that. Within the correspondent banking regime, we know the rules that somebody who is harming the rules or is not playing by the rules will just be cut out from the system, and I could think of a blacklist regime that will in fact follow the same route. So again, my question would be harmonization as a chance, because as we saw it before, we put together a framework, a set of rules in the EU to make or to enable customers to make use of one financial framework and a whole bunch of products. So that brings me to the question, if we're speaking about the European framework and harmonization, why Liechtenstein? Liechtenstein used to be like the state in between, or still is the state in between Switzerland and the European Union. So Liechtenstein is very familiar with the Swiss tradition. The Swiss financial tradition has a strong network, has a strong boundary to Switzerland, but also is very much in the EU framework, being a member of the EEA. Liechtenstein is also to be seen as a very strong and stable financial center within the heart of Europe. It has Swiss franc as a currency, as a national currency. We are in a customs union. I can just like read all the pillars that are on the slide, but my idea of giving you, or the idea behind that slide is just to show you that Liechtenstein can connect the Swiss environment with the European environment, and still is, or Liechtenstein could be seen as a part of harmonization between those two worlds. So, the last pillar I would like to take or I would like to speak about from a professional perspective is the upcoming regulation on the harmonization of AML law, which means for the first time ever, the European Union is not drafting a pure directive anymore, which means a set of rules that needs to be implemented on a jurisdictional basis, but is also issuing or has already published the AMLR, which is the anti-money laundering regulation, and this piece of law will be directly applicable. So we already see, again, a piece of law and a piece of the framework, of the European framework, that is trying to harmonize the different systems and that is trying to establish a pure level playing field where where financial institutions from different European countries can rely on the same set of rules. And if we look at the pillars that we could expect from the AMLD 6 and the AMLR, we see especially that the framework should be strengthened in terms of that we should gather better understanding of the exposed sectors on a national level. There will also be like a strengthened framework in the sense of fit and properness assessments directed to board of directors and to the UBOs of financial institutions. We can also see that the investigation on terrorist financing and money laundering should be strengthened in terms that we understand the risks of such behavior in a better and more transparent way. And what will be a definite game changer is the UBO transparency registers shall be applicable for foreign entities, and it should bring more transparency into the market. Of course, it all is covered by amending the duties of the relevant authorities in terms of extending their duties and also like extending the mutual assistance between authorities. So this is only the things that could be expected from the directive and need to be put into national law. But if we look on the second pillar, which will be directly applicable, we see how important harmonization for the European Union is. And this is, we will see an enumerative catalog of persons subject to due diligence. So every European state will follow the same catalog of persons subject to due diligence. If you think of the slide before, we saw that by looking at the CASPs, that is also an enumerative catalog of CASPs mentioned by Mika and falling under regulation. Then, of course, the internal strategies and policies regarding the business risk assessment and the client risk assessment, compliance, group-wide application of due diligence and outsourcing will be a main pillar of the AMLR, which means that all over the European Union we will face the same standards within those sectors. So we will have the same set of rules for business risk assessment, the same set of rules for client risk assessment, for compliance procedures, for, of course, the group-wide application of due diligence, and the most important thing, we will face way stricter rules for outsourcing of services. As I said before, transparency is key for the European Union. And if you think of crypto services and of blockchains, you know that the blockchain itself already is super transparent if you have the correct information on the sender and the receiver of certain transactions. So if you put together the TFR I mentioned before, if you put together those set of rules, we can expect to a certain extent a very transparent and harmonized framework, which could also be scary. Then one of the most important pillars is also, and I also heard people speaking of that the European Union is no longer trusting the member states. There will be a centralized supervision called the AMLA, so the Anti-Money Laundering Authority in Europe, and we can also think of that the AMLA will have way more powers in the future to access member states and to control. So it is not my goal to frighten you. What is my goal today? My goal is I would like to tell you all this regulation could be a big chance, because everybody that is familiar with compliance, or anybody that is triggered by compliance in the sense that there is dozens of forms that need to be completed, there is always redundant processes that need to be done, there is like remediation tasks and stuff and so on, could think of a world in the future where we could assess those tasks by putting on tech on such tasks. Meaning, if we change the world by creating systems that could, and that is an important thing for me, that could take over the compliance work to a certain extent by still granting privacy, that could be a game changer. And speaking of which, it means that we are actually working on solutions that compliance is only done once. Compliance credentials are owned and stored in your private wallets, are as safe as your crypto wallets. And at the end of the day, you would be able to reuse them and to be maintained by AI or a software that is tailor-fitted for that needs. So what stays after speaking about harmonization? Of course, legal certainty. So whenever we approach the European Union, we know the set of rules, and we know what comes after us if we don't apply the rules. New ideas, I already said, since we are like thrilled by technology and the world is changing in terms of digitalization, there need to be new solutions to cut transaction costs in terms of compliance. And of course, harmonization allows scalability. So whenever there is the same set of rules applicable, and this is why I mentioned the 440 million people market over the European Union, we can scale up products and we can reach way more people than we would be able to if we stick within the Liechtenstein environment or the Swiss environment. And of course, passporting of financial services is possible. So why shouldn't it be allowed to passport compliance profiles? This is one of the major questions that I'm working on. And my future, my perfect future, is that the financial intermediaries could focus on their work again, on their products again, and compliance is just something like a driving license. It needs to be done. You need to be fit and proper to move through the financial markets, but it is maintained by professionals, and you do not care about compliance on a daily basis, but it is maintained and safeguarded in your personal wallet. And this brings me to an end. Let's see what the future is bringing up on us, and thank you very much. I think I stayed perfectly in time. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ziggy. Excellent. Well, thank you all for being here. This is our final panel for the night. And then, well, we're going to have a lot of fun. I hope you're going to come join us for the gala. I think there's still a ticket hidden somewhere in this room. And with no further ado, I want to welcome up the moderator for the panel. Please give it up for Nathan. Come on, Nathan.
Thank you for having me here. And thank you for staying all the way to the graveyard shift. I know I'm the only thing in between everyone and drinks and dinner.
Nathan, where are you coming from?
I'm actually coming from one of the only jurisdictions that is smaller than Liechtenstein.
Which is?
So I'm from Gibraltar. Fun fact, Gibraltar, one of the first jurisdictions to have a crypto asset related regime. And I was one of the regulators that were responsible for authorizing and supervising crypto companies before it was cool, so they say.
And for those who don't know, what's XReg?
So the name XReg is because we are now ex-regulators. So we left the GFSC in Gibraltar, and we set up our own consulting company, and we advise crypto projects. We also do public sector work, so we do a lot of work with different governments, regulatory authorities across the world. We build crypto regimes for certain jurisdictions as well, which is quite fun. And a lot of what we do is advise on cross-jurisdictional regulatory matters. And a big topic that comes up always is, how do we access Europe? What jurisdictions are looking great from a European perspective? And we do a lot of work with big international exchanges that are looking to answer these questions. So I'm very happy to be on this panel because it's actually a panel that's about MiCA, but not about MiCA, because we're going to explore what other factors different players should consider when looking for a home in Europe. So yeah, very excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and again, thank you for
Well, there's
staying
no turning
so late.
back now. You're going to have to stick around and do this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it for Nathan and the panelists as they come up on stage. Have fun. Enjoy. Enjoy.
And second. Yep. I'm here. There we go. So yeah, I think before we kick off, so I know everyone here probably knows Thomas. I think most of you probably know Nina and Christian as well, but I think it would be good if we just do a quick round the table. If you could introduce yourselves, and then we can kick off.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nina Siedler, I'm a lawyer based in Berlin, and in this crypto space already for quite a while. I think the first year I was thinking about blockchain was 2015, and since then I supported numerous associations in that area and expert working groups across the globe.
My name is Thomas Negele. I was actually asked to say some of my other roles. I'm also the chair of INATBA, which is a European association, which was actually founded by the European Commission in 2019. I'm also co-founder of CLL, Compliance Labs Liechtenstein, and a lot of other stuff. Looking forward to this panel, really, because I think that is a very interesting topic.
Christian Steiner, still at Bitbanda, so nothing changed. Head of regulatory compliance, was on stage before, so thanks.
Great. And so yeah, I did mention that I'm sure we've all discussed MiCA pretty much all day, because MiCA is one of the key topics that we were discussing in this conference. And I did say that this is going to be one of the panels that's about MiCA, but not really about MiCA. But part of that is a lie, because the first question I want to ask is, will we actually achieve harmonization across Europe? Because in an ideal world, MiCA is completely harmonized, and we do need to look at these other factors, and it's going to be important to discuss this in the panel. But do you have a view in terms of, will we actually achieve harmonization across Europe? I don't know if, Nina, if you want to kick off.
Yeah, I think when you look into the numbers of filings within the EU, they differ so much that you can already tell by now that there must be differences. And the question is, will they actually vanish by year end, or will they remain to a certain extent? And I think it's pretty clear that we will not achieve full harmonization right from the outset. There will be differences in how MiCA is applied between the jurisdictions.
And there are also other areas, for example, when you talk about now asset reference tokens and how that is implemented, you have to think about MiFID, right? If something is a financial instrument or not, is an asset reference token a derivative or not? And that's not harmonized anyway, so it's pretty clear that MiCA is not going to be like bringing what we expect, that it's full harmonization. I think that's pretty clear already, but it's still game-changing in a way that you have a standard, right? And we'll see the details, right? That's the journey we are just embarking at the moment.
Great. And Christian, like, what would you say are the key issues that could maybe threaten harmonization?
I think several points that are mentioned already. So let's maybe start with the scope of MiCA. So I think there will be huge discussion around what is DeFi and not. We saw that already started with the paper of the Danish authority. So there will be things like first movers, others might follow suit, might disagree. So this is a very interesting side. On one side, what you mentioned is very important regarding the financial instruments. It's a directive that is transposed differently in different countries. So countries have very different understanding what is a security, what is a financial instrument that goes directly into arts. I think one thing that is quite interesting to see is you have nearly thousands of pages of regulation with all the level 2 things, but still you don't know the scope. So I think that's going to be a very, very interesting thing to not get lost in details, but to still talk about, we know what the scope is for MiFID, but we don't. If you read the ESMA paper, it becomes clear that there's no harmonized approach to how to interpret MiFID financial instruments over Europe, and we had this regulation since forever. And I do fear that this is something, while we have very much details on how to keep the records in level 2, and that is a, 120-page document with tables, we have no clarity if it's DeFi, if it's not DeFi, if it's falling in the regulation there or not.
Exactly, and I guess, yes, even before getting to the detail in MiCA, you've got to understand, like, are you in MiCA or not in the first place, which is a huge debate still across Europe.
But you don't need actually full harmonization. What you need is passporting, right? You don't need the full harmonization. You need passporting. You need access to a bigger market. And I think,
well, I guess maybe to pick on that point. So, what would happen if, let's say, in Liechtenstein, an asset's considered an asset reference token, but then another regulator says, actually, no, this is a MiFID instrument? Like, could that present problems? I imagine yes, but you guys have anything to?
I mean, I think you see a Liechtenstein lawyer and then you see a German lawyer. I think in Germany, Nina, almost everything should be or is treated as a security, or at least that was the idea. That's actually my fear. I hope that that's not the case. But yes, you have several approaches, right? And you have a different understanding what a financial instrument is and what not. And you see also different approaches from regulators. We in Liechtenstein, we always said financial instruments are defined. We have a quite clear picture what a financial instrument is. And we said what we want to do is, before we got MiCA, we said let's regulate the crypto asset space independently and come up with rules which fit the purpose, right? And that there were, like when we started to talk about MiCA, there were always the idea that the idea is to just like amend MiFID a little bit and put everything under MiFID, so every crypto asset would be a financial instrument, and then we're good to go. I have a very clear opinion on that would be the complete like wrong track, because you would kill. First of all, it's not a tailor-made solution to crypto assets. Secondly, yes, you will see you make the burden even harder for existing service providers to get licensed, right? And in the end, what would be actually then the benefit, right? Because we have the TradFi world that's existing, and I think there is room for something independent, or at least a little bit independent.
Yeah. Well, the thing grew historically, right? So the intention was not to touch upon the existing regulation, which in prior times always came as directives, right? So it's a more recent development that the EU leverages more the instrument of a regulation, which applies in all jurisdictions automatically without any national implementation needed. And now we squeeze in a regulation, right, which is directly applicable in between a lot of existing directives which needed to be transformed by the national legislators. And that causes frictions. I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah. And I think it's a shame, because if you look at the hierarchy of the legislation as well, like MiFID always takes precedence, right? So we even have a lot of clients that are talking to us and saying, why don't we just get a MiFID license because it's safer, which I think goes against the spirit of MiCA, really, because...
And that's really funny, because we, you know, as crypto lawyers, we always try to stay away from MiFID and stay outside of securities, and now MiFID is kind of a safe haven for us.
Exactly.
Right?
And even under MiCA, you look at the asset reference token regime, which is actually really good for tokenized assets, but it's quite easy to fall back into MiFID, which I think undermines that part of the regime as well. Don't know if Christian, anything to...
Maybe I want to pick up one thing that Thomas mentioned. I think a major topic, and it could have been solved quite easily under MiCA, but it wasn't, is there's no regime that is done for, I call it negative passporting. What I mean there is, if you have, for example, Liechtenstein deciding on a homegrown entity in Liechtenstein that this is a asset reference token, not a financial instrument, or if you have, I don't know, this is a DeFi and therefore not falling under MiCA, you have no legal certainty that the other authorities, the other NCAs, are going the same road. And that's a huge issue, and I think it would have been a major thing if I go with the regulation approach to already fix that and make it binding, or a decision by ESMA or whatever. I know it's not, as you said, fitting with the whole TradFi thing, because there you have more directives and different implementations, but nevertheless, it's a, I would say, opportunity lost.
Actually, you know, I understand the European Commission is actually of the opinion that it's pretty clear, right? So if a national competent authority actually granted an authority under MiCA, then the other states are actually supposed to accept them. I think we all know that the reality might develop a little bit different, because there are already stricter supervisory authorities which voice kind of that they will not permit everyone in their country. But then on the other hand, on our MiCA roundtable in Brussels, the European Commission expressly asked us to bring these cases forward to them, because now their role has changed. In the beginning, they were part of the legislative body to create the MiCA, and now that MiCA passed the whole procedure, they are actually responsible for bringing up all the states in line. So we'll see how that develops.
And you see there was a thread on LinkedIn actually with Peter Kerstens, Dimitrios Psarakis and myself talking about asset reference token and if that's a derivative or not, right? But I mean, I totally get it that now major or like bigger countries in Europe, they want to avoid there's a race to the bottom. But to be very honest, I don't know if that's really the driving force behind all of it, right? I think part of it might also be, because it's now a political game, right? Where do crypto asset companies set up their company, right? Do they do it in Germany or in France or in Austria or in Liechtenstein or wherever? Actually, we are not part of the European Union. I just wanted to add that. So MiCA is not directly applicable in our country. There's an implementation needed. But still, and to be very honest, I think we should not waste our time and efforts trying to compete within Europe. I think what we should do is really allow entrepreneurs to build up companies in Europe, make it easy for them to access the market, because the competition is not in Europe. We are not known for having the tech companies here. Like, our opportunity is, okay, with crypto, we might have a chance to see big companies setting up in Europe, and the competition will come from overseas. The United States will figure out their thing sooner or later, right? In Asia, things are getting more and more clear. You have the MENA area where you have like a lot of clarity and it's getting better every day. So I think in Europe we should, and obviously if there are cases when there's a race to the bottom where one country really just ignores everything and gives licenses to everyone, yes, obviously, right? But on the other hand, I think really let's try to get business in Europe, right? Take the opportunity to use that framework. Yeah. But I know that that's a wish, not more.
It's a wish, but I think if you look outside of Europe, where you've got turf wars between different regulatory authorities, like the one thing you'd want to do is bring clarity to the market, right? And Europe is probably the only large, reputable area that has a solid crypto asset regime, right? The US are still arguing about what a security is. The UK doesn't have a regime, so like Europe can bring a lot of that certainty to the market. And it would be good if regulators aren't arguing about technicalities, I guess.
I was in like quite some work groups globally, and I always advocated for use MiCA, and like that started in 2020 already. So I published the first time in October 2020 about MiCA. And I said, look, this is gonna be the standard, right? And I really hoped that we will see MiCA as the new like standard for crypto assets regulation. And having said that, I was very surprised, I'm not that surprised, but that we are very strict on reverse solicitation, right? There are no equivalence provisions. That would be the obvious choice, right? Let's have equivalence provisions that other countries could come up with similar regulation and make it easy for them to get market access to players in two jurisdictions or in both jurisdictions. But that is something I really don't understand, that the Europe did not do that, right?
But we had exactly that discussion on our yesterday's roundtable, and the answer to that was basically when drafting the law, they had only like Russia and China in mind. They did not think about Switzerland and other countries for which they would be, I guess, very willing to provide for equivalent rules.
There are others who say they had the UK in mind.
That's when the politics come to play, I think.
Maybe two things. I think one thing regarding the point, what European Commission said, I think if you have a look on the ESMA paper regarding what is an art and what is a financial instrument, because there was a paper, there was a necessity to publish that, I think you see quite clearly that it's not that easy and they will not enforce it so globally. And therefore, I do hope that the vision of the Commission holds in this regard, but I do have, as you said, some doubts that in practical they will not be challenges.
But I actually see a conflict between ESMA and the Commission.
Oh, yeah.
They are actually not of the same opinion, so you cannot put both in the same bucket, right?
And that's going to be very interesting if they will play that out at level 2, because also I mentioned it in my keynote early on, but if you have a look on MiCA, I think MiCA is a very balanced approach. And then you see level 2, and I know it's just some small examples, but again, if I take MiFIR, they could have done MiFIR in level 1, it's not that hard. It's easier. Then we could have done MiFID at the first place. But Commission, Parliament, everybody decided on purpose to have a more dedicated framework that is fit for purpose, that is not over-regulating. And then we have level 2, and suddenly the whole box of Pandora is open again.
Yeah, and I think even just reading the ESMA paper, it's very clear that it's going to be very hard to keep instruments in MiCA as opposed to MiFID at times as well. And I mean, it even talks to like governance tokens and how that can play an influence in whether it's MiFID or not. And even with some DeFi protocols, governance can change the form of these tokens. So you could have a token that starts off as a MiCA instrument, then through some governance proposal adds a fee element to it that then brings it to MiFID, and it can create all sorts of issues. But yeah, I don't know if you...
And the big question is also with regard to reverse solicitation. Who's going to enforce this, right? So the compliant players will be kept out because they are afraid that they can actually not manage to remain within the reverse solicitation exemption with the tight rules that ESMA now phrased. And instead, we will get all sorts of crazy players all over the place, which do not care about the current rules if there is no fight against those. And I don't really see who's going to keep this up, because this is in the competency of the national competent authorities. They all don't have capacity already now for dealing with all these authorization requests. So actually I see a huge gap of enforcement coming up.
I'd be very interested to hear Christian's views actually on reverse solicitation, because as we all know, like...
Maybe explain it first, because maybe for some of the audience that's not a clear term, what a reverse solicitation is. Maybe Christian, you can start with that.
Yeah, I'll go. So basically, when you're looking at other legal cases, so there was an opportunity to still onboard client without doing any active marketing by offering your services. Obviously, this was before the time of internet, where it was a little bit different, because you still had normally your office, and it was still a different understanding. Now with crypto, we have the issue that it's not necessary to have marketing everywhere, and that is not really a differentiator. Not a big surprise. Bitbun is somebody who is pro a strict interpretation of reverse solicitation. Why? I can explain a little bit on that. We really need to have a level playing field in Europe. We, for sure, because it's in our DNA, in our nature, are regulatory compliance first. And we sometimes compete with players that are not. And this is not a fair level of competition. But I do agree, if it's the same rule, if it's the same really framework and the same license, there should be an opening for that. But there should be either an equivalent form or a dedicated MiCA form for that. But I do think we need to close the other gap, and we need to enforce that. And I think we need to also ensure that also the board of regulators or the ESMA or somebody else is taking care that really enforcement actions are happening if you breach those reverse solicitations. So I fully agree with your statement, because otherwise we have a triple down worse situation. Players in Europe who are strictly regulated and therefore less active in innovation. Players that would like to be regulated but are in Switzerland and cannot. And then players who are not regulated and still get maybe even the major part of the clients. So yeah, that's not where we want to land.
The solution for Switzerland is use Liechtenstein as a gateway.
Oh yeah.
Today's topic.
There we go. Yeah, but I think, yeah, I guess reverse solicitation only works when there's level, or like the equivalence only works when equivalence exists. And we all know that MiCA by far sets higher standards than everywhere else. So I do sympathize with the ESMA approach to reverse solicitation maybe today, because it takes a lot of work to establish yourselves in Europe, to obtain that MiCA license. And if you have like offshore exchanges clearly marketing into Europe, it does create that level playing field. So if you're investing into Europe, like that level of protection, I think is also fair, right? So I don't know if
maybe directly, yes, I fully agree, but I also agree that with Thomas that it's maybe a lost chance to have an equivalent regime that is in MiCA level 1, and then you say, for example, ESMA needs to decide and confirm this is really equivalent, but then they can open it, because now you don't have this possibility in level 1 text, so you need to change level 1 text to do that if, for example, Switzerland would publish a MiCA similar framework, which they don't have yet. I agree with your statement, but I do think forward-looking, and it's all about regulations that are based on principles and be fit for future. I think it's something they should have done.
Yeah, because every jurisdiction is looking at MiCA, obviously. It's the best known example globally. In Asia, everywhere they look at what Europe did, and it's a missed chance. That's one of the missed opportunities, I think. But yeah, I think that's we'll not fix that quickly, obviously.
Yeah, I would also say, missed chance, it's now there. We've got MiCA, and I think we got, again, confirmation that MiCA 2 is not coming up very soon. So we need to deal with, the framework that we have, and we can only invite, and maybe, everybody is sitting in an association here, please, issue statements and answer to the consultations out there, to push back on the even more stringent construction that ESMA specifically is currently producing, right? Because that's actually not helpful.
Exactly, and I think that's a really good segue now that you mentioned MiCA 2, and that it's very likely to not happen, which I think many people are very happy with. Let's maybe fast forward to a world assuming there is harmonization. Like I said, I wanted to make this not about MiCA at some point, and that point is now. So let's assume there's harmonization, there's no MiCA 2 coming. What factors would, let's say you wanted to access the European market, what factors would you prioritize when looking at a jurisdiction, assuming the MiCA regime is completely harmonized? So I don't know if you want to give maybe a German perspective.
I would say the second topic, if actually all the requirements for capital, for how your internal setup is and so forth, if that is all the same all across Europe, then the next topic is taxes, right? So that's always the second point that comes up. How is this tax situation in that country? And unfortunately, tax is something that is in the competency of the nation states. So we will not see that harmonized anytime soon in Europe.
Fortunately, that's in the competence of the national states. Being in Liechtenstein, we are quite happy that we still can decide on our taxes.
Good, so I guess, so tax is one. Anything else that stands out?
For me, that's pretty obvious. We started the TVTG, so the local regime, in 2020. We published the first draft in 2018. But the first draft also not only had the supervisory, so regulating service providers, you have to get a registration or license. That's what we get now with MiCA. What we also did is we came up with a tokenization framework. And that was driven by the vision of the Liechtenstein government that we will allow for tokenization of assets, but direct tokenization of assets. I'm not talking about what we see now. I think it's now the third wave of real-world asset tokenization, where you basically use the existing pathway where you set up a company and then issue shares. and that company buys a asset, let's say the Mona Lisa, just an example, and then you actually tokenize the share of the company, so you have indirect ownership to that property. Obviously, that adds a layer of complexity, that adds cost, that adds also risk. So what if the CEO of that company signs a contract and you lose the money? There is actually a lot of, there are a lot of questions around insolvency, and it is not really adding value, right, in that sense. So that's why we said what we want to do is we come up with a framework where we allow for assets to be directly, digitally transferable, and just make a lot of assets which are at the moment not tradable, make them easily tradable. So that was the vision. And we came up with that framework in 2020, and that's now in force. And you see that the local players, they're making use of it. And I think in 5 years, maybe we will, and hopefully, because the problem is that's nation by nation state, right? So if you have the civil law in Liechtenstein and you have an ownership here, and it's pretty clear with our framework, that doesn't count in Switzerland, and that's maybe completely different in Germany and in France. And obviously, private, like this civil law is not something the European Union will harmonize, right? That's traditionally, they're not doing that. Civil law is very, very hard to harmonize, as taxes, actually. But I think there, to really allow for the next phase to use blockchain technologies, we should have a similar or like approaches suitable for that specific jurisdictions, right? I said it in my welcome address this morning that Qatar issued their Qatar container model. There are other countries working on similar approaches, and that is really specific to the country. But I think that is just the next phase. And some weeks ago I said, let's see in 5 years if we have at the 4th or 5th phase of real-world assets, the 5th hype of real-world assets, to have it the proper way, right? I think that's the part where we should focus.
I had been part of the working group for digital asset and private law with Unidroit for 3 years, and they came up with a draft model law, so to speak, which is still, very much in its infancies, but that's how far we could get. And we basically spent the first whole year of this working group trying to sort out how to phrase things, right? Because ownership, property, in rem rights, these are terms which are used so differently from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. And unfortunately, we call it international private law. That is the law that decides upon which law actually is applicable. And when you look at specifically these questions for physical assets like watches or cars or whatever, then it's always the law where this thing is actually physically held. And that's the issue, for Liechtenstein. It's a great proposal, but unfortunately, all these real-world physical assets needs to remain then in Liechtenstein. And that is, I think, really hindering, that this is really applied on a bigger scale.
That is exactly why we need, right, a similar approach. And I commented on that, and I was interviewed in the first round and talked about what we did in Liechtenstein. And I think that is exactly what I'm proposing, right? We have to solve the issue. I mean, the easiest way how you solve it, if you have the lex recite, this concept, right? You basically just hire a professional custodian in a country, right? And then you have a...
you don't want to have Mona Lisa in a storage, right?
No, that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. That's the only workaround we have so far. The idea is to make that happen, and actually that is why I'm so supportive of that. Obviously, I'm fully biased, but the thing is that I want to have my Mona Lisa in my home, and then I have digital versions of it, tokenized IP rights, where you can actually use it on your digital screen because you are the holder of it. But that's a long way. That's why I say, let's work on it, right? And then hopefully come up with a solution. And I know, look, people tell me for I don't know how many years now that things are not possible. And I take that as a challenge, right? So that's where my passion is, right? Tokenization of assets the right way, and people are telling me for years why it's not possible. That's why I'm keen and accepting the challenge to help others.
Not possible until it's made possible, I guess. And yeah, I think to your point, if you look at a lot of different regimes, they're focusing mainly on like indirect tokenization of assets, right? So you've got like the ART regime in MiCA, for example. You've got an entity that's regulated.
Securitization in the real
Exactly.
world, right?
Yeah. But there are very few frameworks right now where you can.
What's the real world?
Exactly. What is real when everything's on the blockchain? But I guess to my point, I don't think there's many frameworks right now that allow for direct tokenization. Most tokenization frameworks now rely on an entity that segregates assets, that adopts like a very like stablecoin type model where you've tokenized some sort of asset and you have a claim on those assets. But I think the real application of if we want to evolve in Web3, I think we need to really enable the direct tokenization of assets. Christian, anything?
Maybe to follow up, I think you would not call it passporting, and I know it's international private law, but the idea should remain the same. We have that with company law already. So if you set up, partly at least, if you set up in Liechtenstein, there's no way that somebody in Austria will tell you, oh no, this is not a proper GmbH because it's under Liechtenstein law. And it would be a huge step forward if we can do that at least partly. Let's talk, for example, about assets that are tokenized as well, that we have this law, and Lex Recite is one part of it, but so like the law is like maintained where the thing is really. But we should create some kind of passporting, so if I can choose one jurisdiction, and then we have this whole, I would say, cooperation in this sense, that also you can innovate as a country, like you did with the TVTG, and suddenly everybody would choose Liechtenstein because you would have legal certainty, and if the other countries are more or less forced to accept that and have that legal certainty, that would be a huge step forward. And just to bring, maybe, oh, sorry.
No, sorry. But for physical objects, that's actually Champions League, right? That's the most complex thing you can actually tokenize. But if you talk about IP rights, that's very simple, right? I think what pushes the needle there is if we would have a organization like WIPO, right, coming up with some guidance there. I think we will see that sooner or later happening, right? And that's way easier than tokenization but the problem is still, like, people are using the existing paths, right?
But actually, you know, with obligations, right, financial obligations, it's the same. They always remain under the jurisdiction under which they had been created, right? So that was why in the early days I always try to argue, you know, why don't we treat tokens like bonds, right? So bonds remain under the jurisdiction under which they had initially been created. That would be a solution to the problem. But yeah, I did not find many people supporting that idea yet.
But maybe to also bring another point into the discussion, I think one vision is we should not only think about the next thing to regulate or the next thing to harmonize, but also if you look especially at the Draghi report, and this has been mentioned several times, I think it's a critical time. I would not maybe say we're in the middle of the hurricane now, but it's still a critical time that we also think about, I wouldn't say deregulation, but at least having a look in what of those things are really needed, and if we can maybe at some point also change some of those things. Because otherwise, if we have another 1,000 pages like GDPR and another 1,000 paper AI Act, and I'm not sure how easy it will be for entrepreneurs in the future to still innovate and to still move the needle, so to say.
Yeah, basically, you know, we need to take care that we create and maintain a European liquid market. And yeah, by, you know, raising the bar all the time, it's getting less and less likely that we will actually achieve that goal.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed Joachim's talk earlier, actually, where he said that MiCA is only a very small element of Web3. And regulation isn't always the answer, and it's maybe a bit ironic coming from an ex-regulator. But maybe we need to think about what other areas within Web3 could distinguish jurisdictions. I'm actually quite critical, again, even though it's been my career for the past 5 years, but I've actually been quite critical of crypto asset regulation because it mainly addresses centralized players that are providing services in relation to crypto assets, right? So I know the whole MiFID versus MiCA argument is probably, it wouldn't be correct to scope everything under MiFID, but a lot of the activities are quite similar. So when I look at Web3 and the potential, there's tokenization, which is a big one, but I've been in the space since 2017 and tokenization still isn't widespread. So how do we resolve those issues and move forward? How do we bring clarity on DeFi, which is still a massive gray area under MiCA and most other jurisdictions? So I don't know if anyone wants to weigh in on that point.
We had the roundtable with the European Commission in Brussels, and there we discussed that part as well, where obviously the TradFi world said, no, what we need is clear rules for DeFi. Why? Because they cannot provide products and services with no regulation, so they need to have clarity what they are working on and what they're doing. On the other hand, and I think that was pretty clear, if you try to regulate something where by nature, and the question is, first of all, how do you define DeFi, right? But yeah, if let's say we agree on what DeFi really is, fully decentralized in a way, addresses the risk properly, with technology, right? I think then you don't need regulation. And that is where we actually started. So in 2016, we started the work group to think about, should we at all regulate that space? And obviously the answer was yes, if you're a service provider, you're providing services. Very simple. If I ask, for example, you, Christian, to custody my Bitcoin, you're a service provider. Yeah. You are my risk, right? So yeah, maybe we should come up with rules. But if I do it myself, yeah, maybe I don't need regulation. Well, and it's just one sentence to that. And I think that takes a lot of time, and this is the battle we are now fighting, that a lot of policymakers and regulators just try to put everything into their basket, right, and make it for them easy, because they say, look, we'll do whatever we can. If you upload a code or deploy a code, you are our person which will regulate, right? And I think that's really a wrong approach.
Actually, we get another battlefield. There had been recently a hearing in the US where representatives of the crypto industry suggested the idea that DeFi is actually regulated as critical infrastructure. And I got nearly a heart attack, to be honest, because that would mean that we actually regulate the nodes and the validators and so forth. This opens up a completely new kind of worms.
But I think, to Thomas's point, and as a regulator, the easiest thing you can do is try to identify the centralized points. And I actually contributed to a paper on staking and block building. And the direction of travel when something is fully decentralized could actually be, let's look at the validators and block builders, because they're the only centralized entities you can actually look at from a regulatory perspective. And it becomes a challenge when you look at sanctions and AML risks, because let's say I've got a validator in Liechtenstein today. I have the ability to filter transactions, and I have the ability to exclude sanctioned transactions. Should I have a responsibility to do that or not? Which, again, we could probably talk for the next few hours on that topic alone. But these are the questions that you start asking once you look beyond the pure centralized elements of crypto.
And actually, just to push the ball to Switzerland, Switzerland is I think, has a lot of knowledge and experience with FINMA and their guidance, right? And I think that could be an opportunity for Switzerland, because they have quite a picture of what DeFi is, not everywhere, but in some instances. And they're trying, the question is how they actually position themselves, right? But that could be the opportunity for them to position themselves now outside of the scope of MiCA.
Interesting. Christian?
So first of all, I'm happy to take your Bitcoin at all times. Secondly, and with a more MiCA approach, I think what they did was actually quite smart, that they did go and say there are only some people who are directly in MiCA, that's one the cusps, but I think we're forgetting about the other things that is normally in prospectus law that are the issues. And I think this is a major step forward. You can discuss if level 2 is again going beyond it, etc. But if you're just looking at pure level 1 text, I think the idea of a white paper, the idea of prospectus light that is really giving clarity, legal framework, also responsibility, that brings a lot of potential and a lot of clarity in a room. And I think there, if we talk about why to regulate, somebody is taking at the end your money, therefore it's fair to regulate that. And I think that is the big distinguishing we need to have. Also when we talk about DAOs, if they do something with money, yes, this might be a financial services. But if they do something completely, it's just yesterday the example was brought up of a DAO just sharing pictures of kittens. Yeah, why should we regulate that? There's no reason for that. But if you're really issuing something, you're taking money. I think there's very good arguments. And I think that was actually made quite smart, that they have now legal certainty, while still being Web3, DAO, whatever, and they still can do the white paper and therefore have a clear framework.
Allow me to rephrase that. Before MiCA, wherever you wanted to issue your token, if at all, you got clarity with one jurisdiction, and then for all of the others, you had to go to all of the other countries. Right? So it was very hard to fundraise, and still, we were very successful in Europe. Right? We had really huge issuance of tokens and fundraising projects. And that was one of the driving forces why MiCA also have the issuance, because in Europe, it's very hard to get financed as a startup. To get access to capital is very, very, very hard in comparison to the US, right? So I think that was one of the opportunities the European Commission wanted also to use to say, we will come up with a clear framework how to issue your token, and you can do that. It's legit. It's not forbidden. It's not the end of the world. It's not only criminals are doing that. There are clear rules, and then you can issue your token. And I think that's another feature which is good in MiCA. The question is, we have very, very, very tough rules. Who is liable, right? There's personal liability. Yeah. It's a good starting point.
Maybe back to the tokenization point. So like, again, I've been in crypto since 2017. It hasn't really taken off yet. What would you say the key stumbling blocks, like in an ideal world, if your jurisdiction, like I know Liechtenstein's doing a lot of good stuff in tokenization, like where are the key stumbling blocks when it comes to tokenization right now?
That's precisely the issue, that you can currently not put the ownership, however that's raised, into a token. It's always like an indirect instrument. It's either, you know, your right against a trustee who's holding the asset, or it's an SPV, a single purpose vehicle, some kind of company in which this asset is held, but you do not get your hands directly on the ownership of a real world asset.
And even if you have that, or if you do it, in most cases, you do it indirectly, and then, or you fractionalize it, you end up in the securities world again. And then we have the secondary market problem, which we did not really solve very well in Europe. We had a good start with the pilot regime, and then we, actually had some thresholds, which created a sandbox without interesting toys.
And then at the end, you realize you try to solve a problem that is partly already solved in the traditional finance market, because if you're then talking about, I don't know, warrants or certificates or stuff like that, that you can already do in another form. Same with digital bonds, digital securities. I do get it, but on the other hand, that is really a small basis point change that you sometimes are talking about. So I know it's a cost factor, but I think tokenization as a whole would have a huge potential. But we would need to accept that some of those things are either not at all in financial market laws, or are at least very limited, like with arts. Why not go the other road and say, we now have a regulation that is fit for purpose, and we say, okay, I don't know, real estate, we don't have a proper secondary market for real estate in the sense of value gathering or also like pricing mechanism. Why not say, okay, this never worked on the normal financial market, let's go explicitly into the MiCA framework and do it there. But this is a risk decision, I guess, many, many regulators and also the lawmakers are not yet willing to make.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I guess, we're coming towards the end of the panel. So maybe just to end, if we just go around the table, what jurisdictions would you say are doing things right in Europe? If you're looking to access Europe from the outside, what jurisdictions do you think are doing things right now?
Within Europe, unfortunately, I cannot claim that Germany is very welcoming, and it's heartbreaking, but it's the truth. Currently we are making the life of the crypto scene in Germany very hard. So I see that Austria is way more welcoming for the industry, and also France is trying to open doors. Italy maybe as well. It will be very exciting to see what happens with all the like Central Eastern European countries, which get overwhelmed currently with filings and so forth. And so rumors is that they have not enough capacity to actually work on those. And we all know MiCA is set up in a way that the grandfathering periods will simply run out after a certain period, which is determined by the nation states again. And if you did not get your authorization until that date, you're out. So a guess is that in those countries, which have thousands of filings and applications, that simply, you know, the time will run out and they will all be out of business again. So I'm not so sure if that would be a good idea to start with right now.
We'll see what emerges from the fire, I guess. Thomas.
Obviously, for me, consider Liechtenstein, not only an existing regulation, MiCA is going to be applicable soon. You have the political will to innovate the financial sector. You have the political will to drive that even further with new service providers like a lending service provider. And never forget about taxes, social security. I think the overall setup you can get here in Liechtenstein is worth considering. We are not the perfect solution for every service provider, obviously, right? And we are very strict. I think the talk of Siegfried Herzog showcased that quite well. We are very strict when it comes to compliance. So if you don't fear compliance, I think Liechtenstein should be on your list, on your short list.
Great.
And not surprisingly, as already mentioned by Nina, I think I can take that up and say Austria did really proactively address a lot of those MiCA topics. They're very hands-on, very proactive. They didn't just only publish a roughly 150 pages description of how your license application should actually look like. They were also very forthcoming with meetings, with also pre-application. So of course I can say Austria is another one to consider, yes, for sure. Of course it's way more complex than that because you also need to have a look on the whole picture, but I do think it's worth checking it out. I also don't think that it's a choice you should make as dedicated as it's. So sometimes I have the feeling people tend to forget that you should actually found your business normally where you are and not like seek advice before you then go and go somewhere else. But that's maybe a
Never
personal
cross
thing.
the board if you don't have to.
Exactly. So normally there are a lot of, I think, myths out there that the grass is greener on some other side. I tell you something, MiCA will be harmonized, and I don't think that anybody, and that includes also Cyprus or Malta or whatever, will go beyond the scope of it and say, oh yeah, no, this is really, you don't need that and you don't need that. So I think this level of harmonization
That's a good point. And I've seen even in the MiFID world, like regulators in Europe don't like it if you establish in one jurisdiction to target another jurisdiction. Like, why don't you go and set up in that particular jurisdiction if that's where your market is? And I expect similar things to happen with MiCA as well. So, but yeah, thank you for your insights. Thank you for making it not about MiCA at times as well.
Thank you.
And thank you for having us.
Well done. Thank you so much, Nathan and panelists.
I have to stay. I have to stay. Thank you.
Before you go, I've got 3 final surprises before we close this up. One surprise, we had talked about a ticket or a set of tickets for someone to join us for this very special gala dinner. And I know Josh has been working very hard to find it. Josh, did you finally find it? Hey, Josh, you and a friend are invited to come tonight. Let's give Josh a hand. Yes.
It's not just a...
Woo. Come on, Josh.
It's the dinner at the Michelin star restaurant, which we have here in Liechtenstein. So, congratulations.
That's right. Second, all of you, in a moment, are going to be invited to get the early bird tickets for next year. But before that, I thought we should just look at the day. We haven't seen this.
No.
We've been part of it. You've been part of it. You might see yourself on screen as well. But our content team up there, and Max in particular, have been putting this together live while this has been happening. So, I don't know how this works. Do I just say play? Or do I say kaboom?
Lights down.
Oh, here we go.
Play.
Let's watch our day recap. That's it. Nice work. Come on, Thomas. Obviously, it's really nice for us to just jump in and to be seen on there, but there's a significant team that worked behind the scenes to put this together. And like I said, stick around because we're going to show you how to get the early bird tickets. But you want to take a moment to thank people?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, the audience who joined us live stream as well, on the live stream. We had a full day of two stages. But obviously also thanks to our sponsors again, our platinum sponsor, Bank Frick, the patronage of the government. It's very much needed to get the support of the government as well. Our gold sponsors, which I mentioned today as well, Negele and Hoteltech, Cyber Engineering, and Nautilus. So, and all of the silver sponsors, which I'm not going to mention. I mentioned it in the morning, look at the screens. But what I also wanted to thank everybody who works behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I briefly talked about Lehnherr Akustik, who make the amazing sound. We have Video Werkstatt doing the video content. We have Adrian Riesen, who is doing the amazing coffee, the barista with his team. We have Catering 42 doing the amazing catering. We have obviously Dan Ram, who is our amazing host for stage 1. We had Ian Simpson for the stage 2. And last but not least, the CCA and the OC of the CCA. And I actually wanted to bring them up.
Do it. This is your show. You
Please,
do what you want.
The organizing committee of the CCA, join us on stage and put your hands together for the OC. So it's Mauro Casilini, Tobias Fitz, Pablo Carolo, Michael Mauer, and Janine Negele. No, obviously. She's my wife. How could I forget her? No, without you guys, it would not be possible. And thanks for like everything for the last weeks. I mean, I don't know, but like that's basically the driving force behind the Token Summit, right? So it's we are a very small association, and the amount of work these people did the last weeks is crazy, it's insane. So really, again, put your hands together for the OC. Thank you very much.
So, are we going to do this again?
Obviously, next year, 11th of September, 2025.
Wow.
Mark
we have
the
a date.
Yes.
If you can scan that right now,
Oh,
then...
Ian, where's Ian? Ian, where are you?
Ian.
The host of stage 2. He was waiting. Sorry.
So if you want the 3,000 euro ticket, then you're going to wait 24 hours before we start. But if you want the cheapest price for next year, and you don't want to miss out, then please scan this right now. Again, we will see many of you tonight for the dinner, but we hope you'll stay here as long as you want. Thank all of them. Thank each other for being here. Thank you for being a fantastic community. And with that, officially, Token Summit 2024 is over. Thank you, everybody. Woo!
Become a member of the CCA and get your ticket. Yeah. Sarah, can we take a picture? Dan, I think we need you for a second. And join the CCA. Good. Okay, here. Yeah.
Let's work it out.
1, 2, 3, say
You wanna hold pinkies
blockchain.
together? Yeah. I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
Yes, Josh.